Hello, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us we continue our coverage of California versus Monica Sementilli. We are in day 29. What was that?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to
that's
Trial
me.
TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice.
Let me sort myself out here. Thank you. Oh, yeah. We have our act together here. Okay, I'm just going to get straight to it. That was my current scene before I started the stream. So it's been a battle royale here in Trial TV Live. As you can see. Let me see what else I can show you here. Battle royale between let's see, did I pull this one down yet? Hold on. Super Ball has taken over the chair. But Super Ball wins the chair. Yep. What am I going to do? Anyway, I have it. I got it back. She's back over there. So I do have it back. Yeah, Super Ball has claimed her throne. Super Ball has claimed the throne. Yeah, Hellcat, she's like, Dad, they clearly got it for me. Well, now she's back over. She's back over there. She's back over there. So. Mel says, hello, my sweet Super Ball. All right. Real happy. What an amazing sight to walk into. Yeah. I had to fight for my chair today. She slept on it last night. I had to fight for it this morning. But yeah, she's mad at me, I think. She's got her back to me. Even though I set this up for her. I got that little pad for her, but she's over there. So we'll see. We'll see how the morning goes. When we had our Jack Russells, Sagan always used to sleep back here. Like, he would always sleep there. Sometimes I'd get him on my lap. Most of the time, so I'd have to like sit up. It was interesting. So anyway, how is everybody doing? How are we doing today? Let's see. Dreama first in chat. Thank you. Good morning to you, Shirley Roth, Baka, Rachel B, Psych D. Nice, love it. Queen Owl of Ruth Ann. Good morning. Good morning. Mel Stiller, hello to you. Hola. Sinbad 33, hello. Therapist, good morning, angels. Love it. Fala, tackle hugs for everybody. Krista Limited Edition, good morning to you. Leslie, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you guys coming in and saying hello. Hellcat, hello. Let's see. And then we got some, let me get down to Drunky the Bear. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Hope everybody's Thor's Day is going well. Day before Pi Day. Pammy. Great show last night, Pammy. Your daughter and her associates are just fantastic. Butterfly Dana, hello to you. Jack Russell's, yes, we had two. We had Iggy and Sagan. Sagan was named after Carl Sagan. Missy Russell, good morning to you. Donna Ulrich, hello to you. Lily Wayne, I predict Super Ball will join you in the chair before long. Maybe. We'll see. Hey, Mona, I thought we established that you are in Super Ball's chair. Yep, we did. Hey, Lily Fan, how are you? Real happy. Good to see you. Brenda Mayer, thank you for joining us. Butterfly Dana, she's back over there and has her back turned to you. Yep. Yeah, she's kind of getting a little bit, well, she's taking a bath right now, so maybe she can have the box, yeah. You know what? She hates boxes. She's not a box fan. Hey, Maddie's mom. Hello to you. Sinbad, yep. Mine. She is a trip, this one, let me tell you. She is a trip. So, how's everybody's Thursday going? We have day 29. Defense has started their case in chief. Let me pull up my description here. Monica Sementilli. So yesterday we heard from Monica's older sister, Anna. What did you guys think about Anna? Thoughts on Anna? I can't wait for Cross. I mean, I understand she's protecting her older sister. Just responding to an email. I understand she's trying to protect her older sister. I'm sorry, younger sister, older sister protecting younger sister. There were, bite me. Awesome. Love being here. Buttercup sends butter sugars. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Baka, that's a strong word, but I hear what you're saying. Bellatrix, one of my cats is currently sitting in an Amazon box that barely fits her. Nice. Hey, Julie. Good morning to you. Was replay and watch part of last night. Awesome. Irish Amy. Hello. Justice Obsessed. Morning to you. Irish Amy. How's Pride Mama doing today, Pammy? Yes. Rachel B. Psych D. I love it. I love the new name. Hey, Helen, how are you? Having feed in background. Okay, cool. Awesome. Hey, Mona. Rona. Anna seems like a no-nonsense person. Fair enough. Well, she's the oldest sister, right? Hey, Mona, she's delusional. Sinbad, I think Anna knows more than she's letting on. Their mom had Baker's number. Now that was according to who was the one that said about the mom? Who was testifying? Let me find that out. Told him to F off very loudly. Who was that? Okay, that was Marilla that said that. All right, so we're gonna have to boil it down to credibility of the witnesses, right? So who do you believe? Do you believe Mirella or do you believe Anna? Right? That's what it's going to boil down to. Which testimony do you believe in? Let's see. Brenda didn't care for her too much. Butterfly, Dana, I just believe there's a lot Monica kept from. Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Well, again, hey, Peace Through Strength. Thank you for joining us today. I'm really looking forward to Cross. Usually I don't want the Cross of family members is always like, careful, don't go there. But in this case, yeah, I'm kind of like, go there because, hold on, I need to get my water. Hold on a sec. Yeah. Usually when Cross comes in and it's a family member, I'm always like, oh, be careful, be gentle, don't blow it or whatever. But I don't know. Green-eyed cat, hello to you. Hey, Wendy. It was all an act for family and friends to hide her evil ways. Gen 405, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Ola says, like I said yesterday, if we treat Anna as a liar, then we must treat Marilla as a liar too, to be fair in our logic. That is true. Yes, please hit the like button as you guys come in. Thank you for reminding me, Pammy, as always. Pammy says, please hit the like button. Do what Pammy says. Justice obsessed. They both have a massive bias. That is very true. That is very true. Lily Wayne, Anna and Monica were very close. Anna definitely knows more than she was saying. Yeah, according to Anna, they every day they after work they'd when they were in Canada they'd spend every day together. When Monica and Fabio went to LA, every day after work, 5:30 Anna's time to 2:30 Monica's time, they would have a cigarette, drink a glass of wine, and then talk on the phone. That's what she said. That's what she testified to. Hold on, maybe they are both a bit right, both a bit wrong. Yeah, I think that would be more in the line of what I'm thinking too, Ola. Morella's trying to protect her brother, who got brutally killed, and then Anna's trying to protect her sister who fell in with the wrong people. I don't know. I mean, how can you not look at all the text messages? How can you not look at the photos, the videos? I mean, you can't deny that. You just can't deny that. Super Ball rushes in. Nope, she's cool. She's chill. She's hanging out back there. Bite Me just finished counting our first mosquito trap run. Nothing like counting and identifying dead mosquitoes. Now, are you pro or anti-mosquito? I just need to know where you land with that. Are you pro or anti? Nice looking chair. Thank you, Lily Wayne. Yes, it's my new chair, brought to you by several of our mods and wonderful members in our chat. So awesome. Jen 405 received membership. Want to say thank you. Fantastic. Thank you for exercising that membership and coming in. Appreciate it. Baka, Anna appears to be suffering from head of butt syndrome. Baka. Butterfly Dana, I can't keep typing hi or good morning to each that come in. So hello, good morning, happy Thursday to all in chat. You all are lovely people. Bellatrix, I fell asleep yesterday, so I believe I missed Morella. It was Anna. Anna was yesterday. So you didn't miss Morella. Morella was like weeks ago. Peace through strength. Who sleeps with their beloved husband's deleter except the co-conspirator? That is true. Rona, no one knows everything about a person, related or not. That is absolutely true. We all have secrets. We all have secrets. That I agree with. Oh, here, let me get closer to here. Let's see where we at here. Yeah, Bite Me. What are you trapping, and where do you stand with the whole? Oh, Pussycat is in our. Where's Pussycat? Oh, there you are. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us. The mosquitoes are crucial to the environment. I don't like them. Why? Because they like my blood too much. Couldn't agree with you more. I look outside and I get bit 20 times by a mosquito. So, Bite Me, where do you stand with the mosquito situation? I want to know where you stand. Are you pro or anti? Bellatrix, oh, that makes sense. Go watch Anna from the start. Yeah, it was good testimony. It was worth watching for sure. Bite Me, all species known in the southeast Louisiana area. Oh boy, yeah, and you grow them big there, right? You're anti, okay. I can get with that. I can't stand mosquitoes, man. They just bite me. Yes, they literally just bite me. Not a fan of mosquitoes. And one day I hope to ask God that question. Why did you create mosquitoes? Why? Just why? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, Lily Wayne. But I do think Anna knew that Monica was no longer happy with Fabio. Anna would hear it in Monica's voice because they knew each other so well. Yeah, that's a good point. Sinbad, I build bat houses. Take that, mosquitoes. Awesome. Hey, Jillian, good morning to you. Appreciate you joining us. Peace through strength. No one can make you do what's not already in your heart. It just doesn't happen. Yes, and they can be deadly for sure. They love us skinny folk. Eesh. Totally anti-mosquitoes. They ruined July at the cottage. So many bites. Prima, yep. Mosquitoes love me. Ugh. Therapist, you know, oh, you are so lucky. You are so lucky. So lucky. Butterfly Dana, mosquitoes are liked by fish. It is food. That's true. Yeah. God in his wisdom created the fly, then forgot to tell us why. Ogden Nash poem. Yep. Hey, Abe, thank you for joining us. The mosquitoes here don't like it when you eat vinegar and pickles. You know what? I have a splash of vinegar every morning as part of my routine with some other stuff. I make a lot of foods that have vinegar in them. So I hear what you're saying. It's not working for me, but I hear what you're saying. And I love pickles too. Bellatrix, when you were pregnant, it was Zika virus was out. Yeah. Is it a blood type thing? Oh, therapist, hold on. Let me pull that up. Is it a blood type thing? I guess. Right? Midges are worse than mosquitoes, though, if anyone's ever been bitten. I don't think I've ever been bitten by a midge. That's one thing I don't know. All right, Irish Amy, go grab some food. We'll be here. Leslie, oh, wait. I'm feeling so much better. Oh, good. Drinking coffee for the first time this week. If Baker shows up today, I'm going there tomorrow. Awesome. Yeah, sorry, I did miss that. Thank you for reposting that. Leslie, your mosquito bait. Yep, same. Yeah, guys, if I miss a comment, apologies, just repost it. Hey, Jags girl, my husband is type 1 diabetes, and we swear the mosquitoes don't like him because of it. Damn things attack me and my son, but not hubby. Interesting. So, yeah, that is interesting. Not that I'm supporting getting type 1 diabetes, but that is interesting. All right, we should have a feed here. It's 12:30. They're an hour delayed. All right, hold on, just answering email. Oh, we do have a feed. All right, so it's weird. It's like, it's always like a little bit of a delay. All right, we got a feed. Let me come back here. Ah, there we go. That's why, because I wasn't live. Let me go here. Blink. Hold on, we have a feed, guys. Oh, yep. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Hey, Brat, are you in our chat? Did I miss you come in? How are you feeling? I posted in the mod chat. Did you, sorry, I haven't been back in there. Brat, are you okay? Where are you? There you go. Brat, are you feeling better? Hey, Anja, how are you? Cow Junkies United, thank you for joining us today. Yeah, midges similar to sandflies. Let me bring this down a little bit. There. Okay, center myself up a little bit. Yeah, if you guys missed our Shoot the Shit last night with Squeegee, it was really good. We had Pammy's daughter, Whitney, with two of her co-founders, Eric and Melissa, for the Advocacy Con that's coming up at the end of the month. So go check that out. It was a really good show. We're going to have them back on afterwards. So if you guys missed that, please do us a favor, do them a favor, go rewatch them, or do them a favor, because they're doing some really great work with advocating for victims, and that's Pammy's daughter, Whitney. Great conversation with them last night on Shoot the Shit with me, and it was really, really good. You guys definitely go check it out. please show them some love and go listen to their podcasts. I haven't heard a single one, and I definitely want to go. I want to start to listen to their podcasts. Eric has a great story to tell as somebody who's living it every day. And then Melissa and Whitney are, boots on the ground. They're going and they're doing, honkin? What were those called? Honk and, I guess you just drive by and you honk in your support, or they're actually going in search parties. They're traveling around the country doing search parties, trying to help victims and families find closure. It's just amazing. So please go check out that episode. Mosquitoes love type O blood. I have no idea what my blood is. Honkin' waves, thank you.
Counselor present, jury, and alternate present, good morning. I hope the same maniacs that were driving on the freeway with me weren't driving on the freeway with you. I want to allow the defense, because of scheduling issues, to call a witness out of order. We're going to interrupt the testimony of Ms. Christiantini to have the witness testify at this time. You may call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would we call Mr. Brown to the stand, Roger Brown?
Mr. Brown, please retake a stand. You're still under oath, sir. You can just state your name after you're seated.
Roger Brown.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, just to refresh our memory, were you a friend of Robert Baker?
Yes.
At some time, obviously, at some time, correct?
Yes.
You knew him at the time that he was arrested, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's going back to 2017. He was arrested on June 14, 2017. I believe you indicated that he had stayed with you the prior Valentine's Day or around Valentine's Day?
He came before Valentine's Day and he stayed. To be honest, I don't know how long he stayed.
Okay. And this was after the death of your mother, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, and I apologize for not asking it last time, he came again to your house before he was arrested, came to your house on June 13, 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
The night before he was arrested?
The night before.
Okay. And can you tell us if he told you why he came to your house?
He wanted me to get in touch with a friend of mine.
Remember his name?
No.
Does Rooster ring a bell?
Yes.
That's what you had indicated,
yes.
To my investigator. Do you know his real name or just by Rooster?
I know him by Rooster.
Okay. And did Mr. Baker inquire something about Rooster?
No, he just asked me could I get in touch with him. And I told him I would try.
And did he tell you why he wanted you to get in touch with him or why he wanted to be in touch with him?
No.
Oh.
No.
Did he owe him any money?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Rooster owed Mr. Baker any money?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Baker say that Rooster owed him any money?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this then. How long was Mr. Baker at your residence the night before his arrest?
I don't know. 15, 20 minutes? I don't know.
Okay, so this was not a night where he stayed over or anything like that. And after he talked to you about whatever he wanted to talk to you about, did he leave?
Yes.
And the next time you saw him after that, he was in county jail, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you helped clean out or empty his apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, you had been playing basketball with Mr. Baker for several weeks or months before that on a weekly game. Is that what you said?
We've been playing basketball for years.
You consider him a good friend then?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Baker, the night before his arrest, the night we were talking about, make any indication to you that he was going to go away or get a house or go on a vacation with a new girlfriend of his named Monica Sementilli?
No.
Did he mention the name Madonna to you the night before his arrest?
No.
Did he say anything about Madonna coming into a lot of money, or just found out she was going to be rich, or anything like that?
No.
In fact, did her name come up at all the night before his arrest when he came to your house?
No.
So from the moment he arrived to the moment he left, there was no mention of her. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Peter McCross.
Okay, just a couple questions. After you testified here in court then, did you get a visit from the defense investigator at your home?
Yes.
What happened? You got a note on your door
Yes.
from the investigator from the defense?
Yes.
And then did they come back and talk to you?
Yes.
And these are the questions they asked you, what you just answered in court?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear then, did you tell them that most of your conversations with Baker, your relationship with us was about sports, basketball, racquetball, and chess?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further about the defense?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You're excused.
I ain't gonna come back right now.
God, I hope so. All right, can we have Ms. Kristen Tini back on the stand, please? Ms. Crescentini, please retake the stand. You're still under oath. I just want to make sure I am saying your name correctly, am I not?
Yes, you are.
Good, thank you. Defense may continue with their direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Crescentini.
Good morning.
And I'm saying your name correctly,
Yes,
correct?
you are.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Ms. Crescentini, we left off yesterday speaking about some conversations, or we were beginning to speak about some conversations you had in May of 2017 with Marco Laurenti and Mirella Sementilli. But before we get to that, after your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered in January of 2017, did you observe the relationship that Monica continued to have with Fabio Sementilli's family, specifically his sister Mirella and her common-law husband Marco?
Objection, relevance.
Oh,
Yes, they were very friendly with each other. They were very supportive of Monica.
Did Monica fly up to Canada on multiple occasions after Fabio was killed and visit with Fabio's family?
Yes, she did.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, that you observed did there ever come a time where in your presence you heard or observed Monica express to detectives in the case, namely Detective Parshall, frustration about trying to match the DNA that they had recovered at the scene to find the killers of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember her telling me that the police kept telling her they had all these DNA samples. It's going to.
This is hearsay.
it's overruled.
it's going to take a long time for them to test all the samples, and she was very frustrated. She wanted to know, she wanted to have a break in the case. She wanted to know who did this.
Did there come a time where you were involved in conversations initiated by Monica about hiring a private investigator or offering a reward to find Fabio's killer?
Yes.
And what were those conversations?
Monica had said that she wanted to put up a reward. I said that's a great idea. Marco was also willing to contribute some. And then the police said that this was not a good time, that LA County would eventually put up a reward. So just to wait.
Did you personally have conversations initiated by Monica about hiring a private investigator to also investigate Fabio's murder and find who killed him?
Yes, she has asked me if she thought that I thought that was a good idea, and I said yes.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, in May of 2017 where Morella Sementilli's husband Marco, or common-law husband Marco, contacted you personally to ask if it would be okay to contact Monica about something?
Yes.
Could you tell us what Marco contacted you about?
He called me and to ask me. He said he had a friend who was a lawyer, and they were talking about how Monica and the girls had not received their insurance payout yet. They were very concerned, as we all were, because it was May and June the company would have stopped paying Fabio. So he said his lawyer friend was willing to draft a letter to the insurance company to sort of push them along and get this done. And he wanted to ask me if I thought that was a good idea and if he should send it to Monica. And I said yes.
He asked you if you thought it was okay to suggest it to Monica?
Correct.
Now, at this time in May, you were aware that Monica had taken 2 trips in that past 4 months since Fabio had been killed to Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware at the time she went to Las Vegas in March and again in May that she was taking those trips?
I don't remember the March one, maybe, but the May one I remember for sure because it was Cinco de Mayo and she told me she was going with her friend Sheila and her husband.
So she told you that she was going with friends, specifically Sheila and her husband, and were you aware that she'd also taken another trip to Las Vegas previously?
Yes, I was aware, but I can't remember now what month that was in.
Understood. And then she also told you that she was going to take a trip alone to Myrtle Beach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in none of these 3 trips she ever told you that she was going to Las Vegas or Myrtle Beach with Rob Baker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in May, mid-May, let's say, of 2017, you had no idea that your sister was having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
I had no idea.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, in May during the Myrtle Beach trip that you learned that Monica was having an affair?
No, not when she was there, no.
Okay. Did there come a time around that trip that you became suspicious and tried to look at some emails belonging to Monica about why she was in Myrtle Beach?
That was after she came back.
Okay.
But while she was there, I began to suspect that she wasn't alone. I assumed that she was with some racquetball friends.
Okay. Why did you begin to suspect that?
I don't know, just through our conversations on the phone and the way she was answering me, I just thought that she was there with somebody else. And I said, you know, you can tell me if you went there with another friend, I won't be offended. Just tell me. And she said, no, I'm here alone. You're being ridiculous.
And then at some point after she returned, did you investigate through Monica's emails information that you might be able to uncover about what her reason for going to Myrtle Beach was?
I don't know as to the reason. The reason she told me and everyone else was because that's where Fabio wanted to go. But yes, I did go on to her email because I had all her passwords saved on my computer from when the last time she came over and checked her emails. And so I did look, but I wasn't the one looking. It was my husband, Grant.
Okay. And you said you had her password saved. Did Monica stay with you on occasion when she came up to Canada?
She always stayed at my mom's house, but we spent the days together. So she would come over in the morning and we'd spend the whole day together, have dinner together, and then she'd go and sleep at my mom's. So whenever she had to check email, she would use my computer.
And you were aware that she had her passwords for her email stored on the computer?
Yes.
And were you present when Marco accessed the emails and reviewed the emails, or did you review the emails?
Not Marco.
Facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
You were not present.
Objection, same objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Marco had reviewed emails on your computer of Monica's?
That Marco did?
I'm sorry. That your husband did?
My husband, Grant, yes.
Grant did,
Yes.
And what did you learn?
He found what seemed to be like a note or a letter addressed to another couple saying, hi, saw your picture, would be interested in meeting, and it was signed Madonna and Rob.
And at that time, did you believe that your sister and Rob Baker were communicating with couples about having some kind of contact or relationships?
When I first saw the email, no, I didn't know what it meant. I was upset. Couldn't figure out who Madonna was, what was this doing on her computer. I had no idea.
What did you do as a result, if anything?
I called Deborah after a few days. I called Deborah and to ask her.
Let me ask you, is that Deborah Obad?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you ask Deborah Obad?
I asked Deborah if she thought my sister was having an affair, and she said yes.
At some point, Ms. Crescentini, did you ask Monica about whether she was having an affair?
Yes.
Was this when she came up to Canada in early June, shortly before her arrest?
Correct.
And did Monica ever deny to you that she was having an affair?
When I confronted her, she never denied or accepted or admitted anything. She just was in shock and just kept saying, I can't believe this, I can't believe this.
And did you ever pursue the conversation after that with Monica?
We tried. I had to go to work the next day, so I told her that I would come straight after work to my mom's house and we would talk about this more. And I was going to come right after school. She didn't answer. She was upstairs in her room. I think she was packing. She wanted to come back to LA as soon as possible.
Was it shortly after that, Ms. Crescentini, that Monica was arrested with Robert Baker and accused by the police of being involved in Fabio's killing?
Yes.
Did you later learn that Monica had indeed been having an affair with Robert Baker before and after Fabio had been murdered?
After they were arrested, yes, it was confirmed.
And did you also learn after Robert Baker and Monica was arrested that Robert Baker's DNA had been found and directly implicated Robert Baker as having killed your brother-in-law?
What was the time frame?
After the arrest.
It was a long time after the arrest.
Ms. Crescentini, if you believed that your sister Monica was in any way involved in the planning or murder of your brother-in-law Fabio, would you continue to support her and testify at her trial falsely?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Crescentini, has everything you've told us in your testimony this week honest and true?
It is honest and true.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Stegler, you may cross.
Good morning, Ms. Crescentini.
Good morning.
Good morning. When you first met Fabio, you testified yesterday that Monica was working next door to him, and that was in a shop in Canada, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they began dating, and you met him as a boyfriend at a later date, right?
Yes, a much later date, yeah.
Okay. And you testified yesterday that when you met Fabio and they announced that they were dating, that he was divorcing his wife. So he wasn't divorced yet.
My understanding was he was separated and going through a divorce.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
That's what Monica told you?
That's what Monica and Fabio both told me.
Okay. So Monica was the reason that Fabio was getting a divorce, though, right?
I asked.
Sustained.
Well, what did Fabio and Monica tell you?
I asked him, and he said, no, I'm separated from my wife. We started dating afterwards.
Okay. Were you close to Fabio then?
At that time?
No, through your time knowing him, did you become close to Fabio?
Yes, very close to Fabio.
Okay. Did you love him like a brother, you testified?
I loved him like a brother, yes.
Would you say that everybody loved Fabio?
Yes.
Was he the life of the party?
He was.
Was he full of life, charismatic, those kind of things?
Absolutely.
But yesterday, when you were first testifying, you didn't state any of those adjectives, correct?
Objection. Ms. Stacy, evidence.
It's overruled.
Do I answer?
You can answer.
I don't remember being asked about his personality, or I would have said that.
Didn't you testify right when you started testifying at the very beginning? One of the first things you told this jury was that he was jealous, and then you went into stories about him getting you kicked out of bars and restaurants and a cigar story, right?
Correct.
Ms. Stacy, evidence.
Overruled.
So that's how you described Fabio when you were first asked. Is there a reason for that?
When I first met him, that's how he was.
Well, that's not what you said, though, right?
I don't understand.
When you described Fabio yesterday, what you described to this courtroom was a jealous man who got people, you and your husband, kicked out of bars for men talking to Monica. That was the description that you gave of Fabio yesterday, correct?
Objection calls for speculation and misstates the evidence.
Overruled both.
I answered.
Did you say that?
Yes, I did say that.
Is there a reason why that's what you chose to say to the jury?
There is no reason.
I mean, surely you're not implying that Fabio deserved to get killed because he was jealous, right?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, you mentioned the state of their relationship. You were asked about the state of their relationship, Fabio and Monica, the time that you knew them. And you stated that they were very happy, they had a great marriage. That's what you observed, right?
That's correct.
Would you consider somebody who had been having an affair on their husband for over a year a great marriage?
Would I consider that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so do you still think they had a great marriage?
I still think it's very complicated.
It's complicated.
Yes.
In a great marriage kind of way?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you consider them to have a great marriage now?
I still...
Irrelevant.
It's overruled.
I still think they had a great marriage.
Okay.
Yes. It is possible to love someone and cheat on them at the same time. It happens all the time.
All right. So that was a great marriage. Okay. Now, you used two examples of their great marriage and them being very happy. And the two examples that you used and told the court and the jury were they were dancing in the kitchen and singing songs. That's what you observed, right?
Yes.
Have you been watching this trial online?
I have not.
Have you been talking to your niece Jessica about videos that she presented to the jury?
I have not talked to Jessica about her testimony at all.
Have you talked to the defense attorney about what's been presented in court?
No.
Are you aware that two videos are presented to the court? One was Fabio and Monica dancing in the kitchen, and the other one was Fabio and Monica singing songs. Were you aware that
I was not aware.
Already presented to the jury?
I was not aware.
So is that a coincidence that was those two examples that you came up with? Can I finish my sentence?
I'll hear the question. Take your objection under submission.
My question was, so was that a coincidence that those two examples that you gave happened to be the two items that were presented to the court by other witnesses during this trial before you?
Sustained.
When is the last time that you spoke about this case and your testimony with the defense team?
The last time I spoke to the defense team?
About this case and your testimony, all inclusive.
A couple of days before I thought I was taking the stand.
Okay, what did you talk about?
How it was going to be on the stand, where I would sit. They told me to review my statement that I sent in, the 4 pages handwritten. I did that. That's what we talked about.
So you interviewed with the defense then on November 16th, 2017. That was 4 or 5 months after your sister was arrested. Is that correct?
I don't remember, but I'm sure.
Would you like to see your report?
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So November 17th, 2017, who did you interview with from the defense team?
I know I spoke with Adam Dawson, and I spoke with Leonard Levine.
Okay, well this was in person at the Sementilli house, correct?
Yes.
All right, so who came to the house?
Both people came on different times.
Well, on this time, November 7th of 2017, who did you talk to?
Again, it was either Adam or Leonard. I don't remember. Is it written on the paper? I didn't see that part.
Well, would you like to look at the paper?
Yes, thanks. With Adam Dawson.
Okay, so that's the investigator for the attorneys on the case.
Correct.
All right. So when you met with him, then you gave him a statement, but that statement was solely focused on, well, let's see here. There was 16 items listed. You saw that, right?
Is there a back? I didn't see the back.
Have you reviewed this document at any point?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you like to review it again?
Yes, please. Thank you. I read the first part. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So when you interviewed with Adam Dawson, the investigator for the defense attorney, he took notes while you talked to him, right?
Yes.
He didn't record the conversation that you know of.
Not that I'm aware.
Were you ever given a transcript of the interview in its entirety, what you talked about?
No.
So were you given this sheet of paper, then the summary of the interview?
Yes.
All right, and everything appeared
Argumentative that it's a summary.
World.
well, it's a summary, right? It's numbered 1 through 16. It's not direct quotes, right?
Correct.
Okay. So out of those 16 items, then, you went through all of those. And during those, the main focus was about Marco.
Correct.
And what you testified to, that he was helping draft a letter for insurance and that of that nature. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The time frame that you talked about of December, well, let me back up there. You interviewed again with the defense. You didn't have another interview then until March of 2024, 7 years later, right?
Correct.
Okay. So between that time frame, you never spoke to the defense?
I spoke to the defense all the time.
Oh, okay. Was anything documented or?
Not about this case, though. About other things.
Okay. Were you part of hiring the defense team?
Yes.
So December through January, December 2016 through January of 2000 time frame when you came to Los Angeles. You talked yesterday about, and today a little bit about, you came, I think it was during Christmas, your Boxing Day. Was that December 27th through January 7th? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about
Okay.
right.
And you were with Monica, you testified the entire time.
Yes.
And you were with her from when you got up until you went to sleep.
Correct.
She was never gone from your presence.
Not that I recall.
World.
Now, during that time frame, you didn't know she was having an affair, as you testified to.
Correct.
Did you ever see her on her phone?
Yes.
Did you know that she had an encrypted app, Viber, and was sending hundreds and hundreds of communications to her lover while you were there?
I had no idea.
She never told you that.
She never told me.
Do you have Viber?
I do not have Viber.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
So your communication then with the defendant, most of your communication was through regular texting. Is that accurate?
Yes, regular texting, WhatsApp, and phone calls.
Okay, well, are you aware that Monica didn't install WhatsApp until January 27th of 2017?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so your communication on WhatsApp would have to have been after that date. Is that
Argumentative.
Sustained as formed.
Are you testifying that you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp before Fabio's murder?
I don't remember when I put it on my phone or when she had it on her phone, but we used it.
Okay, well, yesterday you testified that you were texting her on WhatsApp. So just to confirm then, you weren't texting with her on WhatsApp before the murder?
Well, if you tell me she didn't have it on her phone, then I was mistaken. But
Okay,
we
fair
did
enough.
after.
All right. Now, during that January time frame, December to January, you're with her the whole time, and I have page 272. It is an 18-page document of text messages between Ms. Crescentini and Monica Sementilli. If I may mark that, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
That's 272.
Very good.
Okay, showing you the first page then, that's you on 12/27.
I'm sorry, Council. Yes, 272.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
That's you on 12/27, you're flying in, and that's when you're arriving in Los Angeles, is that correct?
Correct?
All right. Now, you're there till January 7th, right?
6th or 7th, I can't remember. I had to be back at work on the Monday.
So on January 3rd, I blocked out your number. You're texting her around 4:20. Where are you? Right?
Yes, that's what it says.
So you weren't with her this second, right?
Not at that second,
All
apparently.
right. Well, then we get down to, go from 4:22, now we're down to 9:06 at night. Hello? Bino's calling. You don't know where she is now, right?
No, she could have been inside, and I was on the patio, and I just texted her to come out. I don't recall this, but
Okay.
that's a possibility.
Sure. Between 4:22 and 9:06, you don't have a response, and you're looking for her. So you don't know where she is.
She might have been in the house again.
Or she might have been out with her boyfriend.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
She
You know
never
where she
left.
was.
She never. I don't remember her ever leaving.
Okay.
So-
And then, again, on January 6th, and this is page 2, January 6th, 11 o'clock at night, come out my last night. Do you know where she was?
Inside?
Is that what you remember?
Yes.
Okay. So you aren't with her every second.
We were in the house together. She wasn't stuck to my hip.
Well, to be fair, yesterday you said I was with her every second.
She was with me all the time. We were in the same house. I mean, I didn't go with her to the bathroom either.
All right, so on March 4th, then, you had another interview, and this is 2024, with the defense team again, and that was 7 years later, which I kind of alluded to earlier, right? 7 years after the murder.
Yes.
And you were called by the defense team when you lived in Canada. Do you remember that? You got a phone call.
Yes.
Who was it that called you?
I believe it was Leonard.
Do you know for sure?
It could have been Adam.
The investigator?
Yes.
So you don't remember the specifics of this call?
I'm not sure which call you're referring to. Like,
Well-
I remember talking to somebody about my statement, then it was Adam.
It was Adam. So on March 4th, 2024, you spoke with Adam Dawson, the investigator, on the phone while you were in Canada about the facts of this case.
Correct.
All right. And then again, do you know if that call was recorded?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see a transcript of that, of everything that you communicated with Mr. Dawson regarding the facts of this case?
A transcript? No.
Did you receive the report then that is item numbers 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. You did. Were you able to review that?
Yes.
And everything in there was accurate?
Yes.
Now, in that report, and what you testified to was that your usual routine was to call your sister between 4:30 and 5 East Coast time and talk to her while you're having wine.
Correct.
All right. Minor detail, but in court you said 5:30, so time frame of, you said 4:30 to 5, now it's 5:30, but still in the general time frame, right?
That's right. When
All
I
right.
got home from work. Whenever I got home from work.
When you talked to her then, since she didn't have WhatsApp, how did you talk to her? On her cell?
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
For speculation.
How did you talk to her?
I either called her house line or I called her cell phone.
Okay. And when you communicated her, what did you communicate with her most of the time?
Like, which line did I use?
Yes.
I don't know. I would try both. I'd try the house and then I'd call her. Usually it's her cell, I would say.
Okay. Now, I have a 2-page AT&T document, if I may mark this as People's 273.
Yes.
It's cell phone records for the defendant. Let me just black out. Well, I'm not going to publish this, but I don't want to publish a number. There's too many. May I first?
It
right, your number's not blacked out, but can you review the number right here that's highlighted, line item 4 and 5? Is that your phone number?
4 and 5?
Yes.
These two numbers?
Well, not that
Oh,
one.
these ones?
Yes.
Yes, that's my number.
Okay. So on the day of the murder, then you can see here, this is converted for UTC. So really, the phone call on the day of the murder, which would be 1:23, the only phone call that shows here is a call at 6:08 p.m. your time. Right here, because it's converted to UTC, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, there's no calls earlier in the day when you talked about it 2:30, 3:30 on the day of the murder.
Yeah.
Date is to win, and
You just said the day of the murder.
It's overruled.
I might have called the house line then.
Okay,
I'm not
you don't
sure.
remember.
I don't remember.
But it
which number
definitely
I
isn't
called.
in your cell phone records for the defendant. You just saw that you had any conversation with her the day of the murder on her cell phone.
Didn't it say the day of the murder that I called? At 6:08?
6:08 p.m.
Right, which in...
Nothing earlier at 2:30 as you testified to on this record.
I called her when I got home from work. I know this for sure.
Okay. So, again, you talked about you're very close to your sister. You talked to her. Is it fair you talked to her almost every day? You said sometimes 2-3 times a day. Is that right?
Yes, usually we talked every day. There were days when I didn't speak to her because we were going out or I stayed late at work. But mostly every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, yes.
And then before she moved and you lived with her in Canada, you hung out with her, you testified practically every day. You were very close.
Yes.
Would you consider her your best friend?
Yes.
Very close, you love her, you trust her?
I love her, I trust her, one of my closest friends, yes.
Did you talk about everything?
I did.
Okay. Obviously, you didn't know about the affair this entire time, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the wake on June 29th that we referred to, or counsel referred to yesterday, you hear about this awful murder. It was a terrible experience. You flew out. You were comforting Monica. You testified yesterday that when you got there, she was holding this sweater, and there was a hole in it, some version of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, and you also testified that she stayed, your statement was she stayed with that sweater until the wake. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, did she then let go of the sweater when Rob Baker arrived at the wake?
objection, argumentative.
It's overruled.
She didn't have it the night of the wake,
Well, she
but all
stayed
the
with
days leading up to the wake.
Okay, so she stayed with the sweater until the wake.
Yes.
When Rob Baker was there, was she holding the sweater then?
No, she wasn't holding the sweater when anyone came that night.
Now, you thought when Rob Baker got there that it was, you noticed him. It was weird, right?
I noticed him, it was weird.
And why was it weird to you?
Because I knew him as a racquetball coach when I met him, and I thought it was weird that a racquetball coach would be hugging her and consoling her like that.
And it became a thing where everyone was talking about it. Well, when I say everyone, Morella was talking about it, Deborah was talking about it, your mom was upset, everyone that you were close to was upset about this guy, Rob Baker, being there.
I remember Deborah being very upset, coming in and saying, I don't like that guy, telling my mom, I don't like that guy, he shouldn't be here, what's he doing here? And she kind of riled up everybody, including myself and Morella.
Okay, so Deborah riled up everybody.
Yes.
Your mom, though, was upset that he was there.
After Deborah spoke to her, yes.
And your mom had met him before.
Yes.
At a lunch.
A lunch or a dinner or an afternoon.
And your mom was so upset that she told him to fuck off.
I never heard that, and that is very unlike my mother.
Right. It's unlike her. She wouldn't say that unless she's very upset, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
She would never say that. Oh.
So after Rob was directed to leave then, you guys talked about how strange that was Rob was there, right?
Who's we?
You, Monica, Morella. Deborah?
Me, Deborah, and Morella talked about
Okay,
it.
and did you ask Monica about it?
No,
Why not?
I just didn't.
Well, it was suspicious, it was strange, you saw them whispering, you never asked your sister, like, hey, what's going on?
No, I told her, okay, everybody's outside, come make your way outside. And she did. She followed me, she sat on the couch.
Did
the
she
patio
tell you?
couch.
I'm sorry. Did she tell you that night that's the man that I've been having an affair with?
No.
Okay, so that night then a neighbor came over and brought a DVD. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that DVD was of I think the term was the robbers. Is that right?
The DVD was, yes.
Well,
I don't know what term he used to describe it to me. He said, this is the surveillance, you can see two people on it. These, yeah, he might have said these are the robbers. I don't remember his exact words.
Okay. And this DVD then, the neighbor came over and said they had a copy of a DVD showing two people jogging up the street, right?
Yes.
And you knew that it's believed to be the two men that broke in the house and killed your brother-in-law.
I didn't know it was two men. I knew it was burglars. That's
Okay.
what I was told. Burglars.
Eventually you watched it.
Yes, we watched it.
So at the first point you didn't know, but you knew it included possibly the people who killed your brother-in-law.
Yes.
So what did you do with the DVD?
I gave it to my mom, and I told her, put this away and we'll watch it tomorrow.
You didn't want to watch it right away.
No.
And then
It was the night of the wake. We had people there. That's why we did
I
it.
understand. Did you tell Monica that you had it?
I told her the next day.
But you understand that the police already had this, right?
Yes, the neighbor told me that.
Okay, so this was just an extra copy for you to look at.
Correct.
And then the next day, did you tell Monica, hey, we have the video that shows the two people possibly that broke into the house and killed Fabio?
I believe what I did was I gave it to her nephews, Anthony and Daniel, and I asked them to view it while my sister and I believe Marco or Ernie, somebody, we went to go pick up the Porsche from Impound.
So you gave it to somebody else to view?
Yes.
Right, okay. And at some point, Monica came home and you told her that you had this video from the neighbor, and this is the next day, so we're talking about January 30th at this point. You told her that you had this video for her to view.
I had this video and I gave it to the boys to watch, and if she wanted to see it.
And was she upset with you?
She was upset that I didn't tell her right away, that I didn't show her right away.
Did she view it?
Yes.
And after she viewed it, did she come out and say, oh my gosh, I recognize that guy running up the street because I've been having an affair with him for the last year, and I can recognize his body type and how he moves?
It's overruled.
Did she tell you that?
No, absolutely not.
Did she say anything about
No.
recognizing the man that she'd been involved with for over a year on video?
No.
February 2nd through 4th, then, you flew back to Canada for the funeral. Did Monica go with you?
Yes.
And you said that Monica stayed at her mom's house, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's in Woodbridge?
Yes.
All right. Is that where she always stayed?
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, one last question. The night of the wake, did Monica tell you that when Rob Baker was there, he gave her a burner phone?
No.
Do you know what a burner phone is?
I watch TV, so yes.
Okay. She never said anything about getting a burner phone that night?
No.
All right. February 2nd through 4th, then, when you flew back, that was the viewing at the funeral home for Fabio, and then eventually his cremation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So on Friday and Saturday, which is February 3rd and 4th, there was a viewing at a funeral home. Did you guys all go to that?
Yes.
And then Sunday the 6th was the mass, a reception, and a cremation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you could just describe Monica's demeanor during this time, does she appear that she's affected at all by this?
Of course, she was very sad, devastated, quiet. At times I had to lead her. She wanted me to sit beside her. She wanted to There were so many people coming those 3 days. Fabio was a very popular person. A lot of people came, and she cried. She laughed with some people when they told her stories about Fab, memories, just like Morella did, just like I did. She was heartbroken.
And then I believe it was, you mentioned, you wrote out a statement trying to memorialize your memories from that day, right? At some point, and gave it to the defense attorneys.
My handwritten.
Yes.
Yes.
When did you write that, by the way?
Oh, I was still at that house on Queen Victoria, so I was still in Monica's house. So it must have been before we sold it, which was in February of 2018. So maybe January, maybe December 2017.
January of 2017?
Or after.
Sorry.
Yeah, 18.
2018.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You wrote out the best that you could remember memories from the day of the murder, the day after
I was
the
not
murder.
told to write memories.
I'm sorry?
I was not told to write memories.
Well, what did you write?
I was told to write down an account of what happened that day, like who was there, what did you do, where did you go, and that's what I did.
And the defense told you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So on February, that funeral in Canada, February 3rd, 4th, 5th, and you wrote down that Monica was feeling ill and emotional, and so you took her home early. Do you remember taking her home early?
Yes, from the reception.
From the reception. She was drained physically, she was emotionally drained and physically exhausted.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yes.
And you stayed with her until your parents got home because you were worried about her.
Yes.
Did you know that those 3 days, February 3rd, 4th, and 6th, that she was sending explicit, graphic, sexually explicit photos of herself naked to her boyfriend?
No, obviously I did not know.
And did you know that she was sending them from your parents' house?
I had no idea.
If I may approach to show some photos. This is February 3rd.
Of course. Again, Counsel, you do not need permission.
February 3rd, if you want to take a look at those.
Do I look or wait? I don't need to see these.
Okay, so February 3rd, these are graphically explicit naked photos, and that's the day of Fabio's viewing, right?
I didn't see the date.
Well,
you tell me.
February 3rd is the viewing, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Is that your mom's bed then in that one photo that she's laying on naked and the photo that she sent?
It looks like.
That's your mom's bed?
I'm not sure whose bed that is.
Okay, well that's in your mom's house with a dresser right there.
Can I see the dresser? Yes, that is, I recognize the dresser. It's in my mom's house.
Okay.
It's not my mom's bed.
And then on Saturday, again, the viewing. You want to take a look at those photographs? Okay, so that's pictures of her vagina.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep. Do you still support your sister? Yeah, I didn't think so. That look says it all right there. Well, look at her face. Hold on. Wait for it, guys. Do you still support your sister? How you feeling now? Yep. How are you feeling now? Your sister is a terrible individual, Anna. How are you feeling about your testimony now? You know, usually I don't like cross of family members, but I'm sorry, Anna. Sorry. You chose the wrong side in this one. So, Drunky the Bear, she had to be warned of this. Yeah. Yep. You're at your brother-in-law's wake. He's loved by everybody. Your sister's taking shots of her lady parts on your mom's bed and sending it to her lover, who killed your brother-in-law. Have that one make sense. Dude, just say, yeah, she's a terrible person. Yep. That's enough to scar a person. All right, I'm going to go quiet.
Okay, so again, February 4th, the viewing on Saturday, these pictures you reviewed it. Again, it's a picture of the defendant's vagina, blocked out, of course. A picture of her laying, showing her breasts. That's her wedding ring. You recognize your sister's wedding ring, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a picture of her finger in her vagina, blocked out, right? Right? That's what you just saw?
Yes, that's what I saw.
Did you know that was, again, at your parents' house?
No, of course not. I didn't know any of this.
Okay. Then February 5th was the mass and the reception and Fabio's cremation. You want to take a look at those photos?
Do I have to?
Yeah, you do. You recognize those photos?
Your Honor, again, I would object. The witness has already testified she was not aware.
I've already ruled on this, counsel.
Thank you. So you recognize that as the naked photo in the bathroom showing her vagina and her bare breasts. Is that your parents' bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a photograph of her standing, taking a picture of her backside, naked in a mirror. Is that your parents' bathroom?
Yes.
Another photo in the shower, naked, showing her vagina and her breasts. Is that your parents' bathroom as well?
Yes.
And then there's a photo, naked breasts, pulling her pants down, showing her vagina. Do you recognize that room as your parents' house?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And then lastly, laying on another bed with some sheets with blue flowers, showing her breasts and her pants pulled down. Is that your parents' house?
I don't recognize the sheets, Lauren, and there's not enough in the background for me to confirm.
All right. And again, that Sunday was the day that Fabio, there's a mass with a lot of people there, and she was distraught and crying and very upset, right?
Yes, she was.
And that was actually the day that her husband was cremated.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after, while she's in Canada, February 2nd through 4th, 2nd through 4th, that time frame, did she ever tell you then that she was having and had been having an affair with Robert Baker?
She...
Asked and answered, please.
Not by this prosecutor. It's overruled.
I answer. She never told me, ever.
So February 8th then, Monica flew home. She left Canada and she flew home. It was her anniversary with Fabio. You knew that, right?
Yes.
Did you know, and in your letter that you wrote, memorializing, you said that she left with the girls to go back home because she wanted to be alone with Fabio's things. She wanted time, right?
Yes.
She wanted time to grieve alone with the girls.
Correct.
Did you know that when she landed, she immediately went out with Baker, but didn't go home to grieve with her girls?
I did not know.
Did you know that her girls were texting her, asking her late at night when she was coming home?
I did not know.
Okay. Then you were worried about her, so on February 9th, which was the very next day after her anniversary, after she'd been out with Baker, you flew to Los Angeles because you were worried about her, right?
Yes.
And I think you wrote also again that you were worried that she was too depressed.
Yes.
So you got to LA on February 9th, and then 3 days later on the 12th, you went to dinner with Monica and the girls at Fabio's best friend's house, Ernie Valorano. Is that right?
I don't know if it was 3 days later, but yes, we did go to Ernie's house for dinner with the girls.
Within a few days, not holding you to the date, you went to Ernie's house for dinner.
Correct.
Did you ride there with Monica?
Yes.
Okay, so you went with Monica. Did the girls meet there?
Yes.
Now, after dinner, did Monica tell you that she was going out with her friend Sheila?
Yes.
And you told her you wanted to go with her?
Yes, I said, why can't I come?
She wouldn't let you go, right?
She said I wanted to be with my friends.
Did you know that she was actually meeting Robert Baker?
No.
Did you know that she stayed out until 12:59 a.m. with Robert Baker?
I knew she came home around 1.
And you were texting her, asking her about when she was going to come home, right?
I think I did.
What I already marked as People's 272. Okay, this is on 272. She texted you at 10:11 at night and said, "I'm 5 minutes from Ernie's karaoke." That's after she left Ernie's, right?
Yes.
So she went out and texted you, and this is after she told you couldn't go.
Correct.
Now, when she told you couldn't go, she left in her car, and you had to get a ride home with the girls, right?
Correct.
So you took the girls home.
Yes.
And then that same, turning into the early morning hours, you're asking her at 12:59, which is almost 1 in the morning, you on your way home.
Yes.
Were you worried where she was?
I was wondering why it was taking so long.
And she told you she was out with Sheila, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. Now, during this time, you started talking a lot more, I should say, to Deborah Obad. Is that right?
A lot more?
Well, you had known Deborah for years, right?
Yes.
So when you came to LA, that was one of Monica's first friends. So you got to know Deborah because if Monica's your closest friend, best friend, and that's one of her good friends, you knew Deborah.
Yes.
All right. So you and Deborah started talking, and you knew at this point that Deborah was very suspicious of Rob Baker. She was talking to you about that.
I don't remember her ever mentioning Rob Baker. I remember her making jokes about my sister. Oh, your sister, why is she all dressed up? I think she has a boyfriend. Something like to that effect.
Well, didn't Deborah tell you that Deborah believed that your sister had been having an affair with Rob Baker, and you said my sister would never do that?
I don't remember her saying his name, but yes, I have no doubt that I said that.
So is it fair you believed your sister would never be cheating on Fabio before he was killed?
Correct. I would believe that she never would.
And during this time afterwards, you did not believe her to be having an affair with anybody, much less Rob Baker?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Deborah was investigating a lot of your sister's activities on her own, such as calling the police, letting the police know things? Did you know all that?
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know if Deborah was calling the police at all?
Yes.
And she was?
Yes.
And what was she calling them about?
I know specifically that she told me she sent a picture of Rob to the police.
Okay.
And the picture was of the night at the wake.
Oh, with a cut on his finger?
Correct.
Now, did that concern you at all?
No.
Did you ever start having suspicions that Rob Baker could have been involved in the murder of Fabio?
Never.
Despite Deborah, did she talk about she thought Rob was involved?
She never told me that. She thought, I came to assume that she believed that Monica and Rob were having an affair at some point.
Why did you come to assume that?
Because she would make comments all the time, but I don't remember her ever saying Rob.
Did you ever ask Monica about what Deborah was saying?
Yes, I did.
And what did Monica tell you?
Specifically, I asked her, what kind of friend is that would be making jokes like this? Like, I get it, one time it's funny, but to continue on. And Monica said she's just jealous because I'm working out and I lost a lot of weight and I look good, and she thinks that everybody who works out and loses weight and looks good is cheating.
All right. So, when you were visiting her then, and this is the night when you, this is the February 10th through the 19th, that time frame. And you went to dinner at Ernie's, and then she went out. Again, you testified that you were there from February 10th through the 19th. Does that sound right?
Yeah, around those days, yeah.
And yesterday you were testifying again that you were with her every minute. Same thing, pretty much?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
States the evidence.
Overruled.
All right, so February, and again, this is People's 272. At the top here, Anna, hi, are you okay? What is your ETA? And that's at 253, and she talks about how she's driving from Encino and traffic, right?
Yes.
And then Monica is asking if her daughter Bella's home, and you're saying she's not home, and now we're into the 4/12 time frame.
Correct.
Okay, so you weren't with her at this time.
No,
So you weren't with her every second.
not every second.
All right. And then when she went out at Ernie's, when she went out, she told you Sheila, but it was really Rob. You weren't with her then. Right?
That's correct.
All right. And then 213, the day after she went out, this is the following day, you're texting her about you're waiting to speak to a counselor, should be any minute, and are you done? You're having a whole conversation, and Monica's talking about still here. Are you with one of her daughters somewhere?
I believe that I was taking either maybe Isabella to see a counselor.
Okay. For therapy?
For therapy.
Is Isabella the only one that you know that had therapy?
Yes. At
So-
that time, yes.
You're texting Monica, so you're not with her then.
No, clearly I drove Bella.
So you're taking her daughter to therapy.
Yes.
And then on, let's see, now let's jump to February 16th while you're still there. Again, you're texting with Monica. She's still here. Do you know where she was?
No.
All right.
What date was that?
2/16?
No, but I do remember her going back and forth to the dealership about Fab's F-150.
All right. And then you're texting her, you're making, by noon you're making eggs for her daughter, you're doing her laundry, you're watering her plants, and you're cleaning up the dishes, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's multiple multiple texts where you go down, and it says text me when you're on your way. So again, you weren't with her at this time either.
No, not around lunchtime, I guess.
And then on 2/19, that's when you flew home, is that correct? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, around that day, yeah.
So Monica's texting you in the morning then, did you, or I don't know if you need to say morning, but she's texting you, did you land? And you said just walked into the door. Does that seem accurate then? Then 2/19 is when you went back to Canada.
Yes.
Okay. So to be fair, you weren't with her every second again on this other trip to Los Angeles.
No.
And you don't know what she was always doing or texting during those times.
I don't know what she was texting for sure.
Did you know that as soon as you left on February 19th, that day, that she immediately went out with Rob Baker to the Parlor Bar, which is a bar in Los Angeles, and then back to his apartment until 12:20 in the morning and got home at 2:20 in the morning?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Did you know that 2 days after that, on February 21, she was back out with Baker and went to the Parlor Bar again, and then the Dime Bar, and then that time she got home at 1:30 in the morning?
Objection, irrelevant.
It's overruled.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any of these things.
Did you know that 2 days after the 21st, on the 23rd, that she went out with Baker again and got home that time at 4:22 in the morning?
I'm not aware.
Did you know that 2 days after that date, on February 25th, that she went to Baker's apartment and got home at 3:14 in the morning?
Your Honor, objection to
Overruled.
I am not aware.
Were you aware that during all those times when she's out until 2, 3, 4 in the morning, your nieces are texting her, asking her when she's coming home because they're home alone?
I was not aware.
You referenced earlier that you felt safe in the house because Detective Parshall, told you it's fine, it's safe, because they're knock-knock burglars and they won't come back, right? That's why you're saying you felt safe.
Yes.
So you know that Parshall is deceased and not here to testify, right?
Yes.
And Parshall didn't tell you, though, you don't need any surveillance equipment, don't get it fixed. He never said that.
No, he never said that.
He didn't say, you know what, don't lock your doors, don't take any precautions. He didn't say that.
Well, of course I locked the doors and we took precautions. We changed the locks. We had the locks changed, all of that.
The security system, the cameras that secure the house, you're aware that those were not replaced and were not working from the day Fabio was murdered until the time of Monica's arrest.
Correct.
Did that concern you with the girls being in the house alone, knowing that a murder had occurred at that house, that those surveillance cameras were not fixed, a new DVR box, things of that nature?
I didn't seem too concerned because it didn't help the first time.
Well, that's because her boyfriend stole the DVR box, right?
I don't know.
misstates the evidence and argumentative.
Sustained on the second ground.
Are you aware that Rob Baker took the DVR box after he murdered your brother-in-law?
I was aware that the DVD box, or whatever it's called, was missing.
Where was the DVR box?
It was in the garage.
Okay. How did you know that?
I saw it every time we went into the garage where they had their car.
Now, State Farm, then you are aware that State Farm, because you were involved in helping get reimbursement for the house, for what was stolen, broken, things of that nature.
Correct.
So you were involved in assisting Monica with that.
Yes.
And they gave money then to Monica to aid in making herself whole again, basically recoup what was lost, stolen, broken, things of that nature.
I know that they helped. I know that they did some stuff around the house. I'm not aware of any personal things I gave to Monica.
Well, when you say they did stuff around the house, they gave money and Monica did stuff around the house. She hired people.
Yes.
Okay, and that was repainting?
Yes.
That was getting new carpet?
Yes.
New drapes?
Yes.
But not a new security system?
I think that was on the list.
It was on whose list?
Her list of things to do.
Was it ever done?
No, because when I went, it wasn't done.
When the security system then, are you aware that your sister could access the security system that she had from her phone?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
So are you aware then that the police had been asking repeatedly, when Parshall is talking to you and your sister, a key piece that Parshall wanted to know was that security system, because if you can find the security system or the iCloud, you can get a lot of information on who entered that house, right?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you understand that that security system needed to be recovered? The iCloud, the data.
Objection calls for speculation.
Can you repeat the question?
All right, let me rephrase it.
Yes.
Were you aware that Detective Parshall was asking for information on that security system, because if the DVR box is gone, they don't know the brand, they don't know the make, the model, who installed it, they don't know anything. You knew that.
I did not know that. I did not know he was asking her for any kind of information.
Did she ever tell you that he was asking her over and over and over to give him some information or paperwork that related to the brand, make, model, company who installed it?
Objection. Mistakes the evidence and facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember knowing about that. I know we all looked for if she had manuals for the DVD box in her garage, but I don't remember who requested it. I think it was just
Did you know that
tried to find information.
Did you know that your sister never provided the detectives any information that she had on that DVR system?
I was not aware.
Did you know that your sister had, with that remote access, involved a password that she actually had emails from the company regarding that DVR system and how to access it?
I'm not aware of that either.
Did you know that your sister is the one who actually met with the company who installed the DVR and the cameras?
I was not aware of that.
Did you know that your sister sent that information about the DVR and how to view it remotely to her boyfriend, Rob Baker, months before the murder?
I did not know that either.
Monica came back to Canada February 26th through March 3rd for that 1 month memorial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did she stay at your mom's again?
Yes.
And you had a memorial for Fabio.
Yes.
And how was she now that it's, a month and a half or so later, February 26th through March 3rd? What's her demeanor now?
Obviously very sad, very quiet, reserved, didn't want to go anywhere, didn't want to do anything. We convinced her to come out for dinner one night.
She flew home on March 3rd then. Does that sound right?
It sounds right. I don't remember the date though.
Were her girls with her on the trip?
Yeah, I believe so.
On the March 3rd trip?
Yes.
Did you know that when she got home on March 3rd, she immediately went to a hotel with Rob Baker until 6:18 in the morning?
No, I was not aware.
The Myrtle Beach trip, you knew she was going to Myrtle Beach, right?
Yes.
And you believe that she went there alone?
Yes. In the beginning, yes.
All right. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
And why did she tell you that she was going?
She was going because that was where Fabio would have wanted to spend his 50th birthday, and they had planned to go there with his friends, and so she wanted to go there for him.
Wasn't his 50th birthday planned in Pebble Beach?
As far as I knew, it was always South Carolina, but
So you don't know anything about a 50th birthday party that was planned in Pebble Beach? Monica never told you that?
I thought it was always Myrtle Beach.
All right. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her boyfriend, Rob Baker, is from that area?
No, I didn't know.
Did she
didn't
tell
tell
you
me anything about Robert Baker.
Did she tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach with her boyfriend, Rob Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that she was going there and going to attend a bike week?
No.
So when she's in Myrtle Beach, you began texting her, is that correct?
Yes.
And why were you texting her? What were you texting her about?
I was very concerned. She was there alone. I thought it was weird that she wanted to be there alone because she never traveled alone before. But everybody seemed to be okay with it. I asked other people, don't you find it weird? And I asked my husband, he's like, no, makes perfect sense. She wants to do something on her own and just think of Fabio, and that made sense to me. But at some point during our conversations on the phone, I got the distinct impression she wasn't alone.
What gave you that impression?
I don't remember exactly, just the way she was answering me. And then I think I questioned her, are you with somebody there? Is somebody with you? I know you're not alone. And then she just stopped answering my texts.
And if I may mark, it's 5 pages. If I may mark, it's People's 274. It's text messages between the defendant and Anna beginning on June 27, 2017.
Yes.
All right, starting here.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Yeah, just...
May 27th, 2017. Yeah. Is that your text to her then?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? What are you doing?
Yes.
And is this when she's in Myrtle Beach?
I would assume so, yes, from what I remember.
Okay, so she says, good, really hot, I'm at the beach. You have some small talk, right?
Yes.
And then it looks like she sends you some pictures of possibly a beach. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then your text goes on. She's talking about the food there. And again, you think she's alone at this point. Is that right?
It's blurry.
Just wait a second. All right. You think she's alone at this point?
Yes. I said go to a fancy restaurant. Yes.
All right. And then there's some more texts. You want her to call you.
Correct.
And that's on 5/28, the next day. Now, were you talking to her on the phone when she was in Myrtle Beach?
I talked to her a few times on the phone. Yes. I remember that.
And she never told you she was with anyone?
No.
And then as you go into then, you appear to be getting frustrated. On 5/28 at 8:21 at night, I don't understand, Monica. I know you're not there alone, so why don't you just tell me your sister, your best friend? At least I thought, who are you with? Is this when you start questioning if she's telling you the truth?
This is when I started questioning if she was there alone. Yes.
And you go on, what is the big secret? And you send multiple texts, correct, asking about that.
Correct.
And then Monica responds to you, by myself. I don't have to lie. I can do what and when I please without explanation. That's her response to you?
Yes.
But that actually was a lie. She was with somebody.
Apparently, yes.
All right? You get more frustrated. You have several more texts with her then during this time frame. Wait for it to not be blurry. Let me turn the page to blurry. Is it fair that you're getting upset now by her response? You say that's bullshit.
Yes.
Monica says you don't have to understand, no one does, it's not for anyone but me, and tells you good night. Your texts continue. At this point, are you calling her?
I think I tried calling her and she wasn't answering.
All right.
But I really don't remember.
So you then send multiple texts. I won't read them all, but you're basically frustrated. You're trying to get her to respond to you. You're asking her what's the secret. Are you with a guy? You just want to know.
Correct.
But she won't tell you.
No.
Council, let me interrupt you. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here.
So much to go through. All right, let's get to it. Wow, I've got so much. Okay, so Roger Brown came up. Remember, he was a strip club manager. He was Baker's friend. And they talked basically about Baker coming to his house on June 13th, the day before. So this was out of order, right? So they had Anna up yesterday. They pulled Roger up today. Then they put Anna back on. And this is defense. Don't forget, this is defense. And basically out of that testimony, Roger was... Baker was only there for 15 or 20 minutes. Something about Baker's friend Rooster maybe owing money. Didn't really much happen there. No mention of Monica at all. So then let's get back to Anna. Oh, Anna. So it starts with a May 27th conversation with Marco and Marilla. And this was still direct, right? So things are still pleasant and happy and all warm and fuzzy. Monica flew up several times to Canada to visit with Fabio's family. Monica told her law enforcement had DNA samples and it's going to take a long time to test them. Monica was frustrated. She wanted to know who did this. They talked about hiring a PI or offer a reward. Anna said, that's a great idea. Marco even wanted to contribute. But law enforcement said, wait. Did Marco contact you to ask if he could contact Monica? Anna said yes. Marco had a lawyer friend and everyone was concerned about the girls not getting their payout. So she said yes, it was a good idea to suggest that Monica help the process along. Monica had taken 2 trips to Las Vegas after Fabio's passing, one in March, one in May. She doesn't remember March, but she remembers May because it was Cinco de Mayo. She says it was Sheila and her husband. Monica was going with Sheila and her husband. She remembers the other trip, but not the month. She never told her about going to Myrtle Beach. She had no idea about the affair. So here's the defense trying to get ahead of it. She had no idea about the affair, She began to suspect that she wasn't alone through phone conversations. Monica said, "No, I'm here alone. You're being ridiculous." She went into Monica's email and her husband Grant looked. So they had passwords. So I'm like, what's with this family? They like go into each other's email? Oh yeah. Then Blair Burke kept saying Marco. So Marco went into Monica's emails. Marco went into No, Miss Burke, it wasn't Marco. It was Grant. And then she found this email signed Madonna and Rob talking with another couple. And then Deborah Obad makes an appearance. Deborah Obad was asked if my sister was having an affair, and she said yes. So she asked Monica in early June about the affair. Monica didn't deny or admit it. She was in shock. I can't believe this. How dare you ask me if I'm having an affair? I can't believe this. She confirmed after the arrest that there was an affair. But it was a long time after the arrest that she found out about Baker's DNA. Would you continue to support Monica? Objection. That was sustained. Is your testimony honest and true? She said yes. And then we get to cross. And it just came apart like a house of cards in a hurricane force wind. Fabio was separated and was going through a divorce. That's what you said, right? That's what you came right out and said. You asked Fabio directly. Yes. Were you close to Fabio? Yes, very close. Loved him like a brother. Everyone did. He was the life of the party. And yet you didn't state any of those adjectives yesterday. The first thing you said that he was jealous, he was a jealous man, and you got kicked out of bars. So which is he? Is he a jealous man? He got kicked out of bars? Are you victim shaming him? Or he was loved him like a brother? I guess both are. She said a lot of things that were very contradictory, but we'll get to those. When I first met him, that's how he was. The first description you told the jury was he was jealous. No reason I chose that. You're not suggesting Fabio deserved to be killed. Objection. That was sustained. I still think they had, oh my God. I still think they had a great marriage. It's possible to love someone and cheat on them. It happens all the time. How can you love someone, be married to them, and cheat on them? I'm sorry, Anna. No. That's just a no. No. Sorry. No. Hard no. You don't cheat on somebody and still love them. Because that's not love. That's use. You're using them. Okay? Let's call it what it is. You're using them. Have you been watching this trial? She says no. You haven't talked to Jessica or the defense? She says no. When's the last time you spoke to the defense team? She said a couple days before I took the stand. So she reviews her statement, and it was what to expect on the stand, what questions to be asked. Well, you clearly didn't anticipate the prosecution. So November 16th, 2017, she met with defense. It was either Adam Dawson or Leonard Levine at the Sementilli house, but then she looks at her paper again, and it was Adam Dawson, who is an investigator. There were 16 items on that. Mr. Dawson did not record it. There were no direct quotes. It's just a summary. So it's basically just Dawson's notes. He's sitting there asking her questions and just taking notes. Could have been about anything. The main focus was about Marco. Right, shifted blame. And then the next time they talked was March 24th. So 7 years went by. She said she spoke to the defense all the time, but not about this case. How can you talk to the defense and not talk about this case and your sister? What do you talk about then? You talk to the defense all the time, but you don't talk about the case? That makes no sense. Makes no sense. What did you talk about? The weather? Sports? What you're having for dinner? What part of, she was part of hiring the defense. Remember, we were wondering who's paying for the defense? Well, put two and two together. She was part of hiring. So Monica's sucking, well, this is me speculating, who's paying for the defense? Because we know it's not $5 an hour. Was Monica, she was with Monica from the time they got up until the time they went to sleep. Boy, that came back to bite her, huh? I was with her every second I was with her. That came back to haunt her. She saw Monica on the phone. Did you know about Viber? I had no idea. Monica never told me. I don't have Viber and I don't know what it is. Were you aware that on January 27th, 2017, Monica downloaded Viber or downloaded WhatsApp? She's like, didn't know that. Yesterday, you testified you were texting her via WhatsApp. Then I was mistaken. Meaning I was texting her since I've got it, like 2 years before. I was texting Monica 2 years before, but now she says she was mistaken. Then she talks about, she's texting, where are you? And you're not with her at this second. She's like, well, I could have been outside the patio. She could have been inside. And then she texted, hello, Vino's calling. She could have been inside. And then she's like, I don't recall this. And then from 4:22 to 9:06, she's texting. She may have been in the house. I don't remember her ever leaving. And then January 6th at 11 p.m., she texts, come out. And she's like, well, she was inside. I was telling her to come out. All right, fair enough. So you weren't with her every second. Well, she wasn't stuck to my hip. I didn't go to the bathroom with her either. Fair enough. Well, choose your words wisely, Anna. You said you were with her every second of the day. If you were so concerned about her, well, actually, this was before. Choose your words wisely. May 4th, the 2024 meeting with the defense. It was a phone call from Levine. She's not sure about that, but then she changes it to it was Adam. Not sure if it was recorded. She never saw the transcript. Whenever she would call either the house line or the cell. And then she said, usually it was Monica's cell. And then they bring out the AT&T document, confirms it was her number. So January 23rd, the only phone call was at 6:08. No calls earlier in the day. So 6:08 Toronto time would have been 3:08 Monica time. She didn't talk to Monica earlier in the day. She might have called the house line. I don't remember. So there was nothing earlier. I called her when I got home from work. I know this for sure. She considers Monica one of her closest friends. She trusted Monica, but she didn't know about the affair. Then they talk about Monica holding the sweater and it stayed with her through the wake. She didn't have it on the night of the wake. She wasn't holding the sweater when Baker got there. This really irritated me when she talked about this during direct, that Monica was hugging and holding the sweater, and yet then she's wearing Baker's Army t-shirt on the way to the funeral in Toronto. That one just didn't sit well with me. Hold on, I lost my place. It was weird. Okay, it was weird when Baker showed up. He was hugging and consoling Monica. That was weird. Deborah O'Bad was very upset. She was saying, I don't like this guy. She riled up everybody. Her mom had met Baker at lunch or dinner and was so upset she told him to F off. And she's like, that's so out of character for mom to say that. And I think that kind of got objected. She didn't ask Monica about it. She only talked to Deborah and Marilla. Monica didn't tell her, that's the man I'm having an affair with. Then the neighbor comes over with the DVD, but she doesn't remember his exact words. Something about these are the robbers or something like that. These are two joggers. She was told it was the burglars. So gave the DVD to mom and said, we'll watch it tomorrow because it's a wake. We're going to spend time with people. It's the wake. We'll watch it tomorrow. So the next day, did you tell Monica? Anna says, I gave it to her nephews to review it while Monica and her went to pick up the Porsche and impound. So then January 30th, she told Monica, she told Monica that there's this video to view. Monica was upset that she wasn't shown right away. Monica didn't view it, but didn't say, Monica did view it, but didn't say, I recognize the man running up. Monica went with her, so they went together to the funeral in Canada. That's when we see the picture of on the airplane of Monica wearing the Baker's Army t-shirt. She's not hugging the sweater. She's on the way, on the plane, to the wake of this love of her life, but she's not hugging the sweater anymore. The picture that's shown is Baker's Army t-shirt. The night of the wake, did Monica tell you Baker gave her a burner phone? She said, nope. So then we talk about the February 3rd and 4th viewing at the funeral home. February 5th is the mass. reception and cremation. What was Monica's demeanor? She was very sad. She was devastated. She was quiet. There were so many people coming. She cried. She laughed, just like Marilla did, just like I did. You wrote out a statement. She wasn't told to write memories. She was told to write an account of the day. Defense told her to do so. Monica was feeling ill, emotional, took her home early from the reception. She was physically exhausted and emotionally drained. She stayed with Monica until parents got home. Did you know Monica was sending sexually graphic photos of her boyfriend? Nope. Did you know that was from your parents' house? Nope. Then they show photos of Monica in bed, lying naked, sending Baker photos of everything. Even her wedding ring and her finger that was placed in places where it shouldn't be. And this is where Anna just totally crumbled. I don't know why defense didn't warn her about this. I mean, if they did, she's a great actress, but if they didn't, I don't understand why they didn't say, hey, you know what, be prepared. Your sister was taking pictures and sending pictures in your parents' bedroom. Just be aware. And then it's like February 5th. Here's some more pictures I want to show you. And she asks very meekly, do I have to? Yep, you do. Yeah, actually you do. These are photos of your parents' bedroom or bathroom. Monica in the shower of everything. But Monica was distraught and crying throughout the day. I guess that's the way she relieves the pressure. She never told me, ever. She never, ever told me. Then Monica flies home on Fabio's anniversary, their anniversary. In the letter, she wrote Monica left because Monica wanted to be alone and grieve with her girls. She didn't know Monica met Baker instead. Was worried Monica was too depressed, so she flew to LA on February 12th. She rode with Monica to dinner. Monica then said she was going out with Sheila. Why can't I come? Anna asks. Monica says, I just want to be with my friends. Did you know she was meeting Baker? Nope. She knew that she came home around 1 a.m. So Anna took the girls home while Monica went out. She was wondering why Monica was out for so long. She just thought she was with Sheila. Innocent enough. Doesn't remember Deborah talking about Baker, but says sister has a boyfriend. She says, my sister would never do that. My sister would never have an affair, even though she says people cheat all the time, even though they love somebody. So which is it? People do it all the time, they cheat, even though they're in love with somebody, or my sister would never have an affair? Which is it? Did you know that Deborah was calling law enforcement all the time? Nope. Did you know that Deborah sent law enforcement of Rob at the wake with a cut on his hand? Nope. Never suspected Rob was involved. Deborah never told her that. So she assumed at some point, because Deb would make comments about Monica having a boyfriend, and Monica would say, what kind of friend would make those comments? You know, Deb's doing that because she's jealous of Monica. She's working out. She's getting fit. She wasn't with her. So you weren't with her every second. And she shrugs her and shakes her head. I guess I wasn't. So then we get into texting Monica about where are you? She's taking Monica's daughter to therapy, and she's texting Monica, where are you? She doesn't know where Monica is. She's making eggs. She's doing laundry. She's cleaning up. So you're not with her now either. She's like, nope. To be fair, you weren't with Monica every second. Anna, I guess, finally admits, no, she wasn't. February 19th, Monica went out with Baker and got home at 2:20. She wasn't aware of that. Were you aware that she went out the day after? She was out to 4:22. Were you aware that she went out the day after? She was out until 3:14. Nope. Wasn't aware of that. Were you aware your nieces were texting Monica? Wasn't aware of that. You felt safe when Detective Parshall said, oh, don't worry about security. Don't worry. These are the knock-knock burglars. So Parshall never said, don't lock your doors. Don't get surveillance. So says, of course I locked the doors and had the locks changed. And then she says, Anna says, well, the DVR didn't help the first time. Well, it didn't help because are you aware Baker took the DVR box? Jeez. Of course it didn't help the first time because Baker took it. I was aware and I knew where the box was. She knew about the box being in the garage. So she assisted Monica with State Farm about the missing and broken items. So State Farm gave Monica money and she painted. She did new carpeting, all this stuff, but there was no new surveillance put in. She knew Monica could access the CCTV, so the surveillance via the phone. Law enforcement wanted to know about this from Monica, but she didn't know law enforcement had been asking for this information over and over again. So Monica never provided any info on the DVR, and she's like, she was not aware of that. She wasn't aware Monica met with the text. She wasn't aware that Monica sent it to Baker. Then we talk about Myrtle Beach, Pebble Beach, Myrtle Beach. She thought Monica was going for Fabio's 50th birthday. She didn't say anything about Baker. She didn't know about Bike Week. She was texting Monica. She thought Monica was there alone, and it was weird. But she thought, well, okay. She got the impression that she wasn't alone. Then Monica just stopped answering my texts. She's like, "Who are you? Who are you with?" She started to suspect. What's the big secret? Monica would say, "I'm by myself. I don't have to lie. I can do what I want. I can do what I please." And then Anna says, "That's BS." Monica says, "You don't have to understand." Anna says, "I think I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I don't remember." And then she's like, "What's the secret? Are you with a guy?" But Monica won't answer. So that brings us up to date. Where are you guys at? Sinbad, if Anna still supports Monica monetarily, then I'll be in doubt about her. Shock. I'd disown my dear bestie lying sister. Hey, Gilly Pud, are you with us? Hey, Mona says, this day was such a reward. Previously, yep, I agree. We slogged through 28 days, and this one finally brought it. Gordon, I wonder if the penny's starting to drop with Anna, or is she too far into denial? I don't know, man. Therapist, I don't know why defense would call Deb. Doesn't seem like it would help Monica at all. No, not at all. Yeah, don't forget rebuttal. While you guys are talking about rebuttal witnesses, yeah, don't forget the state has a rebuttal. State does have opportunity for rebuttal. Yeah, just wait for Deborah. Yep, my heart goes out for Anna too. She just got sucker punched. She's probably crying. Well, sorry, I don't mean to infer that she is, but I'm sure she's not happy right now. Brat says, one face in front of family, a completely different one as soon as they can't see her. Sinbad, defense thought those photos would never come in. They tried and failed miserably. Should have.
Until the defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and alternate present. Ms. Crescentini, you still under oath. People may continue.
Where I left off, we were going through the Myrtle Beach time frame and the text on 272 is back up. So again, during that trip, you're texting her about where she is, what she's doing. She's not answering you, right? And then, is that correct?
Correct.
And then on the 28th, she says, Monica says to you, OMG, are you crazy? I'm here alone and have been answering to everyone. At which point you responded that you don't believe her. Had you known your sister to lie to you?
I've never known her to lie to me before.
But now you do.
I suspected she was lying.
And now in court you know that your sister is lying to you.
Yes.
Right. So you actually accused her of lying then. You said you are lying. I know you. So you know your sister, you know when she's lying. Correct. And you feel like you know your sister really well. So at this point you knew this wasn't true.
I suspected it wasn't true.
All right. And as you go on, you have many, many, many more texts without going through them where you are telling her you're going to go. Were you going to go to Myrtle Beach?
I was going to go wherever she was.
Why?
Because I was mad she wasn't answering me and I thought she was there with somebody. Friends, whoever, but I wanted to know why she was not telling me the whole truth.
And you continue to send her multiple texts pleading, I'm your sister, please Monica. And when you state you're getting the silent treatment again, it's because she's not answering you.
That's correct.
And again, the texts go on where you're sending her many texts pleading with her to answer you and you're not getting any response. Is that right?
That's right. I think she's with her friends.
And then finally she does answer you and says, I have no reason to lie to you. Capitalized, meaning because you're her sister and you're the one closest to her, why would she lie to you, right?
It's capitalized because I'm the one accusing her at this moment.
All right. And again, she is lying to you right now in this text, though.
I can see that, yeah.
Right. So, you were suspicious when she was in Myrtle Beach, so you testified that you used her password to go in and check her email.
Oh, after she came back.
After she came back. When was that, do you know?
End of May, beginning of June.
All right. So she was back around May 30th, so sometime after that went into her personal email because you suspected that she was lying to you.
I don't remember the reason, but I did it, so yes.
And when you went in there then, you testified that you found some other things, such as she was referring to herself as Madonna. Is that right?
I said I found a note where it was signed Madonna and Rob. Not signed, but typed Madonna and Rob, signed off.
Had you ever heard your sister refer to herself as Madonna?
Never.
And that particular website was, or email that you saw was referencing meeting up with other couples or swinging.
I assumed that's what it was, yes.
Did you ever know, or did your sister ever tell you that she was swinging, meaning have sex with other couples?
No.
Did your sister ever tell you that she was a member and participated over 800 times logging into an app called Lifestyle Lounge, which was for people who swing?
No.
Then when you went into the emails, did you talk to Deborah Obad about that?
Yes.
And again, did Deborah Obad tell you that Monica had been cheating on Fabio and in a relationship with this Rob Baker?
That was the first time she mentioned Rob Baker's name to me.
Okay, so she didn't say the name's Rob Baker, but when she talked about before, she did talk to you about Monica cheating, having an affair, seeing someone, right?
She only made jokes in reference to me.
Well, what kind of jokes?
Like, look at your sister, she's so skinny, she must be having an affair. Look at her, where's she going with those boots? She must be going to meet somebody. Things like that.
Well, when was that?
Before Fab even died.
Okay, so she made jokes about it before, but you didn't suspect anything. Then after he died, at that point, Deborah definitely had her suspicions about Rob Baker and was talking to you about it.
Objection calls for speculation.
It's compound. Just stand on that ground.
Did Deborah talk to you about Rob Baker specifically having a relationship with your sister after Fabio died?
Call for hearsay objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember her ever saying his name to me before that conversation that I had about Myrtle Beach and the emails that I found.
Okay, well then, rather than say his name, did she talk about the racquetball guy? You knew, or reference Rob Baker. You knew who he was.
I don't remember her referencing racquetball player or anything like that. I really don't.
Now, after she came back from Myrtle Beach, did you confront her then? Let's talk first about her trip to Myrtle Beach.
Are you talking about my sister now?
Yes.
So when she came to Canada, yes, I confronted her along with my mom.
You and your mom, what did you confront her about?
We asked her if she was having an affair.
And what did she tell you?
She didn't answer us. She just said, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." She was quiet, and I said, "Monica, are you having an affair? Is it with Rob?" And she just said, "I can't believe this, I can't believe this." And then I showed her the printout of whatever that letter said, and I'm like, "Who is Madonna? And who's Rob?" And she said, "I can't believe this, I can't believe this." And she got up and left, went upstairs, seemed like she was trying to pack. Then she came downstairs, she went outside, started walking down the street. I followed her, I asked her, "Where are you going?" She didn't answer, she was on her phone. I told her, convinced her to come back into the house. She came back into the house. Obviously, my mom and I were devastated. And
why were you devastated?
Because we had no idea that she was having, we assumed that she was. Like, even though she didn't admit it, I can tell that it was true.
Were you devastated that she'd been lying to you?
Yes, devastated that she lied to me, devastated that she had this affair, devastated that she was doing a swinging lifestyle. Like, we were just shocked.
But at this point, sorry,
upset. But the fact that she had an affair and lied, of course she's going to lie. She wants to cover the affair. Doesn't mean that she had anything to do with his murder.
All right. So when she still didn't admit, though, that she was having an affair to you in Canada when you confronted her with your mother.
Correct.
She still didn't admit that to you.
She didn't.
All right.
She never came out and said the words.
Well, she never admitted she had an affair with Rob Baker.
She never said those words.
All
That's right.
You testified before that, again, this is a subject where it's your sister, it's the person closest to her. Along that line, until her arrest on June 14th, 2017, just to be clear, did she ever tell you that she had been seeing Rob Baker or was currently seeing Rob Baker, anything of that nature?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Until her arrest, okay? Did she ever tell you that she had been having an affair with Rob Baker at any time? Before Fabio died or after Fabio died?
No, she never admitted anything to me. And I confronted her the night before she left to come back to LA, and the very next day she was arrested.
All right. Did she tell you that her daughter, Jessica, your niece, actually caught Rob Baker in her bed in the Sementilli home in the summer or the spring of 2016 when Fabio was out of town traveling on business? Did she ever tell you that?
Monica never told me that.
Well, you said Monica. Did someone tell you that?
Deborah told me that.
So you did have conversations with Deborah prior about this situation of Jessica finding Rob Baker in your sister's bed.
I believe this.
In fact, not an evidence.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I believe this conversation happened after Monica was arrested.
All right. So Jessica never told you about what she found in her mom's bed, finding Rob there.
Jessica told me after Monica was arrested, and I spent time with them.
Did she ever tell you that immediately following Fabio's murder, February 21, that she was already going out to bars?
Overruled.
Did my sister
Yes.
tell me that she was going out to bars?
Yes.
No.
Did she tell you she was going to comedy clubs?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having trouble at home with her daughters, pleading for her to be home while she was out?
No.
Did she ever tell you, ever, about that Viber encrypted app where she could communicate with her lover on it thousands upon thousands of times?
Objection. Cumulative.
We're just getting cumulative counsel.
Did she ever tell you that when she went to Vegas, you said the first time she was going with, you don't remember the first time. Is that right? The first time she went to Vegas?
That's correct.
So she never told you that she was going there with Rob Baker that first time in March. Is that right?
That's overruled.
She never told me, no.
Did she ever tell you that she lied to her friends and Wella employees as well as her own kids and told them that she was going with friends? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she told me she was going with friends.
Okay, but did she tell you that she also lied to Wella people about that?
No.
Did she tell you that she also lied to her own kids about that fact?
No.
Did she also tell you that she lied to her friends about that fact?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
When she went back to Las Vegas in May, she told you she was going, you testified, with Sheila and Rob, right?
Sheila and Sheila's husband.
Okay, Sheila and Sheila's husband. Did she tell you that she was also going with Rob Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that she paid for the suite in Las Vegas?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she paid over a $500 dinner for a birthday dinner with her boyfriend?
No, again, she's kept that from me because she's having an affair, and obviously she didn't want anyone to know.
Including her own sister, who was her best friend, who talked to her 2 to 3 times every day.
That's correct.
All right. Did she tell you that, ever that she was a member of a swinging group?
Never.
Did she tell you that she had sex with other men while her boyfriend, Rob Baker, watched her on FaceTime?
No.
Did she tell you that she lied to the police and said she knew nothing about the surveillance system when in fact she is the person who had it installed and had all the paperwork?
Objection. Asked and answered. Cumulative.
That's not correct. It's overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she wanted to ditch her last name Sementilli?
Objection. Argumentative.
It's overruled.
Facts not in evidence.
I've ruled.
No.
Did she tell you that after she's arrested, in letters to her lover Rob Baker and jail calls to him, she talked about wanting to ditch her last name Sementilli and be called Mrs. Baker?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that prior to Fabio's murder, she referred to herself as Mrs. Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that prior to Fabio's murder, when she was at Rob Baker's house, that she wrote Mrs. Baker in lipstick on his mirror in his bedroom?
No.
Did she tell you that she had told people at the gym that she was unhappy in her marriage prior to the murder of Fabio?
No. I knew she told them that she was lonely. She would tell me that too.
Okay, my question is, did she tell you that she told them she was unhappy in her marriage?
No.
Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Based on everything that you've testified, is it still your testimony that you trust what your sister says to you?
I believe my sister. I know she was lying because she was hiding an affair. She knew I
That's not
wouldn't
my
agree. Do I trust her? Yes.
Do you trust her to tell you the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crescentini, you testified in response to my questions earlier that you learned at some point that Monica had been having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes.
And that was after you, with your husband, went on Monica's emails up in Canada, where, because she had used your family's computers, the passwords were already stored, correct?
Correct.
You didn't separately find passwords to go into her computer. She had just openly used your computers at your home to access her emails, correct?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor, after you testified that you were unaware that Monica had been having an affair, came up and showed you a series of explicit sexual photos that Monica had exchanged with Robert Baker, correct?
Yes.
And she asked you repeated questions about whether you had seen those photos or knew about those photos.
She did, yes.
And she suggested to you that you somehow, if you had known about Monica sending explicit sexual photos, that would mean that Monica wasn't devastated and grieving because someone had killed her husband, correct?
Sustained.
Is it true that during that period that the prosecutor was saying those photos were sent, Monica was in Canada, devastated and grieving, based on your observations, that Fabio, her husband, had been murdered?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you questions about a phone call you had and described with Monica the day Fabio was murdered. Earlier in the day, late afternoon, early evening, Canada time, and mid-afternoon, LA time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
and you described a telephone conversation that you knew you had had, and the prosecutor put up exhibits showing you phone records for Monica's cell phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you if anywhere on there was evidence or a document that reflected the phone call that you had just earlier testified you had had with Monica on the day Fabio was killed, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I mark as next in order, and forgive me, I don't know them.
627, what is it, please?
627. It is a 2-page AT&T document for phone number 818. Excuse me.
If it's just a telephone record, it's 627.
Yes. My phone number up. I'm sorry. Page 1, Ms. Crescentini, of the photograph of, or the copy of this record. Do you recognize the number as the originating number on 12317 at 22:02:19 UTC time? And if I tell you that that in California would be 8 hours less, which would be 14:02 California time and 2:02 p.m., do you recognize that number, that 416?
That is my number.
Okay. And do you recognize the number that you called without saying it?
Yes, that's Monica's phone number, but I don't remember if it's the house or her cell phone.
Okay. And in fact, at that time, 14:02 or 2:02 p.m. on January 23, 2017, did you in fact have a 21-minute, 44-second telephone call with your sister, Monica?
Yes, as I testified before, I called her and we talked.
And specifically, you called her and you talked about the exact things you testified to, correct?
Correct.
So the document the prosecutor showed you of another telephone record for a different telephone line that Monica had didn't reflect any phone call, but this record, just introduced by the defense, clearly reflects that 22-minute call from you to Monica, correct?
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you about some State Farm insurance claims that were suggested that Monica was making for, I think the prosecutor said, drapes and other items. Do you recall that question from the prosecutor?
Yes.
In fact, you did you not suggested to Monica that she contact State Farm and set up a meeting with State Farm, correct?
That is correct. It was my idea.
And in fact, you were there when Monica met with State Farm, correct?
Yes, with Joyce,
Who is Joyce?
the State Farm agent.
And in fact, it was Joyce who identified to Monica from looking at the house what State Farm would like to do in terms of replacing items in the house, correct?
Yes, she went into detail about all the things that they can do. We can replace this, we can paint this, it's all, you don't have to worry, it's all covered, it's part of your policy. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a little bit excessive, but if it's covered, sure. And Monica was in the process of deciding on whether or not she was selling the house. I think she even hired a real estate agent at that point.
And in fact, Monica did not take advantage of everything that Joyce was offering that State Farm would pay for, and only asked for a few items to be covered by State Farm, correct?
That's correct. She wanted the piece of carpeting in her room, the fingerprint, like painting, the fingerprint dust off. That's about it. Reimburse her for changing the locks. I can't remember what else, but basic things that I agreed with. And then when Joyce came over, she said, "Oh, we could also do this, and we could also do this, and we could also replace this."
And in fact, she declined those things that Joyce suggested in addition to be replaced, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you earlier about this surveillance video that the neighbor had brought over a copy of for you all to have. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in fact, when the neighbor brought the surveillance video over, were you aware that it was your sister on the night of the murder who had suggested to the police that they contact a specific neighbor, Leslie Hamilton, to see if there was surveillance video of the killers coming to the house?
Objection. Leading and assumes facts were in evidence.
I'll allow it.
I wasn't aware that she did that.
And were you aware that it was from that information that the LAPD obtained the surveillance video?
Objection. Same.
Ms. Crescentini, you knew at the time you reviewed the surveillance video yourself, you knew and had met and had even played racquetball with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes.
You knew what he looked like, correct?
Yes.
You'd seen him most recently the night before when he came to the wake for Fabio, correct?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the surveillance video, did you recognize Rob Baker from either of the photos of the suspects contained in that video?
Absolutely not.
And in fact, when you viewed the video, you could see that the suspects were covered head to toe with large sweatshirts and covering, correct?
Correct.
And that their faces were covered with drawstrings and hats, or sweatshirt hats, where you could see very little of their faces, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you had learned that even after the LAPD had photographs of Rob Baker from the night before at the wake, they could not match Rob Baker to either of the men in the video.
Objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
So all of these questions by the prosecutor about however many times the prosecutor asked you about not knowing that your sister went to Las Vegas and went to Myrtle Beach with Rob Baker and engaged in swinging, sexual swinging, and made attempts to cover up her affair with Rob Baker. You made clear from the start your sister tried to conceal her affair with Rob Baker, right?
That's exactly right.
And at no time did you, learning that she had lied about her affair with Rob Baker, did that ever in any way change your mind about believing that your sister had nothing to do with Fabio Sementilli's murder?
I believe she had nothing to do with that murder. She was just concealing an affair and her lifestyle.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further by the people?
Just briefly. The State Farm Insurance used the words that you couldn't believe it is excessive what they were giving you, right?
What Joyce
States the evidence.
Well, that was the word you used, excessive.
Yes, what Joyce presented.
Right. Okay, so that would include security, right?
Yes.
But your sister didn't want to get any new security. She'd rather have the house repainted.
Objection, argumentative.
That's form sustain.
She didn't want to get security.
It's not that she didn't want to. They offered it, and we talked about it, and then I left. I don't know what my sister picked to do or not.
Well, you do know because you didn't see any new security ever come in, right?
When I came back and after she was
Did you ever
arrested,
see it?
no.
Okay. And then, as far as recognizing the image of Rob Baker running up the street, you didn't recognize him.
No.
You weren't having sex with him for the last year, though, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
You were never in a relationship with Rob Baker for a year and a half, where you saw him on a regular basis and knew the way he ran, moved, walked, ran, right?
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
It's overruled.
I clearly was not.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further by the defense?
No, thank you, John.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. Defense, we call the next witness.
Yes, you call Bella Sementilli on, Isabella?
Just right there, if you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Isabella Sementilli, Isabella Sementilli.
Thank you, Anna. May I address her as Isabella?
Any way you want. I'll address Ms. Sementilli.
Okay. Well, I know you as Bella, is that correct?
Yes.
And we met, 7 years ago after your mother was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and I was retained as her attorney, correct?
Yes.
Have we spoke many times since then over the last 7 years?
Yes.
Most of them having to do with scheduling and how the trial is proceeding, if it's going to proceed, so forth and so on. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get to this, but obviously you were the one who discovered the body of your father on the day of his murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were the subject of many interviews, I assume, by the police. Is that right?
Yes.
You remember, and also you were the one who made the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay, and tried to revive him following the commands or orders of the person on the 911 call and trying to save his life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were interviewed, I take it, that night by the police?
Yes.
Did you, I take it, you tell me what condition you were in emotionally when that occurred?
That day when I was interviewed by the police, I tried my best. I mean, I was crying. I was in shock. So.
Your mother was also present at that time, correct?
Yes.
How long after you arrived at the scene and saw your father out on the patio did your mother arrive?
It was probably less than 10 minutes she was there. She was home.
And your mother is the defendant in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe what condition she was in after realizing that Fabio had been murdered?
She fell to her knees when she came home. She was screaming, crying. She couldn't stand up on her own. The minute she walked outside and saw what was happening, she fell to the floor.
Did that condition you observed change to any great degree the rest of that first night?
No.
When you say crying, did you see tears?
Yeah.
How do you know they were tears?
Because she was crying. Her face was wet.
Let me ask you this, Bella. Before, well, a little background. How old are you now?
24.
And how old were you at the time of your father's murder?
16.
Okay. And you were living on Victoria?
Yes.
Queen Victoria Drive, is that it?
Yes.
Did I get it right? And you had moved there from Canada, is that correct?
Yes.
How old were you when you moved to Los Angeles?
10.
From Canada? 10?
Yes.
And you moved there with your father and your sister Jessica, is that right?
Yes, and my mom.
And your mom. Could you describe briefly how you believe your parents' marriage was leading up to the time your father died?
Yeah, they were best friends. They always went on dates together, and then if they went out, they always took us with them too. We were like a unit. We went on vacations together. They always told me to marry someone who's your best friend, and they were best friends. So.
Was your father a good father?
Yes.
Was your mother a good mother?
Yes.
You know now, and found out, I assume at some point, that your mom was having an affair with Robert Baker, correct?
Yes, the day she was arrested.
Okay. And how'd you feel about that?
I didn't believe it at first. I was pretty flustered and frustrated. And then they told me she was arrested, and then I went home after that and met up with my sister.
Did that affect your feelings towards your mother in terms of her marriage with your father?
Yeah.
How?
I was upset. Yeah.
Had you had any idea that that was occurring until your mother's arrest?
No.
Okay. And up to that time, had you seen your parents appear to be very happy together?
Yes, very happy.
So let me ask you this. On the day of the murder, do you remember, well, let me ask you first, do you remember waking up, what time that was?
Yeah, it was 6:45 in the morning.
And what did you do that morning?
I went to school.
Were you going to school regularly then?
Yes.
And what school was that?
Agora High School.
So, what time did you leave the house?
7:25, usually, 7:30.
Okay. And did you drive to school?
Yes.
What were you driving?
A Fiat, a white Fiat.
Okay. Did you notice whether your father was home that morning?
Yes, I did.
And was he home?
Yes.
Did you say hi to him?
Yes.
What was he doing when you saw him?
Just making coffee as I was leaving.
Did you know that morning whether he was going to work or not?
I did not know.
Did he at times stay home from work and skip work?
Yes, sometimes.
How often was that?
Once every few months.
When did you find out, if you did, that he had stayed home that day and had not gone into work?
I didn't know.
When did you find out?
When I came home.
during the course of the investigation?
Yes.
So you were out the entire day until you returned
Yes.
to home, is that right?
Yes.
What time did you get out of school that day?
Around 3 o'clock.
Was that normal?
Yes.
And normally would you come home from school?
Yes.
How long would it take you normally to go from Agoura High School to home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a weekday?
30 to 45 minutes.
Did you have anything though planned that day before coming home?
I had a job interview.
Okay. Did your mother know about that?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that job interview and with who?
It was at Italia Deli with the manager.
Where?
With the manager in
yes.
Woodland Hills.
And approximately, or if you know the address, do you know the address?
I don't know the address. It's on Canaan and Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
And how far was that from Agoura High School?
5 minutes.
How would you get there, or how did you get there that day, if you remember?
I drove.
And what route did you take?
I took Canaan to Thousand Oaks, that intersection. It's right next to my school, so I just turned out of my school and went there.
Okay, and it took you how long?
5 minutes.
And what did you do when you got there?
I waited there for about 15 minutes, and then I had my interview.
And who was your interview with, you recall?
The manager.
And it was to do what there?
To have a job.
As?
A sandwich maker.
Okay. Your father was a good sandwich maker too, wasn't he? Did you get the job?
Yes.
So what was your plans after leaving the interview?
I was going to go straight home.
Did something interrupt that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was?
My mom called me and said that my prescription glasses were ready and that I could go pick it up, and I asked if I needed someone to come with me, like an adult, because I was 16, and she said she would call them and then call me back to let me know.
And did she call you back and let you know?
Yes.
And did she tell you whether or not she would have to be there with you, or whether you could just go there on your own and then go home?
She called me back and said I can go pick it up myself and then come home.
And did you do that?
Yes.
When you called her, were you still at the Italian Deli, or were you driving home already?
I was driving home already.
And then you went to the eye doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
You remember his name?
Dr. Cohen.
Okay. And you remember how long it took you to get there?
From where I was on the freeway, it was probably 15 minutes to get there, and then I picked up my glasses.
Okay. And you did not, your mother said she did not have to be there with you?
She did not have to be there with me.
So you just picked them up and left, correct?
Correct.
You did not have any eye exam or anything necessary at that point?
No.
You'd already been through that?
Right.
And then how long did it take you to get from Dr. Cohen's office to home?
It took me 7 minutes to get home.
Okay. So can you tell us, as best you recall, what time it was that you first reached your home and parked?
It had to have been around 4:15, I remember.
Sometime before 5 o'clock?
Before 5, yeah.
You don't know the exact time?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And where'd you park?
I parked on the street outside of my house. That's usually where I parked.
Okay. Now, was the garage, how would you usually enter the house when you would park there?
I would enter the garage key code, and the garage would open, and then I would go through the door that leads to the kitchen.
Was that the shortest route to take to get into the house?
Yeah, I could have gone through the front door, but we rarely go through the front door.
Okay. And you had some kind of button to push, you said?
Yeah, on the outside of the garage, usually.
Okay, and did you do that?
No.
What did you do?
The garage was already open.
And did you see anything in the inside of the garage? Did you see the Porsche, for instance?
No, it was not there.
Your father owned a Porsche, is that right?
Yes.
Had he recently purchased it?
Yes.
About how long before?
I don't remember.
Well, his death occurred about January 23rd,
Yes.
2017.
Yeah.
Do you recall him getting the Porsche around Christmas time?
The fall, Christmas, something like that, yeah.
Do you know why he got a Porsche?
No.
Did you know if he liked that car?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you see that car in the garage when you pulled home?
No.
Did that surprise you, or had you not yet learned that your father had stayed home that day?
It surprised me because usually the garage door and the gate are closed, but every once in a while someone will forget to shut it on their way out, so it was unusual, yeah.
Did you notice any blood on the garage door floor?
Not in the garage, no.
How did your father usually park the Porsche, if you remember? That is, was it straight in with, or did he back it in?
I would say straight in more than backed in.
Okay. But he was not there at that time?
No.
So where did you go?
So I went through the garage into the door that leads to the kitchen.
And the first thing you saw was your father, is that right?
Yes, when you open the door, there's a big window in the kitchen that you can see outside. So I opened the door and I saw him, what looked like him to just be sitting outside.
And how long did it take you to realize that it looked like he had been attacked and was either dead or had real problems?
There was blood all over the kitchen. As I was walking in, I noticed it on the floor, on the walls, on the door, and it smelled like vinegar.
And what's the first thing you did?
I didn't even go outside. I just called 911 right away. I just dropped my stuff, and then I went outside after.
Okay. And do you know how long you were on the phone with 911?
No, I don't remember.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when your mother arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she arrive? That is, where did you first see her?
She opened the door to the backyard, which is where I was, and just yelled what happened and screaming.
Okay. And at some point, was she on the 911 call with you?
I don't remember.
At some point, were you getting instructions from the operator on how to hopefully save your father's life?
Yes.
And was your mother involved in that as well?
Yes.
And what was the operator telling you to do?
Put him on his back.
And did you attempt to do that with your mother's help?
We tried, but we couldn't do it.
He was just too big?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make any attempts pursuant to the instructions of 911 to revive your father?
Yeah, I attempted.
And what was that?
To try and turn him. Well, at first they told me to turn him on his back, but I was by myself at that point. My mom hadn't come home yet, and I was trying. And I even said on the call, I can't do it. He's too heavy for me to do it. And then shortly after, my mom came, and I told her, they're telling me to put him on his back, and she was trying to help me.
And before you could do that, did anyone else arrive?
No.
How long were you there before anyone arrived from the fire department, police department, or any agency?
Less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Were you and your mom still trying to turn him over and help him?
Yes.
And I assume there was a lot of blood there?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you first notice arriving at the scene?
The firemen.
And was there more than one?
Yes.
Did they take over at that time in terms of caring for your father?
Yes, they told me and my mom to stay inside.
And where did you go with her?
To the dining table inside.
And was she with you the whole time?
Yes.
And was her physical condition any different than you described when she got there and saw the body?
It was the same.
And what about you, Bella? What shape were you in at that point? Do you remember?
I was just in shock. Again, I was crying, but then I wasn't crying. I was trying to be responsible. I was trying to help my mom. It's all over the place. So.
who else arrived, or who were the first people to arrive after the initial firemen?
I remember Deborah first.
Deborah Obad?
Yeah.
Now, your sister Jessica,
Yeah.
had she been babysitting as far as you knew at the Obad house?
I didn't know that she was babysitting. I just thought she was out somewhere.
Okay. And was she the next member of the family you saw?
Yeah.
And was Deborah Obad with her?
No.
Okay.
No.
So eventually the police arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and before they arrived, where were you and your mother?
At the dining room table.
Just waiting?
Yeah.
And were the firemen still working on your dad?
Yes.
At some point, did they tell you and your mom that they could do no more and he had died?
Yes.
About how long after they arrived did they tell you that?
I don't remember the timing.
Okay. And I assume that the condition of you and your mother remained the same, is that right?
Yeah.
How long was it before any police officers arrived?
I don't remember.
Were they the next people you saw, or was this someone else?
Yeah.
And at some point, were you directed out of the house and told you could not stay there for now and had to go to a neighbor's house?
Yes.
Do you remember which neighbor that was?
Yes.
Whose?
Vanessa Schachter is my neighbor.
And was this someone you knew well?
Yes.
And how far away was that house from your house?
Like 5 steps.
Had your sister arrived by then?
Yes.
So did you and your mom and your sister go to the Schachter house?
Yes.
Were you escorted there by an officer?
Yes.
How long were you there before you were spoken to by any of the police?
I was probably there for about half an hour.
Were you with your mom the same time, all the time?
The whole time up until we did separate interviews with the detectives.
And was that at their direction?
Yeah.
Do you remember the names of any of the detectives who came there?
I don't remember.
You remember now? Does Parshall ring a bell, or?
Parshall rings a bell, yeah.
Okay. Your interview with them, was that separate, away from your mom and your sister?
It was me and my sister together.
Okay. And was your mother interviewed separately?
Yes.
And after the interviews concluded, what happened with you and your mom and your sister, if you know?
We went to sleep at Deborah's house.
Did your mom want to sleep at Deborah's house?
I don't remember if she wanted to or not.
So you and your mom and Jessica went over to Deborah's house?
Yes.
Didn't your mom want to sleep home in the family house?
I don't remember if she wanted to or not.
Did you?
No.
So Deborah had arrived by then, is that correct?
Yeah, she was with us at the Schachter's house too.
And I assume a lot of other people had arrived, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you meet any of them, such as people from Wella or neighbors or even looky-loos?
Yes, my dad's friends came.
Did you talk to them?
Yeah, they gave us hugs and tried to comfort us.
Everyone was in pretty much the same condition, shocked?
Shocked, yeah.
Let me ask you this, Bella. Before your father's death, how would you have described your father's marriage with your mom?
They were best friends.
Did your dad have a favorite song?
Yes.
What was that song?
My Way by Frank Sinatra.
Did you ever see your mom sing that song during any of the events that took place, ceremonies or funerals following your father's death?
Yes.
Where was that?
I was not physically there. I just saw videos of it, but I do remember her singing it on a stage, and then I remember her singing it at my cousin's graduation in New York.
Okay. And were there other family members on the stage with her when she sang it?
Yes.
Was one of them Morella?
Yes.
That was from your father's family? How is she related to you?
She's my dad's sister.
Okay. And was she smiling and clapping and singing along?
Yes.
At any time, at least before your mother's arrest, did anyone say to you that they thought your mother was acting inappropriately at any of the events that she attended, or the funeral, or anything like that?
No.
You were at the funeral in Canada, is that right?
Yes.
Was there also a funeral ceremony here in Los Angeles area?
Yes.
Okay. You were there as well?
Yes.
When you went to Canada for your father's funeral and burial, was he cremated, or was he buried himself without being cremated? Do you
He
remember?
was cremated.
And can you remember who made that decision, if you know?
I don't remember who made that decision, but it was me, my sister, my brother, and my mom that had a conversation about it, and we all agreed to cremate him.
Okay. Did anyone complain about that from Fabio's family?
No.
Did you hear any complaints about, well, let me ask you this, so was he cremated?
Yes.
And then his remains were buried where, or placed where? Do you
They're
remember?
in Toronto.
Where?
In Canada, in Toronto.
Okay. Did anyone complain about that?
No.
Following that, did any members of your family come out to stay with you and your mom and your sister?
Yes.
To help out?
Yes.
And who was that?
My Aunt Anna came, my grandmother came, Morella came a few times. That's all I really remember.
And your Aunt Anna was just here in court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came, what did they do for you and Bella and your mom?
Just comfort us, keep us busy, helped us out. That's it. That's it.
Help you grieve?
Yeah.
Were they all there for you?
Yeah.
Did you have any issues with your father's family at that time?
No.
Did everyone appear to be in the same condition, and that is do the best they could to help you and your sister and your mom survive this terrible tragedy?
Yes.
Okay. What about your cousin Luigi? Did he come?
My brother?
Your brother, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't remember during that time.
Before then, what was the relationship with your father's family?
We were close.
Did you ever go on trips with them?
Like small weekend trips, yeah.
Did they ever come out to California
Yes.
for any particular holidays?
I'm not sure about a holiday, but they would come randomly throughout the year, yes.
And I'm talking about when your father was alive.
Yes, when my father was alive.
Who would come?
Morella, her partner Marco, her daughter Vanessa, Anthony and Stephanie would come too. They're my cousins. Yeah.
And how long were your parents married before your father was murdered?
22. They were married in 96, so 22, I think.
And at any time did you and your family, or Fabio and your mom's family, go to Canada on vacations or visits?
Yes.
And how often did that occur?
It was either we would go during the summer for a few weeks, or we would go for Christmas, so once a year.
And again, how would you describe how the two families got along or interacted?
We would spend equal time with each side of the family.
And get along?
Yeah.
How well?
Got along well.
Did any of that change at some point, the relationship between you and your sister and your mom, or specifically you and your sister with your dad's family?
Yes.
And when did that occur, if you can tell us or recall?
When my mom was arrested, I remember at first I did feel cared for by the Sementilli family as time went on, and I showed my I stand by my mom and I stand by her innocence in this whole thing. Then the relationship quickly ended because they blasted her on social media every day.
So did things change specifically when you made it clear and your sister that you believed your mom was innocent?
Yes.
And they did not, obviously, from what you're saying, react to that well.
Right.
When you say blasted on media,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
The day she was arrested, already there were posts on Instagram and Facebook about her and saying horrible things about her. And then that just continued and got even worse as time went on. And because they're my family and I followed them on social media, and I was 17 years old at the time, I would see all of it, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. So
what'd you do about it?
So I had to block them on social media because I didn't want to see it. And I tried to keep a personal relationship, but then that ended quickly after.
Who did you try to keep the personal relationship with?
All of them.
And what was the response?
At first, I did want to see them. I did want to keep a relationship with them. And they tried the best that they could, but they're just too angry, so.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Morella and her family.
So did the relationship then change significantly at that point?
Yes.
Now at that time, you were living in the house just with your sister, is that right?
Sister, and then Anna and my grandmother would switch off and come take care of us because I was underage.
Sure. So did they come out to stay with you, one or the other, or both,
yes.
for a lengthy period of time?
Yes.
And what about your dad's family? Did they ever come out to stay with you and help?
They offered, and we wanted them to, and my aunt and my grandmother, Anna and Filomena, offered to leave so that Morella and Loredana could come visit us, but they didn't.
They what?
They didn't.
They wouldn't?
They just didn't come.
Was that because of the animosity that occurred because of your attitude towards your mom and her arrest?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay. Has that changed?
No.
At any time after your dad died, do you recall any of his clothes or personal items being given away or offered to any of the family members?
Yes.
Can you describe when that occurred, for instance, how long after your father's death?
I believe it was sometime in the spring. I know Morella came and her and my mother went through the garage and all of my dad's clothes and were going through everything. My mother was very generous and just let people take what they wanted. And
did you know what the purpose of that was?
I'm not sure what the purpose of it was. I'm assuming just to go through his stuff to see what was there. I don't know.
And if anyone wanted something
they could
as
have
a memento or whatever, could they take it?
Yes.
Okay. Did that bother you in any way?
No.
Did you think that was inappropriate, that your mom was giving some of your father's clothes away to family members?
No.
Did anyone complain there about that to you as to why she was doing it, or complain to your mother in your presence?
No.
Did that ever come up as an issue?
No.
Now this, of course, was before your mother's arrest.
Yes.
And while the families were getting along.
Yes.
Did your now your father had, and the family had the Porsche, and then they had some kind of truck, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was that?
The truck?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of truck it was.
And so, who drove the truck before your father passed away?
My dad. That was his car.
And then he got the Porsche?
And then he got the Porsche.
So, what car did your mother drive after that?
Me and my mom shared the Fiat, the red Fiat.
Who drove the truck?
My dad.
Okay. So he drove both the truck and the Porsche?
Yes.
And your sister?
She drove my mom's old Mustang.
At some point, was the truck turned in or sold back to the dealership?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
No, I don't remember.
Do you recall any of the circumstances surrounding why the truck had to be given back?
I don't remember.
Okay. Eventually, was a new car purchased?
My mom, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
I believe it was a Mustang.
Okay. Was a Mustang one of your dad's favorite cars also?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know, did you ever find out why your father was home that day from work?
No, he would just do that randomly.
Did you ever hear, or did anyone ever tell you anything about a colonoscopy appointment that your father may have had?
No.
So you don't know to this day why he stayed home other than to work at home, is that right?
Right.
When he stayed home and worked at home, where did he work usually?
On the kitchen table.
But he wasn't up when you left that day?
He was up. He was making coffee as I was leaving. He just woke up after me.
And did you talk to him?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't remember, but I'm sure I did.
And that was the last time you saw him alive, is that right?
Yes.
You still believe in your mother's innocence?
Yes.
You know there's a lot of evidence that's been introduced in this case about your dad, the affair.
Yes.
Sustained.
Has any of the evidence that was
Stricken.
Has any of the evidence that you know from, well, first of all, when did you find out your mom was having an affair with Robert Baker?
The day she was arrested.
And who told you that?
The detectives that pulled me out of work. I don't remember who it was.
So you were at work that day?
I was working that day.
At the place where you got the...
The job, yeah.
Okay. And you were pulled out of work by the detectives?
Yes.
You remember who it was?
No.
And were they there in person?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
They took me to a Starbucks down the street and started recording me, and they just said that...
So, wait, started recording you?
They recorded me, yes.
Well, were they asking you questions first?
Yes.
All right, that leads me back. After the first night that you were interviewed by the police, were there other times when they came out to interview you and have you take them around the house and tell you what you did that day and so forth?
Yes.
About how many times did that occur, if you recall?
After the night that my father was killed?
Yes.
Probably only twice.
Okay. And did you cooperate?
Yes.
Did they come out to speak to your mom on occasions also?
Yes.
And did she cooperate?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not you were being recorded?
No.
Did they ever tell you the progress of the investigation into your father's death?
Yes, they did.
And what did they tell you?
They just said it was a robbery gone wrong.
And did your mom often inquire about what the state of the investigation was?
Yes.
And what did they say, if you recall?
They're still finding the guys who did it. That's it.
That they were making progress, things of that nature?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that now that they were lying to you?
Yeah.
So now take me back to you're at school and they bring you out of school. They start questioning you, is that right?
Out of work, yeah. They took me out of work.
Sorry. And were these still additional questions about the investigation, where you were, where your mother was on the day of the incident and so forth?
Yeah, and that was the first time they asked me how I knew Rob Baker.
Okay. Did you know Rob Baker before your mom's arrest?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was the racquetball coach at the gym.
And how did you first meet Mr. Baker?
At the gym.
And can you estimate how long before your father's murder that you first met him?
Probably a year to a year and a half before.
And how did you meet him?
At the gym. I was with my sister and my mom.
And did you play racquetball there as well?
A few times, yeah.
Who played more, you or your sister?
My sister.
Was she better?
Yeah.
What about your mom?
She went often, yeah.
And she played there as well?
Yes.
Did she introduce you to Mr. Baker?
Yes.
As who?
As the racquetball coach.
And how many times would you estimate after that you were at the gym or went to the gym before your father's death?
Say that again, sorry?
How many times, how often would you go to the gym to play racquetball or do anything else?
Not often.
Who went more, you or your sister?
My sister.
So she played racquetball there?
Yes, yes.
And what about your mom?
Often.
Did you, well, when you say often, how often would you estimate that your mom went to the gym that you know of,
Yeah.
racquetball or do anything else?
Yeah, a few times a week.
And the times that you went there, did you see Mr. Baker as well?
I don't remember that. If I was with my sister and my mom, yeah, I used to see him there, but I never went by myself. So.
Was he friendly with you?
Yes.
Did you ever see Robert Baker other than at the gym?
Yes.
Can you tell us the first time you saw him outside of the gym setting?
I don't remember the first time, but there are a few incidences where I've seen him outside of the gym. I don't know what order it is in.
All right. Well, tell us about the first one you remember.
Okay. My cousin was visiting, and we were at the hotel because our house was getting painted, and we were getting off of the freeway. And as we're getting off the freeway, I was in a separate car, and my sister and cousin were in the car in front of me, and her tire popped. And I remember them pulling over to the side of the road, and a car pulled up behind her. I called her and I asked her what happened, and she said that her tire popped, but she sees Rob is behind her, so he helps them with her flat tire.
And when she said Rob was behind her, did you know who she was talking about?
Yes.
Was that Robert Baker?
Yes.
Did you know why he was behind her?
No.
Did you know if anyone had called him?
No.
Did you see him outside the car? Did you say hello or anything? Or
No.
what did you do?
I kept driving because I was behind them.
And he helped fix the tire, is that right?
He called someone to come fix it.
Did that feel a little creepy to you?
That's overruled my ground. So stand on that ground.
How did that make you feel to see Mr. Baker suddenly show up behind you?
At the time, it didn't feel weird.
Okay. Why?
Because I just thought it was a coincidence.
When did you next see Mr. Baker before your mom's arrest?
The same trip that my cousin was visiting, we went to a restaurant, Denny's restaurant, and we sat...
Denny's, you said?
Denny's.
Okay.
And we sat down, and Rob was sitting right next to us, the table right next to us.
And was it? This time we're going to take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm driving down the freeway just randomly and I blow my tire and then all of a sudden there's some dude, no, sorry, creepy. All right, so they're at lunch, but I'll go through what we have here so far. Okay, so we're gonna back it up to Anna because she was still on cross. So let's see. They talked about Myrtle Beach and the texting, and Monica's not answering you. Correct. So May 28th, Monica's like, "Oh my God, are you crazy? I'm here alone and I'm texting with everybody." She never knew her sister to lie, but now I do know. Was going to go wherever Monica was to find out the truth. Monica, I have no reason to lie to you. Okay, so Monica texts her, "I have no reason to lie to you. It's capped because I'm the one who's accusing her." So at the end of May, beginning of June is when she went into Monica's email. She never checked emails before that. She never heard Monica refer to herself as Madonna. Oh, are you kidding me? Ugh. Yeah. All right. Had to be quick on the draw with that one. Let's see. Never knew Monica referred to herself as Madonna. Never knew about the swinging or having sex with other couples. Never knew about the lifestyle lounge. She talked to Deborah Obad about this, but Deborah only made jokes. Look at her going out with those boots. Even before Fabio passed away, Deb was making jokes. Did Deb ever talk to you about Baker? I don't remember her ever saying his name. Did Deborah ever refer to a racquetball player? She says no. She confronted Monica about confronted Monica with her mom. So the mother confronted Monica about the affair. She didn't answer us. She said, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I can't believe this." Then she's shown a printout of the email. Who is Madonna and Rob? So Mom and Anna confront Monica with the email, and she asks, "Who is Madonna and Rob?" Monica runs upstairs as if she's going to pack. Then she left. She walked down the street. Anna runs after her, sees that she's on the phone. I'm sure she's calling Rob. She convinced Monica to come back into the house. Mom and Anna were devastated about the lining and the swinging lifestyle. Not shining, swinging lifestyle. Sorry. Trying to get okay. Of course she lied because she wanted to cover the affair, and it doesn't mean she had anything to do with the burner. I mean, again, she's holding, well, she has to hold on at this point because her reality is just exploded. Did you know about Baker being caught in bed? She said Deb told her, not Monica. Jessica told her after the arrest about the Baker being caught in the bed. She never told her she was going out to bars. She never told her she was going to comedy clubs. She never had any trouble with her kids, and she never told her about Viber. She never knew that Monica lied to Wella. She never knew that she lied to friends or her daughters about going to Las Vegas for the first time. Did she tell you Monica paid for the trip? She says no. Again, she kept that from me, and obviously she didn't want people to know. Did she ever tell you she was a member of a swinging group? Nope. Did she ever tell you about having sex with other men? Nope. Did she tell you she wanted to change her last name? Nope. Did she ever tell you that she wrote Miss Baker and lipstick on the mirror? Nope. Did she tell you she told friends at the gym she was unhappy? Nope. Did she? Do you still trust Monica? Yes. Oi. Do you trust her to tell the truth? Yes. And then she walked away. That was a great cross. That was a really, really great cross. I commend. That was a great cross. So then redirect comes up. They talk about the explicit photos and whether you had seen them or knew about them. If you had known about these pictures, if you had known about these photos, would that mean that Monica wasn't devastated? That was objected to, sustained? I mean, that makes no sense. So you're supposed to be mourning the loss of this fabulous man. Everybody loved him, love of your life, best friend in the world, blah, blah, blah. And yet it's taking pictures of yourself, sending it to your lover who killed him. Again, the logic, I can't do the mental gymnastics to get into Anna's head right now. So January 23rd, so maybe this was some points one. There was a 202 phone call to Monica. So, that made some headway, I guess. I don't know. Because the state was saying that she only made the one phone call at 6, but too much damage was done, in my opinion. The state produced a document that didn't reflect that 22-minute phone call. Okay, good for you. So you talked to her. Yeah, good for you. The whole State Farm claims, did you suggest Monica do this? Correct, it was my idea. Joyce was the State Farm agent. Joyce identified to Monica what State Farm wanted to do. Don't worry, it's all covered. So Monica apparently just wanted to have one or two things done, but State Farm came in and said, nope, we're going to give you a whole full house makeover. But Monica said, no, I don't want that. I just want these few little things. The neighbor video, were you aware Monica suggested to law enforcement to contact the specific neighbor? She said no. Did you recognize Baker from this video? She said absolutely not. Did all of this change your mind? I believe she had nothing to do with the murder, and she was only covering her lifestyle. Then recross. Monica didn't want to get security, did she? About State Farm, no. Did you ever see new security? No. Were you ever in a relationship with Baker for 1.5 years and know how he walked? I clearly was not. I thought that was a good one. All right, then next up was Isabella, who we figured that was one of the polls we took. That was one of the polls that we took. Who's next up? And I didn't have the sister, but we had Isabella on. And here's Isabella. Somebody had to call Isabella. She found Fabio. She made the 911 call. Somebody had to call her. So we got our wish. Isabella Sementilli. Mr. Levine asked, when did we meet? We met 7 years ago. We've spoken many times about the trial and how it's proceeding. She, of course, discovered her dad, and she was interviewed by law enforcement many times. She, of course, called 911, tried to revive him. We knew all of this. First interview by law enforcement, she tried her best. She was crying and was in shock. Was mom present? How long after did mom arrive? She says less than 10 minutes. What condition was she in? Well, she fell to her knees. She was screaming and she was crying. She couldn't get up. Did that change that night? No. Did you see tears? Yeah, her face was wet. All right, so she's 24 now. Isabel is 24 now. She was 16 then. She was 10 when they moved to LA. Her parents' marriage, they were best friends. They always went on dates. They always took us with them. We were like a unit. They always told me to marry someone who was your best friend. Well, Isabella, guess what? Your best mom and Fabio, if they were best friends with friends like that, who needs enemies? She found out about the affair the day of the arrest. She didn't believe it at first. She was frustrated. Did it affect your view on the marriage? Yeah, I was upset. Her parents appeared very happy. That day, she woke up at 6:45, went to school. She left around 7:25, 7:30. Dad was home. He said hi. He was making coffee as she was leaving. She didn't know Dad was going to work or not. When did you find out about Dad not going to work? When I came home. She got out of school around 3, and normally she would come home, and it would take her 30 to 45 minutes, but she had a job interview first at the Italia Deli. Then she went to the eye doctor, right? So she would have been home at like 3:30, 3:45. Yeah. Baker and Austin didn't get there until like a little bit after 4:18, I think, 4:15. So Bella says something, and I'm gonna double check the timing. She said she got, we'll get to that. She picked up her glasses and left. It took her about 7 minutes to get home. Okay, here. She said she got home around 4:15, and I know it is what it is, but that is not when she got home. Hold on a sec. How am I going to find this? Try 4:58. I forget when. Okay. Isabel came home at 4:54. So I know we're splitting hairs here, and she didn't, whatever, but she said she got home at 4:15. She got home at 4:54. That's a pretty big difference. That's a pretty big swing. I understand, whatever, and then Baker leaves at 4:56. So they got home. Okay, so if she's got out of school at 3 and she would be home at 3:30, Baker and Austin come running in at 4:18. So she would have definitely been home. So Monica's like, no, go to the eye doctor. Take your time. Go to the eye doctor. Yeah, Monica was totally pulling the strings. All right. So she parked on the street and entered the garage. Let me write this. She actually got home at 4:54. Okay. She parked on the street. She entered through the garage. She rarely goes through the front door, but the garage was already open, which she said she thought that was kind of odd, and the Porsche wasn't there. Did it surprise you? She said usually the garage door and the gate is closed. She didn't notice any blood on the garage floor. She went through the garage door into the kitchen and saw Dad sitting outside because she said there was a big window. So as soon as she walked in, she saw Dad sitting outside. Blood was all over the kitchen. It smelled like vinegar. So God, this is so weird because Austin said that Fabio didn't get out of the chair. And yet the pictures that we saw, Fabio was the complete opposite. So I'm just trying to figure out, poor Fabio. So Austin said he didn't get out of the chair. Isabella and Monica are trying to get him out of the chair. Do they somehow flip him over so Fabio's just like laying face down? Maybe. I don't know. So she didn't go outside. She called 911, then went outside. She was still on 911 when Monica arrived. Monica opened the door to the backyard. Why would Monica be coming in the backyard and not the garage? The garage is open. Why would she be coming in the backyard? That I don't understand. Anyway, she yelled and screamed. Both were involved in trying to get help. put him on his back, tried, but they couldn't do it. Remember, Fabio's 300 pounds. He's a big dude. They tried to revive him by turning him on his back, but at first she tried, but Mom wasn't there. And then when Monica came home, they tried. They both tried. It was less than 10 minutes before EMS showed up. Firemen were first arrived, and then they took over. Isabel was told to go inside, so her and Monica went to the dining room table. She was in shock. She was crying, then she wasn't. She was trying to help her mom. She was all over the place, which I totally get, Deborah Obad showed up next. Deborah Obad, we have got to hear from Deborah Obad. We've got to hear from her for sure. She didn't know Jessica was at Deb's babysitting. EMT then say that, your dad can't be revived. And then law enforcement show up next. She was sent to Vanessa Schachter's. She's a neighbor. She was there about a half hour, and then law enforcement came in and they did separate interviews, although Bella and Jessica were interviewed together, which is interesting. I thought for sure they would separate them. And then Monica was separated. She went to sleep at Deborah's house. She didn't want to sleep in the family house. Everyone was in shock that came to visit. So Monica and Fabio, they were best friends. And My Way was Dad's favorite song. Did you ever see Mom sing that song? Yes. She just saw the videos of when she was on stage and at her cousin's graduation in New York. Marilla was on stage too and smiling and clapping and singing along. Did anyone tell you Mom was acting inappropriately? No. She doesn't remember about the decision about the cremation, but she remembers she talked to her siblings and to her mom. No one from Fabio's family complained about where Fabio was buried. So then Aunt Anna, who we just heard from, grandmother, and Marilla came a few times to visit. They came to comfort them. They keep them busy. They came to help them out. Yeah, we found out. Yeah, while they're there, Monica's out hanging out with Baker. Did you have any issues with your father's family at the time? Nope. What about your cousin Luigi? She says, my brother. Levine calls cousin Luigi now. Now we have cousin Luigi. She says, you mean my brother? He's like, oh yeah. Then she's like, no, I don't remember. I stood by my mom and support her innocence. It's at this time that Fabio's family blasted my mom on social media because they were saying horrible things about my mom. Yeah, I wonder what they were saying. She was 17 and I would see it, so I had to block them. I tried to keep personal relationships with all of them. They were just too angry, meaning Marilla and her family. And then the whole personal items, Marilla came and Mom was very generous and let people take whatever they wanted. Did that bother you? She says no. Did you think it was inappropriate? She says no. Did anyone complain? She says no. Did it ever come up as an issue? She said no. She said then they talk about the truck, the F-150. The truck was Dad's car. Mom and her shared her Fiat. Jessica drove Mom's old car, which was a Mustang. She doesn't remember anything about the truck being traded in. She says the new car she believes was a Mustang. She said Dad would randomly stay home. She never heard about a colonoscopy. That's the first time I heard about that. Where did he work usually? On the kitchen table. Do you still believe in your mother's innocence? She says yes. Maybe at the end of Cross she won't. I don't know. When did you find out about the affair? The day of the arrest? Law enforcement pulled me out of work to tell me. Levine, you were pulled out of work by the detectives? Oh my God. How dare they pull you out of work? She was taken to Starbucks and they started to record me. Wait, they recorded you? Oh my God. How dare they record you? Did you know you were being recorded during the other interviews? No. As if that's just the most terrible thing in the entire world. Law enforcement said it was a robbery gone wrong. Mom inquired often and was told they were making progress. Did you know now they were lying? Yes. First time about how you knew Rob. Okay, so she first met Baker at the gym about a year and a half before. She knew he was a racquetball coach. Jessica went to the gym more often. Mom went there a few times a week. Baker was friendly. She doesn't remember the first time she saw Baker outside of the gym or in the order, but what the first time she describes was her cousin was visiting and they were at a hotel because the house was being painted. So they're driving down the freeway and a car blows its tire, the one that Jessica's driving in. So she continues on. Jessica pulls over and who shows up but Rob. Rob shows up. I don't know, man. That's just too creepy in my estimation. How did that make you feel at the time? Did it make you feel creepy? You know, at the time, no, I didn't feel it, but it just felt like a coincidence. And then they go to Denny's, and Rob's sitting next to him. So let's not forget, people. Rob is a predator. He is a registered offender. So, all right, what are you guys talking about? I'm going to go grab some food quickly. Baca, did Jess tell Bella she found Baker in Mom's bed? We'll get to that, I'm sure. Dina, did he think it would have been better to question her in front of her coworkers? I know, right? No, she was pulled out. Therapist, you know, got to have a grand slam. I'm going to pretend that I know what you're talking about. Lily Wayne, stop making sandwiches and go with law enforcement. Oh, is the grand slam of food? Is that a food reference? I'm sorry, therapist. I'm not following. Irish Amy, so interesting to me that the different narratives created by each sister. Jess, matter of fact, no crying, says Monica cried, cold liar. Bella, matter of fact, no crying, says Monica cried, brave, manipulated. Oh, cried equals brave, yeah. Let's see. Ken Rosenberg, Debbie Obad's going to need an entrance song at this point. Oh, that one's good. That's a good one, Ken. That's a good one. Yeah. We got to hear from Deb. We just have to. All right, Sinbad 33. Bella tried to lay him on his back, right? That explains why Fabio was in that position when the pictures were taken. Bella said the same as Austin. Fabio was sitting on the chair. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure that. So Austin says Fabio doesn't get out of the chair. And then she tries to get him out, but somehow he was back this way. So I don't know how, if he's like this and you're trying to, you would think he would have just kind of flopped, but he was actually he had been spun around. So his face was this way. Whereas it's weird. It's weird. I just want to kind of figure it out. Trial Junkies United, objection. Did Monica come in the back hoping to cut her daughter off from finding Fabio? Maybe her daughter would have seen her find Fabio as an alibi. Excellent. Yep. Deanna, why does anyone in this family do what they do? I don't know. Shelley Roth, Bella was so traumatized she wanted her mom home all the time. She went for therapy. They worked on her to take Monica's side so she could use the girls' insurance money for lawyers. Well, now I'm thinking Anna was the one that hired the lawyers, or she was the one that found the lawyers. So I'm thinking maybe Anna's kicking in. Pure speculation. So Anna, I'm just speculating right now. Deanna, when is Baker going to testify? Anyone know? We do not. We know there's like a 2-day from Drunky the Bear. There's like a 2-day. He's in Wasco. He's in a penitentiary. So it takes like 2 days for the papers to hit and for him to show up. Shirley Roth, you are, hold on. Shirley Roth, you are welcome for the recap. Lily Wayne, maybe she drags him by the legs. Oh, okay. So if he's laying like this and he gets dragged by the legs, don't forget, I mean, I hate to say this, but he's dead weight, right? He's 300 pounds. I mean, pull him that way. Yeah, maybe she got him down like this, maybe, and then kind of flipped him over there. I don't know. Oh, that's so, I feel terrible for you, Bella. I really do. I just feel terrible for you. Song suggestions for Obad's entrance song. Ready, go. Bad to the Bone. I'll go with Bad to the Bone. Pammy, Bella could probably only pull one arm and therefore spun him. Yeah, maybe she's trying to get him like this. It still doesn't show. I mean, he would still be like, he would fall. Well, I guess there were sides of the chair. There were, side arms. I don't know. However it worked, I feel terrible for her. Oh, did you say that too? Irish Amy? Is that what you said? Peace through strength. Yeah, Anna, the mom. Yeah. I think so. Because these lawyers are high-priced lawyers. They're high-priced lawyers. Mel Stiller. They say that love is blind. In Monica's case, her daughter's love is blind, deaf, mute, mentally disturbed. Well, I wouldn't go quite so far, but definitely. Peace through strength. Baker said he would lie for, yeah. Oh, I am the champion for Deb. Lily Wayne, that's pretty good. Oh, yep. Michael Jackson, bad. That's a good one. Widespread, that's a good one. Pammy's with you. Yep. Oh my God, all I see is like a Saturday Night Live clip or Mad TV of like Michael Jackson, I'm bad. Yeah, that's just bad. Yeah, the actual meaning of dead weight. I know. Drunky the Bear, I feel like the lawyers are incentivized to help keep the family believing the innocence. Yeah. Wait, let me pull this one. Baca, I do have empathy for Bella due to the way her mom and her sisters mistreated her. Yeah, so far, I totally feel for Bella. Totally. I feel bad for Anna. I feel bad for Jessica. I feel bad for all of them. Anna got a rude awakening today. Rude awakening. And I put it on the defense. Why didn't Levine and Burke tell her, look, you're going to see pictures of your sister's freaking parts. Why didn't they? And then show them to her and say, this is what you're going to see. It's not pretty. It's not like, tasteful photos of Monica covering up herself. No, these are full on, I don't know why the defense didn't prepare her better. I don't get that. Do not understand that, but so. All right, guys, I am going to grab some food. They're on lunch until 5, so that gives me about an hour to grab some food. So let me put up my little text here. Boink. Put this up. Boink. Nope. All right, we'll leave that. There, I got to fix this. Fix the old black box. Whoa. All right, something like that. All right, I'm going to be gone for just a little bit, and we will see you in about maybe 40 minutes or so. I'll be back. All right. Hello and welcome back. Court is at lunch still. How's everybody doing out there? Just trying to sort out my black box here for a moment. Bear with me. Okay. How's everybody lunch? How's everybody? How was everybody's lunch? I got my little sidekick here. She was sitting on my chair. I had to wrestle her for it. Shirley Roth, just watching some YouTube videos on hip replacement. That sounds exciting. Is that your procedure? Is that what's going on with you? Mel Stiller, I feel so sorry for Isabel. After all, she's the one that her mother made sure she found her father. I know. It's terrible. Super Ball. She was sitting on the chair, then I shoot her away from there. Now she's sitting on my notes. Well, some of my notes. I think she's protesting the fact that she can't sit on the chair. Hey, Mona, I left a message for the court clerk to ask who is on tomorrow's list. Awesome. Good one. Yeah. Good one, good one. Shirley Roth, yep, end of summer. Preparing yourself. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Up a bit. There. Okay. You can't outfox a cat. Now she's whipping her tail at me. Tail is a whipping. She's being silly girl. Butterfly Dana, I believe Super Bowl is BC earlier this morning when you made her get earlier this morning when you made her get off. She turned her back on you. Yes. Let's see. Oh, don't forget about this, you guys. This is coming up tomorrow, or is that tonight? Is this into? Let's see. 13th into the 14th. All right, so this is tonight. So if you're in Canada, United States, Mexico, the Caribbean, parts of South America, definitely look up. That's happening tonight. East Coast time, around 3 o'clock. There's going to be really, dude, come on. Ugh, do you have to? Right? So don't forget to do that. That is tonight. That'll be a lot of fun. Oh, there's this thing too. Here, I want to show this. Check this out. All right, so this is just for the States, I guess, in part of Canada. But if you guys can, so this is Friday at 2:26. So that is tonight. So if you take a screenshot of this and see where you are on the map, see if you can see where you are. So if you can see the lunar eclipse tonight around 2:30. Yes, Pi night. Right? So that's pretty cool. Shirley, I don't think you're going to have much viewing. Red moon on Pi day. Yep. Nice. You will be up. You never sleep. Well, if you go out and look, see what you think. Like, it looks like the entire Canada can't see it. At least the lower part of it. Texas looks pretty good. It looks like you're going to be good in Texas. Ohio, of all places. That's where I grew up. We never get to see these kind of things. New York, forget about the whole East Coast. Forget about it. Or Northeast, I should say. North Carolina looks pretty good for those in North Carolina. South Carolina is kind of hit and miss. Georgia doesn't look too bad. Parts of Florida look pretty good. Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois. You're all looking pretty good. Today and tomorrow, yes, Julie. Tonight, actually overnight. It will be overnight tonight, Julie. So when you go to bed, if you wake up at 2:30, 3 o'clock, that's East Coast time, Julie. So here, let me pull up this other thing. Oh. It's like let's see. So tonight, starting at like 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock is the total eclipse. So 3 o'clock will be the total eclipse, but it's starting at like 50% is going to be at 1 o'clock. So I'd say like maybe midnight, probably starting around midnight and ending at 3:30 it ends. So 109 is 50%. So you got heavy winds there today? Yeah. Here, let me switch this one out. I'll switch this one out. Now this was, I think, this was the other day. So this may not be, this may change, you know what I'm saying? So that could change. This came out, I think, yesterday, so it could change. Because right now, it's pretty much clear blue. We have a few spotty clouds. But we may be in the red zone there. Total eclipse of the heart. Yeah, surely. Donna, looks like you have a good view here in Palm Springs. Cool. Oh, now it says court's out until 2:15 now. Or I'm sorry, 2:19. Oh, something happened. Court's now at lunch for another 20 minutes. All right, so we'll keep talking about this. So starting at, let's say 109 is 50%. Totality begins at 2:26. So basically 2:30 to 3. That's East Coast time. So back that up. So Julie, midnight for you guys on the west side. And then if you're able to see it, it's like Texas for sure, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. Let's see, Kentucky, West Virginia looks pretty good. North Carolina looks pretty good. South Florida looks pretty good. Northwest doesn't look pretty good. Maybe LA, if you're get away from the lights. Hey, Mona, maybe they're working on a plea deal. You and Only Fan. We call him Only Plea with his plea deals. That would be... Okay, so this is from Rochester. Oh, yeah, Rochester first. So this is from Rochester. And that is East Coast, Eastern time. Yeah, so 226. Does that make sense? 226, totality begins. So back that up from where you guys are. Central would be 126, Mountain would be 1226, and then 1126 would be West Coast. Hey, Mona, what time? For you out west, like 12. So West Coast would get it 3 hours before, so 11:30, 12. So if, greatest eclipse would be around midnight for you guys on the West Coast. Red or blood moon? I think it's like, is it, I did see it last night. We were out, after we did our stream with the Advocacy Con folks, which was great. I think we went outside, hung out for a little while, and I saw the full moon. It was 99% full. I think is it the wolf moon? Which moon is it? Dude, come on. Yeah. Stop it. Come on. Cat. All right, full moon March. Which moon is this? Oh, it's the worm moon. It is the worm moon. You are just being the little biggest pain right now. Yeah, well, get off my keyboard, man. Sorry. Here, come sit in the sun. Got a nice little spot there for you. Kitty. Oh, she is shedding up a storm. So it's the worm moon. I saw it. I did check it out last night, but tonight, overnight will be the full-on moon. Dude. So they're calling this the worm moon, but when it turns red, is that the blood moon? Super Bowl, you are just doing everything you... All right, so yes, so the blood moon, the blood worm moon may sound strange, but if the skies prevail, we may be treated to an interesting astronomical sight later this week. The worm blood moon, it will peak at 2:55 a.m. Eastern. The blood worm moon. Blood worm moon. So that's what it's called. No, that was Super Bowl. Real happy. No, yes, it is. It's overnight. Yes, real happy. It is overnight. So tonight when you go to bed, at whatever time you go to bed, if you're on the West Coast, it's going to be around midnight. It's going to start around 11:30. And then if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be around 3. So if you're in between, go check it out. And these are this is the viewing situation. So this is what they're projecting for to be able to view. Oh, Butterfly Dana, can't SpaceX cancel their mission today to rescue the 2 people in space? Wow. I think they're trapped yet again. Oh, you can't see me? Okay. It's because I'm behind this. Behind there. I do that, I guess. Hellcat, we should have a FaceTime party and see each other's view. I'll probably be sleeping. Yeah. Mel Stiller, have we ever been eclipsed? We kind of experienced one a little bit last year. Yes. Well, I traveled to one. There was one in 2017 that went very close to where I grew up. And it was my mom's 90th birthday. So we traveled back. So yes, I have been in not a full solar eclipse, but I did see enough of it to take really cool pictures, and everything was casting these shadows. It was really, really cool. I've seen many lunar eclipses. Many, I'd say at least 5 that I can remember. Oh, absolutely. Yep. You can absolutely look at this. Donna, hold on. You can look up at this without protection. Absolutely. Yeah, this is the don't ever look at the solar eclipse. Lunar eclipses you can look at for sure. Because it's actually the Earth is blocking out the sun onto the moon. So the moon is here, Earth is here, sun's over here. The other way around, the moon is blocking out the sun. So don't ever look at a solar eclipse. Lunar eclipse is okay, because you're actually just looking at the moon. You're not looking, at the sun at all. Yes, Charmaine, we did see that. That was pretty cool. We did see the planets lined up. Yeah, I went out that night and I looked up and I saw Mars, Saturn, Venus, Jupiter. Jupiter had already set, but those were the 3 that I could see with my naked eye. Charmaine, yep. I love staring at the changes in the sky as well. I'm a big nighttime watcher. I love looking at the stars and planets. Fala, I looked once. I can still see. Yes, smell. Solar eclipse we have to be very careful with. Charmaine, you have too much light pollution. That's true. If you can see, you guys, if you can see the moon on wherever you are, because I was in New York City and I saw lunar eclipses. If you can see the moon, you can see this. Pretty much. It's just the moon's going to go red. You'll see it cross. And so if you can see the moon on just a regular normal night, you'll see the the lunar eclipse, because you're going to see it, see the Earth pass across, and then it's going to turn red, and then the Earth is going to pass across again. So you will, even if you have light pollution, if you can just see this moon just normally, you will be able to see the lunar eclipse. Brad, I wasn't expecting to see Saturn with the naked eye like that. I'm used to Mars and Venus being visible. I'm not used to Saturn being the brightest thing in the sky. Yeah, it was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Jupiter had already set. Jupiter I can see. I can see Jupiter with my naked eye too, but Venus for sure. I always see Venus. And Mars is pretty identifiable too, because it's red. Follow, well, when you are in elementary school and they say don't look, what the hell would they think a bunch of 10-year-olds are going to do? That is true. Oh, peace through strength. You drove to Paducah, Kentucky to watch the solar eclipse. It was totally awesome. Nice. Donna, it should be spectacular here in the desert. Let's take another look at that. Let's see. I'm just going to open this up. Yeah, take a screenshot if you guys want to, and check out your location. If you want to take a screenshot of that, and check out your location. I can go there. Take a screenshot if you live in the States and see if you're... Now again, this is their estimation. I don't know how accurate it will be. It might be. It might be. Mel, unfortunately, with all the tarps and construction stuff around and over your home you can't see. I know, that stinks. Peace through strength, your son had a special telescope for viewing the sun. You can get filters. You can definitely get filters. You can definitely get filters. You have to be very careful. Make sure you're buying them, obviously, from a reputable place. But yeah, you can definitely. Charmaine, you're excited to look for it? Yeah, if you're up at 2:30 Eastern, if you are up, go check it out. Let's see, when does it start again? So for us on the East Coast, it's going to be starting around 1:30, and then 2:30 totality begins, and then 3 o'clock basically in the morning. That's the greatest. So if you're on the West Coast, I would say, what's that? Back that up 3 hours, so like 11 is it's gonna start around 11 or so, and then let's see. Mountain would be about midnight. Central would be 1 o'clock. Trout Junkies United prime time for you. Nice. Where's the planet screen you had up? Is that with the alignments? Is that one? Did I keep that? I think I got rid of that. I'm sorry. I think I got rid of that Hellcat. Sorry. Or the moon. This one? Is that what you want? Is that the one you're... Hellcat, is that the one you're looking for? I'll leave that up for a minute if you guys want to take a screenshot of that. You meant the moon? Okay. Take a screenshot of that if you want. Peace through strength. My kids have a regular telescope. We need to get it out. Yes, sir. All good. Okay, cool. All right, take a screenshot of that. That's the timing. Is it 7 planets aligned? How many planets are there now? Only 8. They've kicked out Pluto. Yeah, I think all of them were aligned. Except, well, were we a part of that? Sounds like a Pink Floyd song. Yeah. So if you guys have missed, let me pull that down. If you guys missed this earlier, take a screenshot and check out where your location is. Court isn't going to be back now until 2:19, they're saying. So we got another 10 minutes. So yeah, take a screenshot of that, you guys. So you can kind of see. Or just go outside. Go outside at like 11 or 12 and look up. Well, for us, it would be 2 on the East Coast. But if you're in the Midwest to out West, I would say go out. Well, let's look again. Let's see. So for us at 3 o'clock, it's the greatest eclipse. So that's midnight on the West Coast. So I would say go out at like 11. If you're on the West Coast, I would go out at 11 and look up. And then it would be 12 Mountain, 1 o'clock Central, and then 2 o'clock for us on the East Coast. Yeah, like 2 o'clock for us. I'd go out and start looking. So, Mel Stower, we're aligned with the other 7, except we can't see our own planet in that alignment. Thank you. That obviously makes sense. Peace through strength, you'll be working. Charmaine, you likely will be awake. Yeah, during that solar eclipse, I know a lot of people were playing See You on the Dark Side of the Moon. A lot of people were playing that song. It's tonight. Peace through strength, it's tonight. Technically, it's Friday morning, but it's overnight, basically. When you go to sleep tonight or whatever, after midnight. So it's Friday morning, but it's essentially tonight. So 8 counting us. Yeah, they demoted Pluto however long ago they did that. Or is Pluto back? I don't even know. I've lost track. Is Pluto a planet? Or has it been demoted? Pluto is not considered a planet by the International Astronomical Union and is now classified as a dwarf planet. So in 2006, they kicked Pluto out of the 2006, they kicked Pluto out of the membership. They revoked Pluto's membership, planet membership. Poor Pluto, I know. Follow, what's up? Silence? Mike, what? Oh, Pluto will always be okay. Yes, for those of us that were born probably any time before 2006, Pluto is always going to be a planet. Pluto is the redheaded stepchild. Pluto, hashtag Pluto matters. Pluto forever. I will die on that hill. Pluto is a planet. Pluto will always be a planet. Pluto is back in your book. Poor Pluto. What did Pluto ever do to the astronomical, the International Astronomical Union? I don't even know why. Okay, so the planetary criteria is you have to orbit the sun, have sufficient mass for its own gravity to overcome rigid body forces, resulting in a nearly round shape, have cleared its neighborhood of all other objects in its orbit. While Pluto meets the first 2 criteria, which it orbits the sun and it has significant mass to overcome gravity to become a nearly round object, it resides in the Kuiper Belt, a region with many other icy bodies, and has not cleared its orbital path, thus failing the 3rd criteria. So that's why. So what's that song? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Cue Meatloaf. So Pluto has 2 out of 3. Meets 2 out of 3. Pluto Army unite. Oh, widespread panic. You're the redheaded stepchild. Pluto got deleted, but not for some people. Yep. Yeah, Brat. If Europe and Asia can be separate continents, then Pluto can be a planet. It is a dwarf planet. That is correct. That is its official. That's its official classification is a dwarf planet because it does not has not cleared its neighborhood of other objects in its orbit. So. Irish Amy, it's the assigned planet for Scorpio. As a Scorpio, I am claiming it as a planet. Well, I guess with its gravitational pull, it's supposed to clear other objects out of its orbit. So because it resides in the Kuiper Belt with a bunch of other objects, maybe it was a huge planet, and then it broke up, and that's the only part that's left, and the Kuiper Belt is just nothing but remnants of a broken planet. Therapist is asking what's your astronomical sign or astrological signs. Don Ulrich, Pluto strong. Is there a hashtag yet? Do we have a hashtag Pluto? Pammy's also a Scorpio. It came from Disneyland. Vaca's a Libra. Irish Amy. Are you guys twins? We got Aries, Taurus, a true Taurus. Are there fake Tauruses? Mel's also a Libra. Got a couple Aries. Therapist is an Aries. OnlyFans a Libra. Krista, Gemini. Shirley Roth is a Capricorn. Wow. Nice. 31st. Cancer. Justice Obsessed. Missy, both your husband and your Cancers. Fala is a Leo. Sinbad, wait, hold on. Let me just check this one out. Hold on. Dang it. Oh, you retracted it. Okay. Gemini strong, Pisces. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Krista's daughter is the same as yours. Shirley, OnlyFan. I have a friend who was born premature as a Libra. We call him Sagibra. That's funny. Gina, you're Aries, but you identify as Pisces. Libra. That's Aaron and Aaron and my wedding anniversary is New Year's Eve. For those that joined us last New Year's Eve, we were streaming. We streamed both Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So that was fun. New tradition that we're starting. Sinbad, you're Pisces, but you'll identify as Hufflepuff. Nice. Green-eyed cat. Yes, we are here. Another 90-minute drive. Wow. That's crazy. They should be coming on any minute. They said 2:15. Yes, therapist. The librarians know about justice. It makes so much sense. The scales of justice. Everything has to be in balance for the Libras. Librarians. Fence sitter extraordinaires, us Libras. Yep. Oh, snap, Sharon, you're triple Libra. Wow. So that's rising, your sun sign rising. What's the other one? Moon? It's been a while since I did that. Seagate, Leo in the house. That's 2 Leos. Oh, snap, Sharon, what is it? Sun, rising. What's the other one? Sun sign, rising sign, and help me out. What's the third one? Well, it's 219. Court should be back. Star sign. Okay, thank you. So guys, your sun, rising, and star sign. What's your star sign? Isn't that your sun sign? That's based. Oh, they're back. Dang it.
And I apologize to you, and hopefully it didn't take too long. If you can have Ms. Sementilli on the stand, please. Apologize. At the very last minute, a separate case, not this case, a separate case came in that I had to do some emergency orders on, and I apologize to you, and hopefully it didn't take too long. If you can have Ms. Sementilli on the stand, please. We're waiting. So there are certain days. Defense may continue.
I just hope they all have birthdays before the case. Isabella, just a few more questions. After the murder of your father, and you moved back into the house, did you have some concerns about your safety or being alone, I should say, in the house if your mother and or Jessica were out?
Yes.
And can you tell me what that was about?
Yeah, I mean, I was scared to be there by myself because apparently there are 2 murderers on the loose. So, yeah, I was scared to be alone in my house.
And at some times, was your mother out, and did you text her or contact her in some way to express your concern as to when she was coming home?
Yes.
How did you do that, and about how often?
If I was ever home alone, I would just text at least one of them to ask where they were.
And when you say one of them, who's the other one?
My sister and my mom.
So you're talking about your older sister, Jessica?
Yes.
So at times she was out and you texted her as to where the H are you?
Yeah.
And with your mom as well?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They would tell me where they were.
Did they come home immediately or not?
No.
Did this cause some discord between you and your sister for a while?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would be pretty upset.
Did you resolve it?
Yes.
Did she also point out that you had gone out a few times on a date yourself?
Yes.
And did you resolve the issue with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. At any time during the while you were living in the house there with your mom and sister and Fabio, did your mom ever cook dinner or cook for the family?
Yes.
Did she ever use vinegar?
Yes.
Let me then close with this, if I may. You recounted to us what occurred after the interview at the deli and the eye doctor, and coming home. You remember that?
Yes.
You did talk to your mom before you went to the eye doctor, correct?
Yes.
If she had asked you to meet her at the eye doctor or wait for her or anything, would you have done so?
Yes.
Relevance and speculation.
Sustained.
If she had asked you to meet her for coffee in a half hour or hour, would you have done so?
Yes.
Sustained.
Did your mom say anything to you that caused you to delay going home once you picked up your eyeglasses?
No.
Thank you, Anna.
You may cross.
Okay. One second.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cristantini?
Sementilli.
Sementilli, sorry. Okay, so when the day of, and I'm not going to go through all the details of the day of, but you testified that you had an interview with the deli, was it at 4 o'clock that day?
It was earlier, it's around 3:30.
But you told the detectives back during the time frame in June of 2017 that it was at 4.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
I remember 3:30, but if what I said there, then...
Do you need to look at a transcript, or?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And that would be the June 14th transcript, page 4.
Do we have a date of that?
I'm sorry?
The date?
I think she just said June 14th.
1 second. One second. So it was after you got out of school at 255-3?
In June?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you told them that you waited around for an hour after school and then went to your appointment.
My shift started at 4, yes.
Okay. So when you went to your job interview then, does that sound more like it than 4 o'clock?
In January, my job interview?
Yes, on January 23rd.
It would have been around that time, yeah.
Okay. So when you went there then, you went to the job interview, and that's the deli in Agora, which is about how many miles from your house?
14.
Okay. Defense asked you about if you talked to your mom. You talked to your mom before the interview, right? You recall that? If you don't.
I don't know.
You're going to have a 6-page Celebrate report specific to text messages between the defendant and Isabella Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. May I mark that as People's 275?
Yes.
All right. Showing you at the top here, and I've blocked out your number. At 1:40 on 123, your mom texted you, "Text me after interview and let me know when you're on your way. I'm making fettuccine and corn for dinner."
Okay.
Is that correct? You remember that?
I don't remember that, but...
Okay, but that is a text that you recognize going from your mother to you.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. And then at 1:53:50, you wrote, "KK, is that meaning okay?"
Yes.
And then you had your interview.
Yeah.
And you testified that your mother then, you were driving home. You just testified on direct exam that you were driving home from your interview when your mom called you and told you to go pick up your eyeglasses.
Yes.
So while you were going, your plan was to have the interview and then you were on your way home.
Yes.
Is that right? Did
Yes.
you, if you remember, did you call your mom or talk to your mom after the interview?
Yes, on my way home.
Okay. So same exhibit I just put up down here at 422. There's 2 entries here. The first one looks like a call that didn't connect. Is that you? Do you remember trying to call your mom?
I don't remember.
All right. And then your mom called you at 4:24:27, and there was a 3-minute and 40-second call. Does that seem about right? At 4:24, your mom called you?
Yes.
Okay, and she's telling you then to go to the eye doctor.
Yes.
So while you're on your way home, your mom actually called you and sent you on a detour to the eye doctor.
Yes.
So that then, instead of going straight home, you now went at 4:24. You were told by your mom to go to the eye doctor, and you went there.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that delayed you getting home a little bit.
Yes.
So you went to the eye doctor, and then I'm assuming when you get there, they put glasses on. They had to fit you and that kind of things. Is that what it was?
It was just a pickup order because my glasses were ready, so I just picked them up.
Now, was the eye doctor on your way home, like in a direct line home, or did you have to go out of your way?
It's on the way, yeah.
So you had to go out of your way then. Instead of going directly home, you now had to go out of your way home to the eye doctor to pick up your glasses.
Yes.
I thought she said on the way.
She did say on the way.
Okay, on the way. Sorry, I misheard. It's on the way home?
Yes.
Okay, so then when you came home after that, now you're coming home and you drove a red Fiat, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, and that's page 8. Is that your red Fiat?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also talked about how you parked it, and this is Exhibit 7, and it's page 7. Is that how you parked it on the day of the crime when you got home?
Yes.
Do you the front gates are right here? Is that where you enter into your property?
Yes.
And again, the gates were open or closed?
They were open.
And did you testify if you remember, are they normally left open or are they normally left closed?
That front gate is normally left open.
All right. So that was not unusual when you got home.
Right.
Now, after this incident, I'm going to jump ahead. Within the next 2 weeks then, as defense counsel asked you, your mom started going out a lot, right?
Sure.
Well, is that true?
Yeah.
And you're in a situation, you were 16 at the time?
Yes.
You're being left home alone sometimes.
Yes.
And were you scared being in the house?
Yes.
Why were you scared?
Because there were 2 killers that were not caught yet, and I was scared they were going to come back.
Did you tell your mom that?
Yes.
Did you tell your sister that?
Yes.
Did they say anything to you?
Yeah, they reassured me.
Okay. How many times do you think you were left home alone at night like that?
I was never alone throughout the night, but probably like once a month, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you scared also that you had never gotten any new security cameras?
That I don't remember knowing of or being scared of.
You knew that you had, prior to the murder of your father, you knew that you had security cameras.
Yes.
Correct, right? And you knew that your mom could access it from her phone.
Yes.
And you told the defense investigators that she could access it from her phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk about afterwards? Was there ever conversation about replacing those cameras?
No.
But the locks were changed on the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's been already marked as Exhibit 220. And this is a text starting with 2/8/2017 at 9:55 at night. 2/8 then is 2 weeks after your dad was killed. You're texting, "Come home, all my friends are leaving," and that was to your mom?
Yes.
Your sister responds that she's on her way, and then you texted back, "Are you almost home?" And we're at about 10:43 at night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this an example of you being scared to be home alone?
Yes.
You continue with the text. There's a yeah, and then you continue with, "Guys, what the hell? Why are you leaving me alone for so long? I don't want to be alone in this house." Again, same thing you've testified to. You're expressing that you're afraid and you don't want to be alone.
Yes.
And then you wrote, "All right, well, don't forget I exist or anything. I'm not opening the door. You can do it yourself. Good night." And that is at 10:43 at night. And that was
Yes.
a text chain with both your sister and your mom?
Yes.
And were you upset with them at this time when you're texting this?
Yes.
What were you upset about?
That I was
What?
that I was alone.
And your mom responds, "Jess, where are you? Get home." And then your sister responds that she's getting off the freeway. This is at 10:45 at night, 2 weeks after, on February 8th. Do you know where your mom was?
No.
Jumping forward to March 9th. Again, do you recognize this as a text chain between you and your sister and eventually your mom?
Yes.
Okay, and on March 9th at 10:12 at night, you said, "Can one of you please come home? Juliana is falling asleep and I'm up studying alone. I don't get why you guys leave me alone all the time." Who's Juliana?
My cousin.
And how old was she?
A year younger than me at the time, so 15.
So you were 16 and your 15-year-old cousin
Yes.
were there, and again, you were afraid that you guys were alone home at night?
Yes.
And you said, "Leave me alone all the time." We just saw one other example of a text. Has
Yes.
this happened again multiple times?
I don't remember, but I was 17 and emotionally in distress, so that's probably why I said that.
All right. And then your sister's assuring you that she's coming home. And down at the bottom you said, "Still, I don't care. Then you wonder why I don't talk to you guys because you're never home and just leave me here to fend for myself. Well, I'm not you, Jess. I don't like being in this house. It's worse when I'm alone." You sent that to your sister and your mom on the same chain?
Yes.
During that time, you told, at some point you told the defense investigators, the detectives, that you felt like you grieved differently than your mom and sister.
Yes.
Is that true? How so?
Just quiet. I wanted to be, like to be like with myself, but not actually alone. Just I grieved a lot in private.
And you actually sought therapy, right? You went to therapy sessions?
Yes.
Did that help you?
Yes.
Okay, do you know if your mom or sister went to any therapy sessions?
My mom came to one with me, yes.
She came to one with you?
Yes.
Okay, and then your aunt took you to some?
Yes.
Did your mom ever go to any of her own that you know of?
Objection, call for a conclusion.
This thing.
Did your sister ever go to any therapy sessions?
No.
This thing.
So that same night when you're telling your parents, and this is, or your mom, I'm sorry, March 9th, and your sister about coming home, your mom responded to you at 10:16 that night, WTF is going on with 3 question marks. Do you remember receiving that?
No.
Okay. Well, if it follows in line with the rest of your texts, and that's in response to what you had texted about asking her to come home. Right? At 10:14, you're asking her and your sister talking about you don't want to be home alone, and your mom responds to WTF is going on, right?
Yes.
All right. And she tells you she's at a comedy club, and this is what I gotta see. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Did you know where your mom, before this text, did you know where she was that night?
I don't remember if I knew.
Did you know who she was out with?
No.
And your sister responds that she's going to come home. Is that right?
Yes.
And was your sister going out a lot as well?
Not really, no.
Okay. Your mom again responds with a photo of, up in the top. Did she send you a photo of the Laugh Factory?
I don't remember, but yes.
Do you know what the Laugh Factory is?
Yes.
Did you know your mom to ever go there?
No.
And that's at 10:17 at night. And your mom says to work it out. Did you take that to mean between you and your sister?
Sorry, say that again?
Did you take that to mean work it out between you and your sister, Jessica?
Yes.
All right. You responded, I'm making that therapy appointment tomorrow. It's like you guys don't even care. Good night. Is it fair to say you're upset with them again for leaving you home alone?
Yes.
The text chains go on, and your mother at 10:20 at night, when you're asking her to come home because you're scared, responded, I'm so very hurt and disappointed, I'm coming home. At which point you said, no, it's fine. Why was it fine now?
I'm not sure.
Were you just frustrated at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to your mom about not wanting her to go out and leave you home alone by yourself at night since you were only 16 years old?
Yeah. I don't remember having a personal, like, one-on-one conversation like that, no.
Now, in the ensuing months, you went back to Canada a few times, correct?
Before she was arrested?
I'm sorry. After your dad was killed, you went back to Canada, Toronto, the Woodbridge area a few different times. Is that right?
I went once, yeah.
You went one time. Did you choose to stay home some of the times that your mother or your sister went?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I had school and a job, and it was part of, like, extracurriculars.
When you stayed home and they left to go to Canada, then who did you stay with?
My friend.
Who was that?
Hannah.
That was a friend just from school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, do you recall your mom going to Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she was going there?
Just a trip with her friends.
Well, what did she tell you was the reason why she was going there?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the detectives that she told you that she was going there because there was the famous golf courses there and your dad really wanted to go and she just wanted to go?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually told you she went by herself, though, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But she didn't tell you she was going with a male or anyone that she was seeing?
No.
And as you testified, during this entire time until your mother's arrest, you didn't know that she was having an affair?
No.
You had met Rob Baker before,
Yes.
correct? When did you first meet him?
At the gym.
Do you know around what time frame that was?
It was like a year and a half before my dad was killed.
Okay. And when you met him, did you like him?
Yeah.
Okay. After your dad was killed, you started seeing Rob Baker more and more?
Yeah. Randomly, yeah.
Did you ever suspect that your mom was seeing him or in a relationship with him?
No.
Did your sister ever tell you that he had been discovered in your house in the morning in your parents' bedroom?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to your mom about that?
No.
So when you were seeing Rob around, you testified that you went one time to a restaurant with your grandma, cousin, and your sister. Is that correct?
It was just me, my sister, and my cousin.
Okay. That restaurant, you said, was a Denny's, right?
Yes.
Okay. Previously, did you tell detectives you thought it was an IHOP?
Yes.
All right. But you've since realized it's a Denny's?
Yes.
Did you clarify that with Jessica?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, you said you saw him there, but he was already there when you guys got there, right?
Yes.
All right. Then after, you talked about another time when you were driving, something to the degree of you were driving and you ran in, or somebody got a flat tire.
Yes.
Right? But you were driving a separate car.
Yes.
So you don't know if he was called, if your mom called him to come help you or anything like that, right?
Yes.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Because at that time, was Rob helping you with things around the house?
No.
Was he coming over helping fix Jessica's car?
I don't know.
Did you ever know him to help Jessica with her car, take her car to a mechanic, things of that nature?
Just that tire, when her tire popped, just that one time I know of.
Okay. 1 second. No more questions.
Redirect.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Bella, let me understand. One night, one date was giving you on these text messages of February 14th. Remember that?
Sorry, say that again.
The prosecutor was just talking to you about text messages, you being concerned about being home. You remember that?
Yes.
The first one was February 14th, the list of messages.
Yes.
And I'm not going to repeat them all, but you said...
I'm going to check that mistakes.
I'm sorry?
It mistakes the testimony, February.
I'll look at that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. All right, February 8th. Again, Mr. Babbage is right, and I am wrong. Regardless of the date, when you first contacted your mom and Jessica, you said your friends had just left, right?
Yes.
So which friends had been there with you?
I don't know who exactly or remember who exactly, but...
Okay, it was more than one, right? Because it was plural.
Yes.
So in essence, your mom had left you home with your friends there.
Yes.
And Jessica had gone out. And the only problem was your friends left before they came home.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The other time, one other time that was mentioned, I think was March 9th. And you said Juliana had just left, right?
Fallen asleep.
Fallen asleep.
Yeah.
So Juliana was your cousin,
yes.
Correct? And she was home with you together when your mom and Jessica had gone out, correct?
Yes.
And what bothered you was that Juliana had fallen asleep.
Yes.
Before she had fallen asleep, you were fine because the two of you were home talking, whatever.
Yes.
Right? If you were scared, did you ever think to wake her up?
No.
In any event, eventually you and your mom and Jessica put this behind you and everyone realized that everyone else was a little too touchy about it, correct?
Yes.
But this was only on a few occasions over these 4 months since your father had been murdered until your mom was arrested. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, the other thing that was mentioned was the night of the day of the murder. Certain times were given. Do you Well, first of all, when you were asked initially or eventually about what time you had left the interview, you said, the DA said you had said 4 o'clock. You remember that?
Yes.
That clearly was later than you had really left, correct?
I'm objecting the state's testimony on left.
Sustain.
We're talking about when you left the interview.
The interview.
Okay? Now, you know that we have, the DA has scientific forensic evidence of when your calls were made and all the rest. So you don't have to speculate about that.
Right.
But you were asked, didn't you tell one of the officers on June 14th when you were interviewed that it had been 4 o'clock? You remember that question?
Yes.
June 14th was the day your mother was arrested,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And it was 4 months after your father was murdered, right?
Yes.
So the question you were being asked is, did you say 4 o'clock the day your mother got arrested, and could you have been wrong or right? You could have been wrong. Is that true?
Yes.
And again, everything we know is determined forensically and scientifically the exact time. Okay? Is that right?
Yes.
As far as you know? Now, it was also mentioned that after you had called, your mom had called you, is that it, when you left the, or you called her when you left the interview?
I don't remember who called who.
Okay. But then there was a 3-minute call Ms. Stagel mentioned to you, remember?
Yes.
Now, during that call, there was a break-in or a call waiting, and the doctor had called. Isn't that correct? Dr. Cohen.
I'm objecting to since last night I had this.
Sustain.
Do you know if your mom then talked to Dr. Cohen and then told you that she did not have to be there with you? You could pick them up yourself even though you were a minor?
Yes.
Okay. She indicated she had talked to Dr. Cohen, correct?
Yes.
Now, she could have said to you, no, wait there, I'll meet you there, and wait for me, and delayed the time you got home, correct?
Yes.
She didn't say that.
She didn't say that.
So she said, you can go right now and pick them up.
Yes.
And so you did.
Yes.
And you picked them up, you drove home, and you got there about a minute after the murderers left.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Your mom didn't try to delay you going home at all, did she?
No.
All right, thanks.
Anything further?
Well, Isabella, you were going straight home until your mom called you and told you to go to the eye doctor, right?
Yeah.
No more questions.
Anything further by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Bella, isn't it true that you previously told detectives that it was your decision to go to the doctor and pick up your eyeglasses, not your mother's? You remember that?
I don't remember.
You remember as you sit here now whether it was your decision or your mother's decision for you to go and pick up your eyeglasses?
I don't remember.
When you left the interview, your eyeglasses you knew were at the doctor's office. You didn't have them, correct?
I didn't have them.
Okay. You knew they were ready or not?
No, I did not know they were ready.
When you found out they were ready, it was your decision to go, correct?
My mom told me they were ready and to pick them up, and I did that.
But you asked whether she had to be there first.
Yes.
So you indicated you were going to go there, but you wanted to know if she had to be there with you to pick them up.
Yes.
And she told you she did not have to be with you. She had talked to the doctor. You could go yourself.
Yes.
And then the rest played out as we discussed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Don.
Anything further about
Nothing
it?
further.
Thank you, Ms. Sementilli. You're excused. May I call your next witness?
This would be Robert Baker.
All right, we're going to take about 10 minutes to set this up for the next witness. The evidence applies. See you back here in about 10 minutes.
And Baker's coming up. Yep, Baker's coming up. Who's your next witness? Robert Baker. Robert Baker is coming up. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Wowzer, wowzer, wowzer. Wowzer, yes. And to address, let's not attack the witnesses. I know you guys have your opinions, but let's just be cool. No need to attack witnesses. And how they look. Unless it's Baker. Yeah, there's no reason to attack Isabella's hair. Okay. What are we up to? Oh, okay, we're up to 5. We're up to... Wow, Baker's up next. Drunky the Bear, how did we miss that? How did we miss that? Okay, so it's 6. It's 3 o'clock there, so we're going to get at least an hour and a half of Baker. Oh, it's Capri Law. Yay, I'm here listening with you guys, just slipping in and out of sleep. That woke me up, though. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, this is going to be a spicy meatball. For sure, Donna. Wow, this trial is just blowing me away. This was like so slow for 28 days, and now all of a sudden the last 2 days have just been like, wow. This is why, yes, they did say Baker. Yes, we have confirmed. Call your next witness? He said Robert Baker. We have it confirmed. Irish Amy, I think this trial has sapped our hopes, so we didn't hear it. Oh no, it's okay. Whatever. So you were talking about Monica's hair? I thought you guys were talking about Bella's hair. Whatever. I mean, it's not a big deal, guys. Just let it go. Just let it go. It's not a big deal. Let's focus back on the trial. Not a big deal. There's more important things to worry about than somebody's hair, or if they said it or not. All right, Robert Baker's coming up, you guys. Get your popcorn ready. And I'm glad that Cross went the way they went with her. That was fine, because there's no need to let's see. Let me get to Cross. Okay, so they talked about the interview. Okay, so she was scared because there were 2 murderers on loose. How did she know there were 2? How did she know there were 2 murderers? That's a really good question. Somebody in the chat caught that. I forget who it was. I'm sorry. I apologize. But somebody said, how did she know there were 2 murderers? Right? So originally, then just Cross went through, I'm just going to go through this real quick, about these texts. Can you please come home? I don't know why you guys leave me alone at night all the time. Giuliani was with her too, and she's 15 years old. And then, then her friends had been there with you. I don't remember. So in essence, your mom left you with your friends. Yeah. Well, those friends left because they have responsible parents. Those parents are probably saying, guys, come home because you're 16 years old. Don't stay out till past 9 or 10 or whatever. Let's see. She knew about Baker in the bedroom, but never talked to mom about it? Yeah, I don't believe that either. Rob wasn't helping around the house. Now, Jessica said that he was. Jessica said that he was helping with the cars. Was he helping Jessica with her car? No, just the one time with the tire pop. So Jessica was saying that Baker was over, I think, I don't know, often, but he definitely came over a couple times and he took her car to a mechanic. So Jessica knew something. Isabella knew something else. So. Yes, therapist, we've never been cool with attacking witnesses. Just to be clear, that's never been acceptable. But we move on. We don't dwell. Let it go. Robert Baker. How do I describe Baker? Baker. Murderer? I guess that's what I got. Well, I'll say deleter. Perpetrator. Defendant. No, he's not a defendant anymore. The main thing I took out of that was, how did she know there were two murderers on the loose? She was scared because there were two murderers on the loose. How did she know that? How did she know that? How did she know that? Yes, let it go, let it go, let it go. How did she know that there were 2? Nobody knew there were 2. Nobody knew that there were 2 other than the police. How did Bella know there were two? You're going to attack Baker? All right. No, we're not going to ban you. Just. Okay, Baker. How do I describe him? Lowlife? You know what? Screw it. Just going to say it. After having that conversation with the advocacy folks last night, just going to come out and say it. Let me see. What did I call Austin? What did I say about Austin? Trying to think how I described Austin. Oh, I said deleted Fabio. All right, I'll go with that. All right. I'll wait till he actually shows up. Oh, wait. Somebody tag me. Is Baker okay to trash? Yes. You guys can trash. Well, now he's one you can trash. Yes. I guess that's fine. If you guys need to vent your frustration, you can go ahead and vent it on Baker. You can vent your frustration on Baker. Go ahead. I guess we'll allow that. Yes. You guys can. Yes. You guys can vent your frustration on Baker. Yes, you can vent your frustration on Baker. Baker, Monica's man piece. That's true. Oh, no, Madonna. Madonna's man piece, right? The leader of Fabio. Is it her man piece or her main piece? All right, we'll go with Madonna's man piece. Oops, didn't want to do that. Oh, stop it. Okay. Defense witness. Wow, so who else can they call after this? I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, how can you possibly call somebody after this? Right? Who else do you think? Yes. I'm Shamie Baker finally on the stand. It's a Christmas miracle. Yeah, the leader of Fabio, former corn star, swinger, abuse of children, the leader of Fabio. Boy, just goes on and on and on, right? Oh, now you're going to need a small glass? A small glass? Just a small glass of Smirnoff? Just a small glass? Donna asked, from the CD that the neighbor brought over the night of the wake. From the CD. Okay, I must have missed something. I don't get that from the CD that the neighbor. Help me understand that. I didn't quite get that. Dwayne, hey buddy, how are you? Hello to you all. I love you, but I need a break from this never-ending trial. Dude, if you're ever coming back, this is the time to come back. Baker is going to take the stand. Baker is coming up. Dwayne, you chose a really great day to come back. You chose a great day to come back. Get your popcorn. It's only a small pint. Yes. Turn your 70-inch TV on now. Just blast it onto the side of your house or your apartment. Okay, so the surveillance camera from the neighbor, yes. Oh, that's how she knew. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's how she knew. Okay. Gotcha, guys. Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you. I've got like 30,000 things going on right now, so thank you for that reminder. Yep. That's how she knew. That's how she knew the two murder. Gotcha. Okay. I'm with you now, chat. I'm with you now. Anna said they watch. Okay. I got you now. OnlyFan. Dwayne, it's the main man on the stand. Here we go. Tablet, Bluetooth on, ready to go. Yes, Donna, thank you. That's how she knew about the two robbers. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, get your popcorn ready. Okay, so it's 6 o'clock East Coast, 3 o'clock there, but we're on a half-hour delay, so it's only 2:30 there. 3:30, 4:30. We should have at least 2 hours with Baker. Drunky, can you verify whether the site shows Baker is still there? That's a good one. That's a good one. Now remember, okay, from the stand, Rob Baker. Shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll probably take our afternoon recess for break around 3:15, thereabouts. You can call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Robert Baker to the defendant.
Please call your witness.
If you could please face me, and if you can, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Baker, B-A-K-E-R.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, did you previously plead to first-degree murder of Fabio Sementilli prior to ever agreeing to testify in this case?
I didn't agree to testify, no. I did plead no contendory.
Before you agreed to do anything, did you come into court and plead to first-degree murder killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I pled no contest.
Okay, you understand that in a criminal case that's the same as a guilty plea?
I do.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you plead no contest in exchange for any promise of leniency or any deal?
I did not.
Could you talk to the microphone, please?
I did not.
In other words, were you offered any reduced sentence or any other benefit in exchange for your decision or agreement to testify?
No, I didn't.
And do you understand that you were under no obligation to testify?
I understand that.
Are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Has anyone offered you anything whatsoever for your truthful testimony under oath?
No. No.
After your arrest in this case, did you ever receive anything from Monica Sementilli, any benefit for coming in here and testifying truthfully?
No.
When you were originally charged, you were charged with Monica Sementilli. Is that correct?
Yes.
You see her seated over there?
I do.
Monica Sementilli?
I do.
All right. May the record reflect that he has identified the defendant.
Yes.
You were arrested, as I recall, on June 14, 2017. Is that correct? On or about?
I'm going to believe you on that one because I actually don't remember the date, but yes.
Okay. We're talking about almost 8 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do you remember that day? If not the date?
I don't remember the date, but I kind of remember the day, yeah. I do.
Okay. After you were arrested and brought to court, were you represented by attorney Michael Simrin? S-I-M-R-I-N?
Initially, no, but later on, yes.
Okay. So initially, you were appointed someone to represent you when you were first brought to court?
Yes.
But eventually was an attorney assigned to you to be your attorney throughout the proceedings?
Yes.
And was his name Michael Simrin?
Yes.
Did Mr. Simran ever indicate to you that you could receive a lesser sentence or some kind of leniency if you agreed to testify against Monica Sementilli or identify the second murderer in this case?
Yes, he said there was a deal on the table. That's what he told me.
Did he tell you what the deal was?
He said it was 16 to life.
Second degree murder?
He didn't tell me what it was. He just told me that was something called a proffer.
Okay. Did you agree to do that?
No.
As a result, when you pled no contest or guilty in this case, you received no benefit whatsoever. Is that right?
Not at all.
It's correct, isn't it?
It's correct.
As a result, did you receive a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole?
Plus 25 years.
And is that the sentence you are now serving?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever make a request to any detectives who were talking to you or any prosecutor to receive a lesser sentence in exchange for your testimony?
No, I did not.
At the time you were arrested, Ms. Sementilli was arrested with you, is that correct?
Yes.
But the second killer, and let me preface that, you did murder Fabio Sementilli, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you do so with a second individual?
He went with me, but he didn't. Yes, he went with me.
Okay. And is his name Christopher Austin?
Yes.
You know that Mr. Austin, or do you know, has previously pled guilty to a lesser charge of 16 to life?
I didn't know the numbers, but I know he did something. I didn't know too much of anything.
Well, did you know he made a deal?
Eventually, yes.
As you're sitting here now, do you know that he's made a deal? He made a deal.
Yes, I know he made a deal.
In exchange for his testimony?
Yes.
Before then, well, I'll get to that. So, at the time that you were originally arrested and charged, there were only two defendants, you and Monica Sementilli. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for a variety of reasons, the case continued for several years. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, eventually, you pled no contest or guilty, as we said, to first-degree murder and were sentenced to life without parole. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember approximately when that occurred?
No, I don't. I don't know the date. It was about a year and a half ago.
Right.
Somewhere around there.
I have a minute, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to give you the date of July 7, 2023 that we have from the official records. Does that sound right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. But on or about that date, you came into this courtroom, is that right?
Yes.
With no prior agreement with the district attorneys, the judge, or anyone else, correct?
Correct.
And you entered your plea to all the charges you were faced with, correct?
Correct.
And then your sentencing was put over to give anyone who wanted to speak at your sentencing an opportunity, correct?
I think that was the reason why it was held over, yeah. I'm not sure. I wasn't told anything.
Okay. Well, you were in court when it was put over for your sentencing, correct?
Yes.
And you were represented at that time by Mr. Simran, is that right?
Yes.
And then your sentencing eventually occurred a few months later, correct?
No, it was kind of fast.
Okay. It was a few weeks later,
Yeah,
perhaps?
literally.
Okay. All this time you remained in custody, right?
Correct.
And at your sentencing, do you recall people making statements, how they felt about your case, including members of the victim's family, Fabio Sementilli's immediate family? You remember that?
I did.
You remember that?
Your Honor, Jeff, every question's leading.
It is.
Okay. Did anyone speak at that hearing concerning what they thought you should receive as a result of your pleas?
People spoke, and quite a few people spoke, yes.
Did the two daughters of Monica Sementilli speak as well?
I think just one of them did, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, your memory's better than mine. After they spoke, you were in fact sentenced to life without parole, is that right?
That's correct.
And have you been in prison ever since?
I've been in custody ever since.
Let me just ask you, well, a few basic questions before we get into the details. Did you plan and execute the plan to murder Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And did you in fact do so?
I did.
And who was with you at that time?
Just Chris was. He was a lookout.
All right, we'll get to that. You see the defendant seated over here, Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
You knew her well at the time of the murder, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you were in a romantic or sexual relationship with her?
Yes, you could say that.
Was that true?
Yes.
Did she have anything to do with the planning or the execution of the plan to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No.
You're sure?
I'm positive.
Now you have heard some of the evidence already against you in the form of what we call overhears, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that change your testimony that she had nothing to do with the planning or killing of Fabio Sementilli?
No, it doesn't change anything.
Does that remain your testimony under oath today?
Yeah, it is.
Let me get a little background from you, if I could, Mr. Baker. What's your date of birth?
5262.
And where were you born?
In Europe, Germany.
When did you come to the United States?
I don't know. When my dad brought me here, I guess, when I was like 3.
Okay, and where did you live?
Been all over the United States. I'm an Army brat.
And you ever live in Fayetteville, North Carolina?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Where'd you grow up?
Kind of everywhere. Fayetteville was most of my childhood upbringing.
You had a father and mother there with you?
Yes.
Any relatives? Any brothers and sisters?
No, that's me. I'm the only child.
All right. And at some point, did you come to Los Angeles, California?
Yes, as an Army recruiter.
Pardon?
As an Army recruiter, I came here.
Okay. So were you in the Army yourself?
Yes.
For what years? You remember?
From 81 to 94.
So 13 years?
Yeah, 13, 14 years.
Okay. And what was the highest rank you received?
I was a staff sergeant.
Okay. And were you stationed all over the country or overseas or what?
A little bit of both. A little bit of Atlanta, Georgia, Virginia, all over the place. I've been a whole bunch of places.
Did you consider yourself a good soldier?
Objection irrelevant.
Oh, here, it's overruled.
I was considered one of the best.
And when you retired, at what rank did you retire from the service?
I didn't retire.
So you're still a member of the armed services?
No, I'm out.
So how did you leave and why did you leave? First, how did you leave?
I just...
Well, why did you leave? Let me start with why did you leave the service?
That's a tricky question, but I'll answer honestly, since I answer it honestly. I caught another case, and I got put out of the military.
Okay. So let me ask you this. As you sit here now, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
Can you tell us what felony that was?
I pled no contest to lewd and lascivious acts with a minor.
Minor being someone under the age of 18?
Correct.
Can you tell us how old that individual was at the time?
15.
Okay. And did you serve time?
I did.
When you got out, were you on parole?
Yes, I was.
You understood that you had and still do, I assume, a lifetime requirement to register as a sex offender, is that right?
That's the law.
Okay. And were you ever prosecuted for violating that law?
They chased me all the time, yes.
Okay. And were you ever punished or sentenced for additional time for that?
It's think I did 6 months. I think I did 6 months for time one time.
Okay. As a result of that conviction or those convictions, were you unable or were you discharged from the armed services?
Say that one more time.
As a result of the convictions, the felony conviction, were you discharged?
Oh, yes.
But what year was that about?
94.
Okay. And is that when you came to Los Angeles?
I was already in Los Angeles at the time.
Okay. And no longer serving in the armed services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us what you did for a living, what your employment was after you left the armed services?
After that, I worked retail, believe it or not. I worked retail, and after I got out of retail, I wound up getting involved in the entertainment business. Well, because it's going to come out anyway, the adult entertainment business.
Okay. And when you say the adult entertainment business, you're talking about legal pornography, shall we say?
Adult entertainment.
Okay.
Pornography is degradation. We don't.
Fair enough. And what exactly did you do in that field of work?
Well, at first, I was actually married at the time. Well, I was like a domestic, and then I had a...
Jack, you are non-responsive.
It is non-responsive.
What does that mean?
That's right.
So I won't make the same
Sir,
mistake.
just listen to the attorney. Answer his questions, please.
When did you first get married?
The first time?
Yes.
The very first time.
Very first time.
Back in 82.
Okay, you were still in the armed services?
Yes.
And you mind telling us the name of the person you married?
I'd rather not.
Okay. How long were you married to her?
4 years.
Okay. And who was your second wife?
I'd rather not mention her name either.
Pardon?
I said I don't want to mention her name either.
Okay. Were you still in the armed services then?
Yes.
And you get divorced from her?
Yes.
When did you begin in the adult entertainment business?
In 97.
Were you married at that time?
No, not legally.
Did you eventually marry someone that you were going with at that time?
No.
Okay. So when you got into the adult entertainment business, can you tell us what you initially did?
I was a performer with my partner.
So you were actually in the videos that were being made, correct?
Yes.
And when you say your partner, that is an actress who was also acting in the adult entertainment business, correct?
No, we came in together. She wasn't in. We came in the business together, so she wasn't there working. We came in at the same time.
Did you bring her into the business with you?
We agreed to come to the business together. Yes.
Okay, well, you were a team.
Yes.
And how old were you at that time? About
29, maybe 20. No. 30, 31.
How old was she?
20.
Did you bring her into the business with you? In other words, she had to come with you as a team, or you would not have been hired?
I sort of came with her.
Okay.
Actually.
And you were making movies where? Here in Los Angeles or Chatsworth, wherever they made movies?
Yeah. Yes.
And for how long did you do that, Mr. Baker?
I performed probably about 4 years, maybe 4.
All with her?
Most of the time, yes. Most of the time.
Did you ever get married to her?
We were married by... No, we weren't.
Okay. So after the 4 years, what was your next field of employment?
You should ask who she was.
You willing to...
I'm a Jack non-responsive.
What's his name?
I'm not sure I can do whatever you ask me to, but I'll ask you that question. What was her name?
It was the victim of my first case.
Okay, so without going into a lot of details, you originally had a relationship with this 15-year-old female, correct?
Yes.
You were charged and convicted of lewd acts or sexual acts with someone under the age of 18, correct?
Yes.
You served your time, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out, did you marry her?
We got together, yes.
Did you ever get legally married?
No.
Okay. You don't want to state her name?
No.
Okay. So, how did you live together?
Yes.
How long did you live together with her?
After that time, about 5-6 years.
And where was this in relation to when you were performing as an adult actor?
In Los Angeles.
But were you living with her while you were performing as an adult actor?
Yes.
She was not your partner in that, or was she?
Yes, she was my partner.
I see. And eventually you split up with her, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you leave the adult entertainment business at that time as a performer?
Yes.
Okay. This was all in Los Angeles?
Correct.
What was your next line of employment or field, your occupation?
I was a manager, a talent manager.
Okay. When you say a talent manager, was that for regular movies and plays or so forth, or was it still in the adult entertainment field?
It was both, adult, mainstream.
Did you have a name of an agency? Did you work alone or what?
No, I worked with my partner. She was my partner in this.
Okay, the one that you didn't marry but had a relationship with.
Yes.
And what did you do briefly as a manager in this field?
We guided entertainers to get better jobs, and kind of like a guiding people to get, what's the better word for it, more productive and more quality work.
And I assume you were paid for your service.
Yes.
You got a commission on there.
I object. All of these questions are in the meeting.
Sustain.
How were you paid when you were in this field?
Through commissions.
Okay.
2 commissions.
And how long were you a manager in the adult entertainment business?
Probably the entire time, almost 20 years.
Now, did you manage others besides performers in the adult entertainment business? I mean, other than pornographic performers?
Adult entertainers, yes.
Did you manage individuals who were dancers in strip clubs or nightclubs?
No, not really the strip club thing. Like artists, musicians,
okay.
Up and comers, models, fighters.
And was this all with your partner?
In the beginning, no. Towards the end, yes.
Okay.
We had split up by that time.
Did you have an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was on Ventura Boulevard.
How long were you in that business as an adult entertainment manager?
Like I said, probably about 15 years, 17 years, something like that.
And that would take us till when in your life?
2015, about 2015.
All right.
Yeah, about 2015 or so.
Now, there was a witness who testified in this case, Roger Brown. Did you know Mr. Brown?
I do.
And how did you know Mr. Brown?
Met him at a party in 1998, I believe it was.
And to your knowledge, what field of employment was Mr. Brown in?
He was a general manager for a strip club.
Okay. Did you work for him in any way in supplying him with actresses or talent or dancers or anything?
He hired 1 or 2 for once to do a feature.
Okay. Did you remain friends with him?
Yes.
So you say that took us to about 2015, correct?
That's when I ended it. I got burnt out. Yes, so I didn't work anymore.
When did you first meet Monica Sementilli?
Probably 2016.
And when you first met her, how were you employed?
I was living off my residuals, and I was working at LA Fitness.
Okay. So LA Fitness is a gym, correct?
Yeah, correct.
When did you start working at LA Fitness approximately?
I think of 2015.
Okay.
I think.
And any particular location?
The Woodland Hills location.
Okay. Do you remember the street or the address?
No.
Okay. Where were you living at that time?
At that time, I was living in Canoga Park.
House, apartment?
It was an apartment.
By that time, had you legally married someone else?
No. Oh, no. By that time, I was already, I was divorced.
Okay, and that was from your first wife?
No, that was from my last wife, my last one.
Do you wish to state her name or not?
I do not.
Okay. Did she live with you in Los Angeles while you were an adult manager?
Yes.
What did she do?
She worked at a restaurant. She also worked as an actress. She was pretty well known.
When did you get divorced from her?
2014, 2015, something like that.
Okay. During the time that you were married to her, were you faithful to her?
Yes.
Okay. After you got divorced, then you began working at LA Fitness, is that right?
Right.
Okay. What was your first job there?
My only job there was I was a league director.
A league director?
A league, yeah. I was running a racquetball league.
Now, is this something you had done before?
No, never.
How'd you get into league, racquetball league?
I'm a smart guy.
Okay. Well, I won't comment on that. That was your first position at LA Fitness?
That's the first and only one.
Did you come up with the idea, or were they looking for a league manager? Or
yeah,
what?
And I knew everybody who played racquetball over there, so I knew everyone. So it kind of was an easy walk-in job to do. It was a hobby, more of a hobby job type thing.
But you were paid?
Yeah, I was paid.
Okay. And what were your duties as the league director?
Well, my job was just to run the leagues within Woodland Hills club, or actually for LA Fitness. Anybody who wanted to be in the league.
Is that where you were working when you first met Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And how long, at some point you began seeing her in more than a platonic way, is that correct?
Correct.
How long after you first met her did you first begin a romantic or sexual relationship?
I don't have dates, or there's a couple.
Well, a few weeks, a few months.
A couple of weeks.
Okay.
A couple of weeks.
Were you seeing anybody else at the time?
Not steady.
But you were seeing other women?
Not really. Not really. I mean, not really.
Okay.
It's a complicated answer.
I'm just asking the questions. Do the best you can. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you play around, to use that term?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay. Had you made other acquaintances there? Other people who worked there?
Oh, yes.
How did you first get involved with Miss
I did.
Okay. Did you meet any of her children?
Eventually I did.
And do you recall their names?
Yes.
What are they?
Is it safe to say it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Jessica and Isabel.
Okay. And did you meet them at the racquetball club at the LA Fitness?
I think I met the oldest one at the gym, and the youngest one somewhat. She never came to the gym, if I remember right.
So the oldest one was Jessica, correct?
Correct.
Did she play racquetball there at the gym?
No, she didn't play racquetball.
She didn't play at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Well, did her mother play, Monica?
Mother played, yeah.
So when they came to the gym, let's start with Jessica. What did she do there, if you remember?
She probably went out running on a treadmill, or...
Your Honor, I'm object to the answer. Probably it sounds like it's based on speculation.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
Do you know what she did there? Did you actually see what she did at the LA Fitness?
No, I wasn't paying attention like that.
Well, you were paying attention to her mother.
Correct.
What about the younger girl, daughter, Isabella?
I don't remember seeing her at the gym.
Okay. How long were you how long after you first met Monica Sementilli did you meet her husband, Fabio?
Maybe a couple of months. Maybe a couple of months or so. That I'm not even sure about. I shouldn't be answering that because I don't know for sure.
Well, do you know for sure whether or not you met him?
I did meet him.
And how were you introduced to him?
I was introduced to him. This is my husband. And then he introduced himself. I introduced myself. And then he and I played racquetball.
Okay. How long after that did you first begin a more than platonic relationship with Monica Sementilli?
That I'm not sure about. But I think it was after I had met her that I had met him. So it was a while. So I met her first, We got involved. Hang on. We got involved.
Do you need some water or anything?
No.
All right.
I've been sitting in that ice cold cell for so. And then I met him later.
All right. Was it after you met him that you got involved with her?
No, it was before.
Got involved with her before then?
I don't remember. Okay. Honestly, I don't. That's a tough question.
And I don't need a lot of detail, but can you describe the first time that you were romantically involved with her, or discuss being involved outside of the racquetball situation?
It was just a conversation first. We just had a conversation. We just talked, and it took a little while before we got involved. I don't have a timeline or nothing like that, but it took a little while, and I don't have timelines.
Okay. I assume you know the date of January 23, 2017?
I'm taking that's the day of the crime.
Yes.
Okay.
Day of the murder?
Yeah.
How long before then did you first begin seeing Monica Sementilli on a dating relationship, if we can put it that way?
I would say about roughly a year.
Right. And did that begin on just going to movies, coming to your place? How did that start?
Yeah, we went out to have some lunch or something, and we talked, and that's how it kind of started off. And then eventually it got a little bit more serious. Invited her to the apartment. I don't have a timeline.
Okay. Eventually you engaged in sexual conduct with her?
Yes.
How often did you see Monica?
It was sporadic. It was scattered. It would all depended on her time, on her schedule.
Let me ask you a separate question, if I can. Do you know an app, phone app by the name of Viber, V-I-B-E-R?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what your understanding of Viber was in 2015?
Viber was a text app that the whole world used to text each other.
All right. How was it different than, say, Apple or some other text device?
I wouldn't know. I used it because somebody introduced it to me months before that, or even a year before that. I liked it. I enjoyed it. So that's why I used it.
All right. That was before you even met Monica, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you use the app at that time for any reason of secrecy or keeping your communications private?
Never.
Did you ever discuss the Viber app or introduce Monica to it?
Actually, I did. If I remember right, I think I did.
And did you tell her that you were using it and that she should use it as well?
I told her I was using it. It was a fun app to use because you could do pictures and stuff. So yeah, I said, so I introduced her to it.
And to your knowledge, did she download it?
Yes, she did.
So why did you use Viber with Monica Sementilli as opposed to some other app?
That was the one I had been using for a while, so I've had it in my system for a while.
And how long after you had begun your romantic relationship with her did she download and start using the Viber app?
That I don't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have any clue.
Did you did you endeavor to keep the sexual relationship with Monica Sementilli secret?
I did.
And was that her desire as well?
Yes.
How did you go about keeping it secret?
Every way possible. Not letting anybody see anything, hear anything, detect anything. I did my best to keep it that way.
Would you still? Would she still be playing racquetball at the LA Fitness while this was going on?
Yes.
And what about her daughters? Did they continue to go to LA Fitness while this was going on?
Yeah. Yes.
So we're now in 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
How often would you say that you saw Monica Sementilli during that period?
Again, it was very sporadic, so it could be once a week, once every 2 weeks, or 3 times a week. It all depends on who's doing what between the both of us.
And how did you determine who was doing what? In other words, how did you determine when you would see her?
She called the shots on that based on her schedule.
So how would you find out what her schedule was on any particular day?
Just usual conversation. Would tell me, I got this going on, I'm going to Ralph's, I'm going here, I'm going to Starbucks, that type of thing, or I'm free, I got this amount of time to see you. You know, it just varied all over the place.
And did you also engage in that type of activity, trying to find out what she was doing by communicating with her?
Yeah, I let her talk. I just listened, because she was pretty good about letting me know what was going on with her.
All right. Now, did she let you know what was going on with her on a steady basis?
Yeah, pretty much.
Every day of the week?
Not every. Yeah. If she could manage to call me or text me, yeah.
Now, you knew her husband was working, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Did you know how he was employed at that time?
At the time, when everything first started, I knew he worked. I didn't know what he did.
Well, didn't you ask her what her husband did?
No, not really. I mean, I knew he worked. I didn't ask because I really didn't care.
Well, how were you able to arrange to see her in secret if you didn't know how her husband, or where he was working, or when he was working?
I trusted her to tell me.
Okay.
Eventually, she told me. She explained it, but at first, no, I didn't know.
Okay. So tell me, just in summary, your day starts. Did you know ahead of time, like a week or a month, when you would be able to see her? Or was it a daily thing?
It was sometimes she would let me know he was going out of town if she knew in advance. Sometimes it was very sporadic, like she had a little bit of time. It just was all over the place. It was all over the place.
Was it your goal to keep this relationship secret?
Oh, absolutely.
And what was her attitude about keeping it secret?
That was mainly hers, the one that wanted to keep it secret, so I agreed with her.
Did she make that clear to you?
Yes.
Did that involve...
I'm going to check the
I'll allow that.
Did that involve communicating with an encrypted app?
It involved talking on Viber.
And
I don't know if it's encrypted or not. I'm assuming it is.
Well, your desire was to keep those communications private, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you communicate normally? Would it be by text, phone, or Viber?
It was always Viber.
So on any particular day, did you know ahead of time whether you were going to see her or not?
No. It was random. It was random.
And what was it based on? Her communicating with you, or you with her, or both?
Now, during a normal conversation when we text each other, it'll be something like, what are you doing today? Or I'm free. We can have coffee, or we can meet here. I'm going shopping there, or can I come over? It's just random. It's very random.
And we're still talking about 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you keep your relationship with her secret from your friends?
From my racquetball friends? For a while, yes.
And how did you do that?
Just didn't mention it.
And when you went out, would you go out alone with her or with others?
At first it was just she and I.
Mr. Baker, let me ask you this, in all honesty. Were you seeing anyone else on the side while you were seeing Miss Sementilli?
The day I got involved with Monica, I cut everything off. I didn't see anybody else no more.
So you had been seeing someone at the time you began your relationship with Miss Sementilli, is that correct?
I wasn't seeing anybody. I was, like you said earlier, I was playing field, but I wasn't even playing field. I can't even call it that. I can't even call it that. No.
Who were your good friends, if you had any, at the time you began seeing Monica?
I had a few.
Can you tell us who they were?
I don't want to mention names.
Well, did they testify in this case?
I don't know, because I don't know who testified.
Okay. All right, maybe we'll broach that subject some other time. Did you have a best friend at that time?
Okay. Yes.
Can you tell us who that was or not?
Hang on. I'm sure it's going to come up again. Yes. There's two of them.
Okay.
It's Roger's one.
Roger Brown?
Yes. He's
okay.
one.
You know he's testified in this case.
Okay. I don't know that. I didn't know that.
Okay.
And Birdsong.
Alfred Birdsong.
Yes.
He has not testified in this case.
Okay.
Did you know Mr. Birdsong before you began seeing Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And how long had you known Mr. Birdsong, or that, or when he first became your friend? Can you tell us that?
I met him in 1983.
You seem to remember that year. Was there anything special about that?
It was my first year in Europe.
And where was he living at that time?
He was in Europe also. He just got assigned there.
He was in the...
Interrupt you this time. I promised the jury a break. We're going to take our afternoon break. It's time for 15 minutes. The admonition applies.
Wow. So I've been taking screenshot after screenshot to compare how Monica was looking at Austin versus looking at Baker. And she's barely looking at Baker. She's looking at, she looked at Austin a lot, and she was just shooting him dagger after dagger after dagger. And she's barely looking at she looked at Austin a lot, barely looking at Baker. So, all right, let's get through this. All right, Robert Baker, did you plead first degree? He said, and agreed to, did you plead first degree? He said, I didn't agree to testify. He said, I pled no contest. That's the same as guilty, yes. And then he said, I did not agree, and he looks over at the judge. He gave the judge a dirty look. Surprised the judge. If the judge saw that, I'm surprised he didn't say something. Because you just don't do that. He's doing so freely and voluntarily. He's not getting any benefits from testifying. Do you see Monica Sementilli? And he's like, yes. But he didn't even look at her. And then Levine's like, let it be on the record that that he identifies her. Oh, Capri Law, thank you for the Venmo. I just wanted to give you that shout out. Thank you for the Venmo, Capri Law. Really appreciate that. Wait, what did you say? You said something cute. What did you say? A cup of tea for my favorite hosts. Aw, thank you, Capri. Appreciate that. Let's see. So I don't remember the date, but I kind of remember the day. Oh, the arrest. I don't remember the date, but I kind of remember the day. I kind of remember the day I got arrested. Lawyer Michael Simran. Sorry, but I didn't quite get that last name. That was not his initial lawyer, but it was later. He was told there was a deal on the table, 16 to life, which is what Austin was offered. He was told about the proffer. He received no benefit from testifying. He got life without parole plus 25 years. So he made sure to throw that in there. He didn't receive an offer from the DA. Did you kill Fabio? He said, yes. Did you do it with a second individual? He said, he went with me. He knew. Okay, so he knew Austin did something as far as the deal. He said, did you know he did a deal? He said, yes. Let's see. The case continued for several years. He doesn't know the date of his plea. It was somewhere around a year ago, July 7th, 2023. Does that sound right? He says, I'll take your word for it. The sentencing occurred 2 months later. He says, no, it was kind of fast. Do you recall people making statements at that? He said, yes. Do you remember? He only remembers one daughter speaking. So I got to go back. I forget. I wonder. They were both standing. I can't remember if it was just Jessica that spoke. Did you plan to execute Fabio? He said yes. And did you in fact do so? He said yes. Chris was just the lookout. So now he's saying Chris Austin was just the lookout. Were you in a romantic relationship with, he said, you could say that. Did she have anything to do with it? He said no. Do the over hairs change your opinion? He says no. So then we go through some backstory. He was born in 1962 in Germany, lived in Fayetteville. He was an Army brat, an only child. He went to LA as an Army recruiter. 81 to 94, he made it up to staff sergeant. He said he was one of the best. What the heck just happened? Oh, what just happened? Oh my, are you kidding me? All my notes just disappeared. Whoa. Hold on. Hold on a sec, guys. All of my notes just disappeared. Okay, there they are. Wow, that's weird. Now, let me save this as something else here. That was weird. I'm going through my notes and they just like something bizarre happened, but let me just come over here. All right, let me get back to okay, staff sergeant, he was one of the best. Why did you leave? How did you leave and why? He says that's tricky. Well, ultimately it was coached out of him that he caught another case. He eventually said he was convicted and pled no contest to lewd and lascivious acts with a minor who was 15. And we knew all this, but we'll go through it anyway. He did 6 months for that. Then he worked retail. Then he got involved in the adult entertainment industry. He says pornography is degrading. So he draws the line at calling it that. So let's say it as adult entertainment business. 82 was the first time he got married. He'd rather not tell us her name. He was married for 4 years. He didn't want to mention the second wife's name. 97 is when he got into the adult industry. Let's see. So he came in and he performed with his partner. They came in together. They agreed to come into the business together as a team. He was 30, she was 20. So that means he was 25 and she was 15 when that happened. They performed maybe for 4 years. Most of the time was with her. He didn't get married to her. You should ask who she was. That's what he says. You should ask who she was. Her name was the victim in the first case. So they go back to that. 15 years old. He was charged, convicted. He served time. They got together, but they were not legal. They lived together 5 to 6 years in LA. She was the partner in his movies. They left movies as performers. Hold on, let me save that. They left movies as performers. And they started a talent agency for adult and mainstream people. He worked with their partner. He guided entertainers to get a better job, more productive, quality work. He was paid through commissions. Yeah, he had done that for almost 20 years. He managed musicians, models, and fighters. He had an office on Ventura Boulevard for 15 to 17 years. He met Roger Brown at a party in 98. He hired one or two of Baker's. So Roger Brown hired one or two of Baker's stable, I guess, people to do a feature. But he says he got burnt out. He met Monica in 2006. He was living off residuals and he was working at LA Fitness. He was divorced from his last wife and doesn't wish to state her name, but she was a pretty well-known actress. Got to find out who that was. He was faithful to her, he says. He was a racquetball. At LA Fitness, he was a league director of racquetball. He never did this before. Asked why, he says, because I'm a smart guy, as he gives a laugh. So Baker's a smart guy. How long after you met did you start a relationship with Monica? He said a couple of weeks. He said, Levine asked him, did you play around? He said, you could say that. Did you meet the children? He says, is that safe to say? And he says, eventually, yes, he met Jessica and Bella. How long after did you meet Fabio? He said, maybe a couple months. said, I should answer that because I don't know. He said, I shouldn't answer that because I don't know. I shouldn't answer that. I shouldn't answer that because I don't know. They were introduced as, this is my husband. They shook hands, then they played racquetball. He doesn't remember now when he got involved with Monica. Was it before or after meeting Fabio? And I mean, when I say involved, I mean, I'm not going to say it, but it started with just a conversation and it took a while. He says, I don't have a timeline. And then January 23rd, 2017, I'm taking that's the day of the crime. How long before had they been messing around? He said roughly a year. They went to lunch. That's how it started off. Eventually got serious and I invited her to my apartment. Then they engaged in conduct. It was sporadic and dependent on her schedule. Do you know Viber? He says, yes. The understanding of Viber is that it's a text app that the whole world used. I never heard of Viber before this trial, but apparently the whole world uses it. I used it because someone introduced it to me. It was before I met Monica. Did you use it for secrecy? He said, never. He says he thinks he told Monica about it. It was a fun app to use, so I introduced her to it. Why did you use Viber with Monica? It's the one I had been using for a while. They wanted to keep the affair secret. How did you go about doing that? He said, everything possible. Monica would still be going to the gym along with her daughters while the affair was going on. How often did you see Monica? Once a week, 3 times a week? It was sporadic. How did you determine getting together? He says she called the shots. She would say, and it would just be an usual conversation. Hey, I'm going to Ralph's. I'm going here. I'm going there. I have time to get together. I let her talk. She was pretty good about letting me know what she was doing. If she could manage to call or text me, she would. Did you know how Fabio was employed? He said, I knew he worked, but I didn't know how. I didn't ask because I really didn't care. Nice one. I trusted her to tell me. Eventually, she did tell me. Did you know ahead of time when you would be able to see her? It was sometimes she would let me know he was going out of town. It was all over the place. It was your goal to keep it secret. Yep, he said it was mainly her. The day I got involved with Monica, I cut it off with all others. I don't want to mention any names. I don't know who testified in this case. Did you have a best friend? He said, yes. Can you tell us their name? And he kind of hems and haws. He's like, I'm sure it will come up. He says Roger Brown, and then he says Birdsong. He knew Birdsong before meeting Monica, and he met Birdsong in '93 in Europe because that's when Birdsong was there. So what do you guys think? Mel Stillard, yep, never heard of it. It always starts with dinner. Always starts with dinner. Hola, this trial is my first knowledge of it as well. I agree. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I'm glad I get to watch his testimony with no distractions. Everyone who was here has gone home. I'm even going to try pushing off a walk if my pup decides to go. Yep. Pammy, yep, never heard of it. I never heard of Viber. Sinbad, we will need more than popcorn tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Mel Stiller, he bought dinner and Monica provided the dessert. Shirley Roth, in other words, she was in charge of everything, so she planned everything. Really helps Monica. Not. So true. That's so true. He's literally saying it was all on her. It was all her. It was all her. It was all her. But no, she didn't have anything to do with this, but she's the one that called the shots. So how did you know when to come over? I can't wait for them to ask him that question. How did you know when to come over? How did you know when to come over? How did you know Fabio was home, since you didn't know what he did? How did you know when to come over? How did you know he was even there? How did you even know that he was home? How did you know? Fala Levine talking about the 15-year-old by saying at least she wasn't 7 or 8. Yeah, he brought that up. Drunky the Bear, didn't we also hear Monica was trying to hook up with her trainer? Yep, that was Matt Nurse. We heard that from Matt, that Monica was trying to hook up with him, and he was just like, no. Butterfly Dana, state will discredit Robert Baker. I don't mean to be facetious, but I got to be like, you think? Of course they're going to go hard on him. You think they went hard on Anna? Oh, man, they are going to skewer Baker. They are going to skewer him, as they should. As they should. Yeah, Dwayne. So he did corn, but not pornography. Okay, got it. Yep, exactly, Dwayne. Exactly. Because that's too degrading. We don't want to degrade. It's an art. It's an art form. It's an art form. Trout Junkies United. Viber is popular and used by over 1 billion people in Eastern Europe and Middle East. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Trout Junkies United. I did not know. I did not know that. Cheryl C., how did he know Fabio was alone? Exactly. How did he know? Therapist, and I'll be living for it. Yeah, that cross is going to be smoking. Drunky nailed it. Baker lied that Austin stabbed to cover him, but we are supposed to believe Baker's not lying to cover for Monica? Exactly. Drunky the Bear, I need to stay home all day tomorrow. I cannot miss the state lambasting. Well, let's see. We're half hour delayed. So it's 4 o'clock there. We're half hour delayed. So it's 3:30. So 4:30. We should get at least another hour in. We may get to cross. We just may get to cross. Yeah. Sinbad, Silverman will barely sleep tonight. I hear you. Pammy, careful what you say. Careful with those words, Pammy. Art. Yes, it's an art form. Come on, it's an art form. Don't you guys know that? It's an art form. Yeah, I tell you, man, this has been, what are we up to day 29? We've had 28 days of 27 days of meh, 28 days of meh, and then the last 2 days have just been on fire. I love it. I love it. Words matter, therapist, says to Pammy. Pammy, we know you're joking. Or is there truth in jest? I don't want to get you in trouble for anything. Not going to say anything. Turn some lights on here. All right. Pammy, we don't want to. Do we want to know about your past, Pammy, or do we want to know about Pammy's past? Pammy, are you ever going to tell us about your past? Oh, Pammy. Let's see. Kitty's chilling. She's over there. See her? Where is she? She's right there. Oop. She's chilling. Butterfly Dana Baker will disintegrate and explode. Yeah, you're going to see his anger, I'm sure. We're going to definitely see his anger. Because he's kind of getting upset at, he looked over at the judge, gave the judge dirty looks. He's kind of sort of getting a little testy, I guess, with at times with Levine. So so how about them? Why do that? Let's stay here. Yeah, Dreamer, we are all artists. That is true. We are all artists. Trial Junkies United. Widespread. Wait, hold on. If Pammy talks, the mystery is gone. Better to be mysterious. Okay, true. Britt, he's lying about it. Come back.
Mr. Baker is under oath. You may continue, Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, we left off when you first began your, I'll say, non-platonic relationship with Monica Sementilli. You remember the first time you engaged in sexual acts with her?
I don't remember exact dates, no.
And I don't want dates, but do you remember where that occurred?
Yeah, in my apartment.
Okay. And can you tell us how that first began, how you knew that she was available or free or whatever?
Just being a man, being around for a while, you could tell if somebody's interested, likes you a lot. So it's just kind of a feeling, just a feeling.
Okay. So you had a feeling that she was interested in you sexually, correct?
In something, yes. So sexually, personally, something, for sure.
All right. And you felt the same way?
I did.
How did you communicate that to her?
By her being with me, just going to lunch with me and talking to me, and the laughing, the smiling.
So where would you go to lunch? What types of places?
Little restaurants around the gym, and that's mainly the same place, like little restaurants, little Thai places, little because I like Asian food, so we used to go there a lot.
Okay. And would you meet her there? Would you pick her up? Did she pick you up? How'd that work?
We would meet. We would meet. Most of the time we would meet. In the beginning we would meet because we didn't want to be seen in public together at the same time.
Was that her desire, yours, or both?
It was hers, and I agreed with her.
Did you agree to keep it secret?
I did.
But Did you tell anybody that you had a girlfriend or someone
Not
on the
at first.
side or anything like that?
No, not at first. It took a while. I waited a long while.
Well, how long a while would you estimate you waited before you let anyone know that you had someone on the side, so to speak?
I'm thinking about maybe 6 months, 8 months. It's just an estimate.
Okay. So would that have been before the end of the year or Christmas time, 2016?
Yes, before.
And the relationship began in 2016, is that what you said?
Right, I think.
About what month?
February? Okay. January, February, something like that. Oh, January, yeah, January.
Okay.
That's when I met her.
When you engaged in sexual relations, where did that take place?
In my apartment.
And that was located where?
Canoga Park.
Would you meet there? Would you take her? Did she take you? How'd that work?
We'd meet there. I'd tell her where to go, where to park. She could park a car, just come up.
Remember the address?
Not anymore.
Street?
It's Independence.
Okay. What kind of vehicle were you driving at that time?
I was driving a Mustang or a Expedition.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle she was driving?
She's either driving a Mustang or a pickup truck.
And again, how did you communicate to let each other know you would meet somewhere?
Using texting, usually Viber,
right.
Or a phone call, a direct phone call.
Okay, but a direct phone call would be easy to trace, isn't that right?
Yeah, because there was really nothing going on. But
what about when things started going on? Did you use just Viber or did you use other means?
Actually, not that you brought it up, we used Viber because Viber had a phone. You can actually use their phone, They had a phone set up where you could use the phone itself on a system. Now that I thought of it, now when you said that, it just kicked in.
I'm not real clear on this because I don't know this stuff as well as others. Would you use your regular phone and then have the Viber app? Could you use that as a regular phone? Or
yes, that's what it was. So we used Viber a lot to talk too.
I mean, could you talk or did you have to send text messages?
You can do both on that app.
All right. And how did she get that app? Did you tell her how to do that?
Yeah, I told her to download it and how to use it.
All right. So during that period, and you know that the murder of Fabio took place the following January, correct?
Okay.
So were you seeing her about a year before he was murdered?
Yes.
Did she ever indicate to you that she was going to leave him for you?
We talked about it, and it didn't seem like it was gonna. It didn't seem like it was really gonna happen.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't push it because I don't want to run her away.
So did she talk to you about ever tell you that she would divorce her husband for you?
We touched on it lightly, but I could tell that she wasn't going to do that. That wasn't going to happen.
And eventually, did that become one of the reasons why you decided to murder him?
I murdered him because I wanted her.
Well, you kind of had her already, but not the way you wanted, or what?
Absolutely. I didn't have her the way I wanted her. I wanted to have easier access. I wanted her to be around me and with me. More, like all the time.
When you first started seeing her on the side, did you go on dates with places with other friends of yours or friends of yours?
You mean dates, as in the romantic
dates? Well, did you go to dinner? When you went to dinner, was it always or lunch, was it always the two of you, or did you ever go with other friends of yours?
Eventually, we did go with other friends of mine. You talking about with Monica? You talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Does Ron Ray ring a bell?
Who?
Ron Ray?
Yes.
Sheila Salikian?
Yes.
And Ricardo? Remember Ricardo?
Yes. Like
Matt
I said,
Nurse?
eventually. Who?
Matt Nurse? Remember him?
I didn't go on a date with him, but I do remember him.
No.
I mean, not a date with him, but with him to go.
So, you would go and take her on dates or events with your friends, but I take it never with her friends. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. Is that because you wanted to keep it secret?
That's what I would assume.
Well,
I knew that's what it was. I knew that's what it was.
So at any time did she tell you that anyone else in her family or her friends knew about you?
No.
That's the way she wanted to keep it?
Yes.
So tell me how, on a typical day, you would make arrangements to see her. Would it be in advance, or would it be on a moment's notice on a daily basis?
So,
It could be either or. It depends on what was going on for the day. Like if it was an advanced thing, if she knew of something that he was doing something, or she was available for whatever reasons, because I'm fighting the schedule with her whole family. So, and then the other time when it's instant, it's more like, what are you doing? And how? Good morning. How you doing? I got some time here. I got some time there. It was kind of sporadic. It was all over the place.
In Los Angeles, was the sex always at your location, your residence?
For the most part, yeah. Well, yeah. For the most part, most of the time.
And who decided how the relationship would go? In other words, did you let her do her own thing? Were you the one who decided, or how did that work?
I guess we both kind of decided, really. We both decided. I mean, one would take the lead, I would take the lead. You know, it's a relationship. You know, it's a relationship.
Okay. Did you ever tell her what to do?
Well, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
Give me an example.
Take your clothes off. Something like that. That's something I would tell her to do. Or, I mean, it just varied. It's just a feeling. It's just something you just feel at the moment. You know, it's all kinds of stuff. I'm talking, if you're talking about on a sexual basis, yes. But sometimes we're like, let's go here. Let's go do this. Let's go work out. Or let's go. You know, it depends on what subject you're talking about. What subject are you talking about?
Sexually.
All right. I narrowed it down.
Did you treat her the same way you had treated prior girlfriends or wives, or not?
Sometimes.
So describe how you treated her sexually in terms of what you would do.
In the beginning, it was, you know, it's just the traditional, you know, the traditional stuff that everybody does. And
did that lead to something else?
Well, it leads, you know, after a while you do the same old thing. After a while, it tends to get boring. So, you know, I would.
You're under oath, so...
I know. I'm watching my words. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm watching my words. It was all a feeling. It was all based on what was going on and how we felt. So sometimes I would say it would be from take your clothes off, or it could be from I want to see you naked in the car, or something like that. It just varied. It all varied how the feeling was, how she reacted, what I wanted, how I felt. If I felt like I wanted to, you know, it depends on the timing, what was going on, if we had time to do stuff. It all depends. It all depended on a lot of stuff.
Did you try to push the boundaries of what you were doing?
Boundaries?
In other words, would you order or tell her to have sex in public?
No, not in public. No.
Well, outside of your house, for instance, or your residence, in the car.
Yeah, we've done that. We would do that. We would go to a restaurant and, you know, just be spontaneous and have sex in the car, or have sex on an off-ramp, on an overwalks, where you overwalk on a highway. It would be nobody there. I'm like, come here. I wanted to keep it different for her. I wanted her not to be the same old that everyone does. So.
Kind of fulfill her fantasies?
Well, yeah. I just wanted to feel her out, to see, you know, where she wanted to go. I wanted her to have fun with everything, not just sexually, just everything. Everything. Sex was part of it, but everything. I wanted her to enjoy her life, period. Sex was a small part of it.
What led you to believe she wasn't enjoying life up to that time?
Because when we went out, and when I took her places, I can tell she had really enjoyed herself, and she she wasn't working, or she didn't feel like she was under obligation doing the family thing. She could be herself, and it made me feel good to see that.
Did that include be yourself sexually?
That too. That too.
So was it your goal to fulfill her fantasies?
My goal was to make her happy, whatever that was.
No matter what?
Sexually, platonically, personally, everything. Everything. That was my goal.
So give me an example of where you would engage in some kind of sexual conduct where outside of your residence?
Outside of a bar. We play pool. We'll go out to in the parking lot. She'll win a game. She wins a game. I'll lose a game. She wins. She wins me. As stupid as that sounds.
Well, the prize was some kind of sexual act the other one would perform, or what?
The prize is, the prize is me. That's the, I'm not a prize, but that's the prize. If she was happy, I'm happy. That's the bottom line on that.
Did you know at any time when her husband Fabio would be out of town on business?
Yes, she would let me know he's out of town, so that way we could spend a little bit more time together. But it was never like overnighters or nothing like that, because she would never leave the house overnight like that.
So was there some time by which she had to be home every time you saw her?
She would always try to be home for her daughters.
Does that mean dinner time or some other time? What?
For whatever time it was. I guess it was dinner time, or maybe school, or just being home. She would tell me, I just want to be home for them when they get home. She would always tell me that. And especially in the beginning.
So still important for her to keep it secret?
Yes.
So is it fair to say, at least in the beginning, there was no overnighters?
No overnighters, no.
Would she get home by dinner time? Was that one of the rules?
She would be home way before dinner, just to make sure she had dinner cooked and all that stuff.
Kind of two separate lives.
Yeah.
Did this ever evolve, and I'm talking about prior to the time that you killed Fabio, did this ever involve a trip out of town?
No, we took a trip. You said beforehand?
Before Fabio's death. Ever go to Vegas, for instance?
I think we did.
Okay. Who paid for that? Do you recall?
It was a combined thing.
And did you ever go, let me ask first, when you went to restaurants, for instance, in Los Angeles, at times did you go with friends of yours?
When all of us went together, you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Like you and another couple?
Yeah, this was later down the line, yeah.
Okay. But we're still talking about prior to Fabio's murder.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'm with you.
Did you go out with other couples, friends of yours?
Just one.
Who?
Just Ricardo and Sheila.
Okay.
I think that's the only one.
And how would you tell them, or what would you tell them your relationship was with Monica?
That we were seeing each other. I had come to trust Ricardo and Sheila, and they were good. They were pretty good friends of mine. So I felt comfortable with that.
Did you tell them that she had a husband?
Yes. They knew that. They knew that.
Well, they only knew it if one of you told them, right?
Well, I think they knew that beforehand. I'm pretty sure, because I didn't have to tell them that. Because in the league, everybody knows everybody's business. So everybody kind of knew that Monica was married already.
Okay. But did everybody know that she was seeing you?
No.
Okay. How often during a week would you see her, if you can put a number on that? Or did that vary?
It varied a lot. It varied. Sometimes I wouldn't see her at all. Sometimes I see her 3 times a week. It was sporadic.
Now, during that time, I assume you told her you were faithful to her?
Yes.
Were you?
I was.
So at any time during your relationship with her, and I'm talking about before or after the murder of her husband, did you ever cheat on her?
No, I didn't.
So you were not seeing anybody else on the side?
No, from the time I met her and I got in a relationship with her, I didn't go outside of anything of her.
Did you use more than one email address or phone number or anything of that nature during the time that you were seeing her to keep it secret?
I did.
Tell us what you did to do that.
Well, the emails and texts, hang on, the emails I used sometimes were just so they won't be mine. Just so they won't be mine, I would use different emails. I had a whole bunch of emails for business, for personal stuff, all kind of stuff. So it all depends. But for her, I would use a different email at times. Let me see. The text stayed the same. The Viber stayed the same. Yeah, just the emails. Just
more
the emails.
than one phone, or just always one phone, or what?
I used the same phone with her. With her, I used the same phone.
What about with others?
Other people, I had another phone. I always keep an extra phone. I always kept it.
So, did you have one phone for her?
It was my regular phone, the one I used for everyday use here. And I had another phone which I kept as a possible throwaway for anything, just for anything. It doesn't mean I was doing anything criminal at the time. It kept an extra phone.
Did you ever go to her house?
Yes.
And I'm talking about before Fabio's murder.
Yes.
Can you tell us the first time and when that might have been?
I don't remember.
Why did you go to her house?
To see her, of course, to see her.
How did you know no one else would be home?
Because she would let me know that nobody's home.
Did you ever run and go there when someone else was there?
I don't know. I don't
Ever sleep over there and get caught by one of her daughters?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that. How did that happen?
Got drunk. I got drunk.
With her or without her?
No, just me.
Okay.
Just me. I was drunk. Couldn't drive. She asked me to stay. Oh, she didn't want me to go home. And she said if I stay quiet, I could just stay. I would sleep it off there.
So you were at her house that day?
That night. It was a night. I think it was a night or something.
Where were her kids and husband?
I'm thinking maybe Fabio was out of town. I'm not sure.
And her daughters?
And I don't know, because Jessica walked in when I saw her get up, and she screamed and I screamed at the same time. And
in the morning?
It was in the morning.
And do you know what was told to her to explain why you were there?
I wasn't told.
Did you get out? Get out of there?
Yes, I did. I let her know that. I let Monica know that we had a little accident. That she came in the room. Jessica came in the room, and I just went ahead and left.
Where was Jessica at that time? Was she still there?
Yeah, no, she left. She left the room. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and she walked out. So I'm sorry too, and I got
Did you tell her any story, or leave that to Monica?
I didn't talk to her.
So you left?
Yeah.
Any other times that you were at her house before the murder?
Before the murder, maybe once or twice more. I'm not sure how many times, but a couple of times, once or twice more.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Baker. In your communications with Monica Sementilli, did you ever ask her or tell her to send you any kind of explicit or nude or so-called related photographs?
I did.
Give me an example.
Okay. I would say, "You're beautiful. Send me a picture of yourself, because you're beautiful to me." And so I let her be. And she said, "Like what?" I said, "Be creative. Think of something." I said, "Send whatever you want." It's just sexting. That's all it is. It was just sexting, just to keep it interesting.
All right.
So she would send me what she wanted to send me.
Did she do so?
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
And without being necessarily too explicit, can you tell us what kind of photos they were? Was she dressed? Was she nude? Was she...
Both. They were both.
And how were they communicated to you?
They were either sent by Viber, because Viber is a good way to send pictures. It's the best way to send pictures. It's Viber.
And when you got them and opened them, were you able to save them or delete them, or what would you do with them?
Some I'd save, some I'd just throw away, because it was just to get her to feel herself and enjoy herself, and I wanted her to feel good about herself, because she was beautiful to me.
And that's the way you wanted her to feel good about herself, being free sexually?
That's one of the ways. There's more ways than just that.
Did she always comply with your requests or demands?
Yeah, most of the time.
Did you ever tell her what would happen if she didn't?
I would never threaten her or nothing like that. I mean, I guess she could read my face, or read that. She kind of reads my face and see if I'm disappointed or not. And I guess she doesn't want me to be disappointed, so she'll do her best to, do what I ask her to do, or stuff like that. But yeah, there was no threats or nothing like that.
Well, I don't mean physical threats, but disappointment or anything of that nature?
Like she probably saw my disappointment, or saw me unhappy, or because sometimes I would do stuff to keep it interesting, and I would kind of set stuff up, and sometimes a lot of alcohol is involved, because she's a very stubborn person at times, so the alcohol kind of loosens that up a little bit.
Well, was she a regular drinker with you?
It depends. If we were going out someplace, I wanted her to loosen up. I wanted her to kind of relax a little bit. So I would let her drink a little bit, get her relaxed and have some fun.
Was she able to hold her alcohol or not, according to in your opinion?
She could hold her alcohol, but she still, you could tell there's a difference, because she would really loosen up and start laughing a lot more and get a little looser, and she wouldn't be so tense.
Would this be in public?
It would be everywhere. At my place. In public, we went out. Like I said, we went to restaurants. We went to bars. Went to play pool, play racquetball. I mean, everywhere. We did everything. Did
you ever interact with other people at those locations?
Yes.
Give me an example.
Well, we'll go to a bar or a club, and I would tell her, I'm not a dancer. She's a dancer. She can dance. I want her to go out there and dance and sing, and I'll tell her, if someone asks you to dance, feel free. I have no problem with it. I'm not that, I'm not the jealous type. And go have fun. And she would just go out there and have fun. Didn't care who was dancing with her, and she would just dance and have a good time. So whoever it was, that's what would happen.
And what about her engaging in public in any kind of sexual way with somebody? Did you ever tell her to do that?
In public?
Well, outside of your residence.
Oh, okay.
On the street, in a bar, booth, car, anything of that nature.
I had set up some things to find out whether or not she'd be willing to try anything like that, and I got her a little bit drunk.
Like a threesome, you mean?
No, it wasn't a threesome. It was something simple. I just wanted to see how she'd react a little bit, and I wanted to see if she'd be okay. And I got a little bit drunk beforehand, and I told her I'd set up a little massage for her, just to see how she'd react. This is early on, just to see how she'd act.
So what happened?
And the massage went great.
Who had the massage?
She did.
From who?
Somebody I hired to do it.
And where did that take place?
At the guy's place who was doing it.
All right.
So I'm trying to remember.
Were you present?
Was I present?
Yes.
Yes, I was, just to make sure everything was smooth, because she decided she didn't want to do it, or she couldn't go. She didn't want the massage or something like that, and I just wanted her comfortable. And I know if I'm around, she's going to be comfortable with it. But she was comfortable because I had gave her, I gave her some wine to drink before we started.
Did that involve any sexual conduct between her and the masseuse? Masseur?
She's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman, and I told the masseur, I said, whatever you guys do, that's on you guys. So he wanted to push it, and because I could tell he was excited. So. And she was already kind of under the influence of alcohol, so it kind of flowed that way.
Was alcohol always involved in your
no
sexual acts?
No.
Exploits?
No. No, sometimes it was just me and her, just not doing nothing.
What about when you involved others? Did you have to get her drunk first?
That was rare. That was rare.
Take our afternoon adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admin implies not to discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form or express any opinions or the causes when I submit it to you. Have a good evening.
All right, let's go through the afternoon session. Day 29, Robert Baker is on the stand. This is direct testimony, I guess is testimony, and this is direct. So this is the defense talking. He doesn't remember the first time that they dated, but it happened in his apartment. I'm sorry, he doesn't remember the first time they hooked up. He doesn't remember the date, but it happened in his apartment. How did you know? He's like, yeah, just being a man, just being around for a while. It's just a feeling. She felt the same way. She would laugh. She would smile. They would go to a little restaurant around the gymnasium, the gym. We would meet, but didn't want to be seen in public. Did you tell anyone? He says, no, not at first. I waited a long while before he told anyone about he was hanging out with Monica. So he says it was about 6 to 8 months before he told anyone. So he met Monica in January of 2016. They would meet at the apartment. She would just come up. She drove a Mustang. He drove a Mustang. Monica drove either the Mustang or the truck. They would connect either through Viber or direct phone call. He's like, nothing was going on. And he's like, well, now that you brought it up, we used Viber because they had a phone. It just kicked in now that you said that. We used Viber a lot to talk. You can talk and text while using Viber. So he was seeing Monica about a year before Fabio's passing, her deletion. They talked about her leaving Fabio, but he didn't push it because he didn't want her to run away. They touched on divorce lightly, but I could see it wasn't going to happen. He says he deleted Fabio because he wanted her. I wanted easier access and I wanted her around more. So he went on dates with Monica, with Ron, Ray, Sheila, and Ricardo, but never with Monica's friends. Her friends and family didn't know about him. That's the way Monica wanted to keep it. Would this be an advance or would it be a moment's notice? He said it could happen either way. If she knew he was doing something, meaning Fabio, he said, I was fighting the schedule of the entire family. Most of the time, their hooking up was at his place. They both decided to take the lead. He's like, you know how it goes. Did you ever tell her what to do? He says, sometimes. Give an example. Well, take your clothes off. It's a feeling, all kinds of stuff. Let's go here. It depends on what subject you're talking about. Hooking up. He's like, oh, okay. Describe how you treated her. In the beginning, it was traditional that everyone does, but it tends to get boring. And he's like, I'm watching my words. Why watch your words? Let it fly, man. It was all a feeling. First, it was take your clothes off. I want to see you naked in the car. I want to see how she would react. Did you try to push the boundaries? Did you order her to hook up in public in the car? He's like, yes. They would hook up over a walkway. He's like, come here. I wanted to keep it different, feel her out to see where she wanted to go. I wanted her to love her life. She enjoyed herself and she was under obligation under the family life. But remember, her family life was like the best thing ever, right? And according to everybody that's testified for her, she had a best marriage in the world. She married her friend. It was the best thing. But apparently it wasn't. The goal was to make her happy, both platonically and otherwise. If they were out, they were playing pool in a bar, and if she won, the prize was me. We'd go out into the parking lot. If I won, the prize was her. telling you, they're like 14 or 15-year-olds. If I was happy, she was happy. No, wait. If she was happy, I was happy. Did you know when Fabio was out of town? He said, yes, she would let me know. But it was never overnight. She would always try to be home for her daughters. So, I mean, this is like, he's so implicating her. So he's going to tell her, yeah, Monica told me everything when Fabio was home, when he wasn't home. But then the day of this happening, oh, no, she didn't tell me. I just randomly came over. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear. I just randomly came over and oops, he just happened to be home by himself. Come on. She would always try to be home for her daughters, just being home. Monica just wanted to be home. She kept telling me she wanted to be home before dinner, way before dinner. It was like living two separate lives. Did this ever involve a trip out of town before Fabio's passing? He says, I think we did. Who paid? It was a combined thing. Later down the line, we went out with other couples. It was just Ricardo and Sheila. Told them Monica and he were seeing each other, and he felt comfortable telling them. But in the league, everyone knows their business. So at the LA Fitness, everybody knew their business. Everyone knew Monica was married. How often would you see her? It varied a lot. Sometimes I wouldn't see her at all. He was faithful to Monica. He never cheated on her. Did you use more than one email or phone? He says, yes. He used emails so they wouldn't be mine, business, personal. He used the same phone with her, but he always kept another phone for other people as a possible throwaway. Doesn't mean I wasn't doing anything criminal. He went to the house before Fabio's murder. He doesn't remember, but of course he went to go see her. She would let me know if no one was home. I mean, she would let me know if no one was home. How then did you know to come over on January 23rd at 4:00? How did you know, sir? How did you know? You just happened to just guess at that? Then let's talk about getting caught by the daughter. He got drunk by himself. He couldn't drive. If he stayed quiet, he could sleep it off. Kids and the husband were away. He's thinking Fabio was out of town. Jessica walked in and they both screamed at the same time. I let Monica know that we had a little accident and went ahead and left. Jessica said, I'm so sorry, and left. He just left. He didn't talk to Jessica. Then he went over once or twice after that, before the burner, before the deletion. Did you ever ask Monica to send nude or explicit photos? He said, I did. He would say, send me a picture of yourself. Be creative. He says, it's just sexting. That's all it is, to keep it interesting. She would either send it dressed or she would send it nude. She would send it via Viber. It's the best way to send pictures. He wanted her to feel good about herself and be free. He would never threaten her, though. But she would read my face, and if I was disappointed, then she would, I guess. Alcohol loosens her up. If we were going out, I would let her drink. She would hold her alcohol. Oh, I'm sorry. She could hold her alcohol. You could tell the difference because she would loosen up. And then he's like, I'm not a dancer, but if she wanted to dance, she would. He's like, I'm not the jealous type. I had set up some things to see if she would try. It wasn't a three-way, never a three-way. I got her a little drunk to see how she would react. So he set up a massage, set it up at this guy's place, and he went there to make everything was smooth. Just wanted her to be comfortable. I gave her some wine. She's a beautiful woman, and told her, whatever you do, that's on you. I could tell he was excited and she was under the influence, so it was kind of flowed that way. I guess then you took videos of it? Getting her drunk was rare. So. What do you think? Yeah, how thoughtful of him, Mel Stiller. Shirley Roth, nice guy. Let her drink. Yeah, Baca, I noted that too. Oh, Jess said neither of them said anything to each other. Jess Shamrock, let's move past the sleaze right to cross tomorrow. I don't want to spend our Friday with this silly direct. Yep. Hold on. If ever I'm in trouble, I'll have Drunky and Squeegee as my lawyers. Thanks, but I don't think we're going to do that well for you. Therapist, it sounds like the life she built was nothing she'd ever wanted. She started living her truth, and look at the chaos. Be true to yourself, folks. Yeah. Right, Squeegee? I hope that sticks in jurors' minds. I'm not sure what part, but yeah. Yep, exactly. She told him, I can't wait for tomorrow. Shirley Roth, she told him everything. Wendy, he basically said her family life wasn't her. She wasn't herself. True statement. And at home, she was fake. Right. And yet the kids say, oh, it was a beautiful life, wonderful life. Anna said, beautiful life, wonderful life. All right, OnlyFan, have a good night. Thank you for all that you do, modding for us. Appreciate it. Go get some sleep. Peace through strength. You know he resents being in prison while Monica could be set free. He is helping to convict her by saying she called all the shots. Backhanded. Nice. Good comment. Nanar, I think direct will go on more than any of us wants. Baker said she called the shots. I know. What are you doing, OnlyFan? It's 7 o'clock. What are you doing? Drunky the Bear, I kind of want to go, but I'm worried it will be too packed. Baca says, Monica telling him when Fabio wasn't home. You know, oh, I cannot wait for Cross. Cannot wait. Widespread panic. It just goes to show you never know what's going on in people's lives. Yeah. Just Shamrock, please, no more questions about toothpaste. Ivor Shamey, didn't realize how much this would trigger me. Thank you guys for being here. It definitely helped. I know. Just take a deep breath, guys. Just take a deep breath and just know that it's not you. Just know it's not you. You're not there. We're just watching it. We're just voyeurs. We're just watching. So if you get worked up, just squeegee it off. Shake it off. Literally, just shake it off. Shake it off. Sinbad, I will barely sleep tonight thinking about the cross tomorrow. Groovy Cheryl, I'm barely scooting in just in time to say that was the most embarrassing testimony I've ever heard. She was so humiliated. Yeah, well. All right, Dreama, thank you for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Butterfly Dana, I don't want Levine asking him how did he fill the toothpaste tube. Well, if Levine doesn't ask him, then who Cross will? Will Cross ask him? Ola, is it a common issue that a woman that age in the role of wife and mother also looks for herself in other activities outside of the home roles? Just not this sort usually. Mel Stoller, that's exactly what he said. Monica told him who would be home and when. Yes, just Shamrock. Ivor Shamey hugs. We got you. Oh, widespread panic. Sarah Boone triggered you. She treated Jorge the same way your ex treated. I'm sorry to hear that. Yep, therapist, given some therapy. Take no part of this and apply it to yourself. It's not about you at all. Take care of your brains. It's not, you guys. Just let it go. Just let it go. Irish Amy, love you guys. I know it was a long time ago, so didn't expect it to come up, but all good. I hear you. I mean, it's sometimes it's hard not to get wrapped up in it. I hear you. Pammy, did you squeeze it up? Just squeegee it off. Squeegee it off. Sinbad, I tend to put myself in the victim's family situation, but I can't find a side here. Maybe with Fabio's family. Maybe Fabio's family. Luigi, for sure. The daughters, I feel sorry for them because I feel they're just duped. I do feel sorry for them. And I feel sorry they're just duped. I think they're just duped. Right? They are just duped. Okay, yeah, I'm outside doing lawn work. Did someone say toothpaste? I'm just noticing, did you change your profile picture? Did you do that a while ago? Or I'm just now noticing it. Sorry, if you did that a while ago. Taylor, how long after Robert went to Monica's house did he take out Fabio? He went there to see the layout. That's what Austin says, that they went there to look at it. We don't know. He just said he went there a couple times. We don't know when. Unfortunately. Yes, your picture, Hellcat. Did you just do that? Irish Amy, you rock. Best advice. Drunky the Bear. So no one is going to bring up doing a little Taylor Swift song? Wait, what? Oh, is that a Taylor Swift song? I'm not a Swiftie, so that's well past my time. Ah, you did it just today. All right, everybody, look at Hellcat's profile picture. That's great. Keep it up. I don't even know what. Hey, yes. Therapist, you know. Hellcat, yes, I noticed the same time someone else did earlier. You win the internet. All right, let's look at that again. I cracked myself up. Good one. Oh, Shake It Off. Is that a Taylor Swift song? Right on. Abel 99 would make the best soap opera ever. Right. Curviol. Oh, wait. Sorry, Shirley. Curviol. I missed everything. Huh? Worth going back. Oh, absolutely go back. Absolutely go back. Here, I'm even going to drop that in the comment. Curviol. Absolutely go back, my friend. Yes. Absolutely go back. Oh, hey, Mona's going to be in court tomorrow. Awesome. That is fantastic. Yes, Curvial, watch. Yes. Go back. It's a must. Yes, go back. Curvial, so we had, wait. It's a Taylor Swift song. Methinks he protested. I'm not a Swiftie. Well past my time. I like music. I like music of all genres. I'm just not a Swiftie. Cool. Hey, Mona is going mañana. Awesome. Yep, Curvial. Yeah, go back. Curvial, you must go back. All right, so we had the sister on direct and cross, and then we have Baker. So we got the main man. And I'm sure he enjoys hearing that. So we got Baker. Oh, we had Isabella. I totally forgot. We had Isabella too. We had mom. I'm sorry, Jesus. We had sister of Monica. We had daughter of Monica, and now we have Baker. This was like a red letter day. This was a red letter day. We slogged through 28 days, and we get to this. This has been chef's kiss, as the kids say. Baker, yes. We had daughter Isabella. We had cross of Anna, sister. It's all good, man. Definitely go back. Taylor says, Monica probably hoping she can be in a holding cell next to Robert again. Yeah, if for no other reasons, Monica's expressions. Yeah, so I was taking pictures. I was wondering, or screenshots. I was wondering if she would have different looks for Austin versus Baker, and she rarely looked at him. Oh, I got to pull this one up, though. You guys, I got to pull this one up. Hold on. No, not Super Bowl. Not Super Bowl, but hold on. That's Super Bowl taking over the chair. All right, let me pull up a couple of these photos, or these screenshots. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, so these were just some, okay, this is Monica. So that's Monica looking at Austin, right? If looks could kill, right? If looks could kill. And then when Baker gets on the stand, she does that. Let's compare and contrast. That's Austin, when Austin is on the stand. That's when Baker is on the stand. All right, this is going to haunt you. This one's going to haunt you guys because this reminds me of Jesus, what hold on a sec. I'm having a brain fart here because I'm thinking about so many things right now. This reminds me of how the Grinch Stole Christmas, when he comes up over the bedpost, and Cindy Lou Who is in bed and the Grinch comes up over the bedpost. So if that doesn't haunt your dreams tonight, I'm not sure what will. So there you go. Let's see. Widespread panic. I wonder why she didn't try to put on the mad face again. Thanks for correcting me. Oh, definitely acting different. Yes. Yes, Pussycat. Baker was on the stand. He's been on the stand for like the last 2 hours. Absolutely. Yeah, Irish Amy. So this is what love looks like. Yeah, Pussycat, just go back. Just rewind. Go back. Let's see. Baker's came in after lunch. Hold on. No. He was after lunch. Go back. Rewind an hour and 40 minutes. Right? From this moment that I'm saying it right now, go back an hour and 45 minutes. Dwayne, she has a face that even her mother couldn't love. Charmaine says, y'all sure she wasn't putting on a face for the jury? Sure. Pussycat, go back an hour and 45 minutes. From the moment I'm saying this, I'm scrolling back, I would say an hour and 40. He starts around an hour 45 minutes. So the time that I'm saying this to you right now, go back an hour and 45 minutes. The boo-boo face. Oh, hey, Mona and Drunky the Bear. Are you guys both going to go? Oh, that would be awesome. I want you to show me, right? Yes, Sinbad. Erin is going to have fun making. She made it already. She made the thumbnail already. I'm not going to show you guys. You're going to have to wait. You'll have to wait till tomorrow. Oh, nice. All right, can I show that? Oh, it is posted. All right. Sorry. Here I was trying to make it a surprise. And Capri Law says it's perfect, Aaron. And Capri Law, thank you for the Venmo. Thank you for that. Really, truly appreciate that. Therapist, you know, and it looks great. Can I show the montage, you guys? Whoever created that, can I show the montage? Irish Amy, and we can all pretend we didn't see it if that helps. Like when my mom accidentally left the price on the gift. My mom did that all the time. All the time. She would always leave the prices on the gifts. And then I'd be like, Mom, you left the price tag on. She's like, what? I did. She was my mom. It was awesome. Dwayne says, Aaron for the win. Whoop. Child TV Live says, thanks, guys. Widespread panic. Aaron is so talented at this. Love the picture for tomorrow. Any response about the montage? Anybody? Bueller? Montage? Your mom would freaking snatch it away, rip it off. My mom would be like, what, I did? And then, yeah, she would kind of grab it and rip it off as well. But it is what it is. I miss my mom. Okay, so we're going to show the all right. I think we're back. I think we just hit a blooper there. Am I back? Okay. All right, so therapist, put this together for us. There we go. So therapist, put that together. That one comes from therapist, It's like a Brady Bunch in parallel universe. That's awesome. Oh, Aaron did. I just sent the pictures. Oh, all right. You guys, I'm on a delay here, so I'm trying to keep up. Just know that I'm on a delay. I thought Aaron's telling me that's from you, therapist. I don't know. Anyway, I'm on a delay. So whoever did that, kudos to you. Whoever did this, whoever put that together, here's to you. Just know that I'm on a delay. For whatever reason, there's a delay. So, but anyway, that's awesome. All right, I'm going to end it here, but before I do, don't forget to look up, guys. Don't forget to look up tonight, 3 o'clock Eastern. Well, this is going to start at around 1 o'clock. So don't forget to do this. Let me see. Don't forget to look up. This is the projected. So take a screenshot. Because tonight around, well, it depends on where you are. If you're on the East Coast, it's going to start around 1:30 or so, 2 o'clock in the morning tonight. And like for us, like 6 hours, 4 or 5 hours. So if you can look up and you see, check out, take a screenshot of this and see if you guys will be able to see it. The lunar eclipse. It's the blood worm moon. Right, so this is the timing. This is East Coast time. So if you're on the West Coast, Mountain Central, go back, a couple hours. 3 hours for West Coast. So be sure to look up. I'm gonna do my best. Hopefully it will be. Hopefully it won't be cloudy. So definitely go check it out. And if you're in a city situation, if you normally see the, let me put myself here. If you normally see the moon on just any old night, you'll be able to see this, even if you're in a city. So definitely check it out. So with that, I will leave you with, thank you for watching. Thank you to Aaron for putting together these awesome graphics. Thank you to our mods, OnlyFan and Therapist Hellcat, Widespread Panic, and Fala. Thank you, Brat. You're back with us. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you to our chat. We had a lot of people watching today, so thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow's going to be even better, and it's a Friday. Tomorrow's a Friday, so bring your popcorn, bring your gummy bears, bring whatever treats you have. It will be a full-on 3-ring circus. So with that, I say thank you, and just make sure, this is really intense stuff, so just to shake it off, make sure, you do what you need to do to take care of yourself mentally. Go outside if you're in the country and, walk on some grass. Look up tonight. If you can, go check out the lunar eclipse. Just remember, there's more than just these trials. There's a lot more out there. So Love you guys, and we'll take care. Oh, you guys take care, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.